Check, check. Testing? No, I don't think that's on. Testing? Yeah, that's it. A little less.
Good morning, everybody. What a beautiful morning it is. All right, I think we're ready to get started this morning. I want to welcome you to the 4th Annual International Desert Conservation Summit. Ooh. For those of you who haven't had a chance to meet yet, my name is Alan Monroe, and I'm the president and CEO of the Living Desert Zoo and Gardens. And it's my pleasure to welcome you here to this wonderful chance to learn more about the conservation work that the Living Desert is involved in, all the wonderful things that we do both here in California as well as around the world. I'm excited this is an in-person event. The first 2 years was a remote and Zoom sort of thing, and so we just got creative and were able to do almost anything you wanted to try and draw attention and interest to what we were doing. I wanted to recognize Susan Cooper. I don't see her here this morning. She is one of our board members and also a volunteer, and she helped financially underwrite the IDCS. So. And the Visit Greater Palm Springs, our local convention and visitors bureau, also helped us to underwrite this and produce some of the videos that we were doing. You know, deserts are one of those unique ecosystems that I always say the Rodney Dangerfield of habitats. They don't get no respect. You know, everyone wants to have more rainforests, more coral reefs, but does anybody want to have more deserts? We do, obviously. And part of that is because of the word deserts and deserted. People confuse those two. But of course, deserts are wonderful places filled with biodiversity. In fact, the Mojave Desert in our part of the Colorado Desert has some of the highest biodiversity of any place in the United States. Deserts make up 1/3 of the landmass of our planet. You know, it's roughly 1/3 forest, 1/3 grasslands, and 1/3 deserts. And so we need to make sure that people understand that deserts deserve respect. And so we are spearheading that effort to recognize that deserts get the respect they deserve. And so we decided to celebrate a World Desert Day. We looked on the calendar. You know, there's International Ice Cream Day and there's Watermelon Day and all these things, but there was nothing happening on the second Saturday in January. So we decided, okay, that's going to be World Desert Day. And so for the last 3 years, we've been celebrating World Desert Day. And then we went ahead and got some official support. It's great that we say it's World Desert Day, but we'd like the rest of the world to know that. And so we were lucky enough that our state legislators, in this case Assemblyman Greg Wallace and also Senator Ochoa Bogue, they are supportive of our efforts in deserts in general. And so we sent some of our staff people to the California Assembly, where there was an official proclamation that passed unanimously by both the Assembly and the Senate, recognizing the second Saturday in January as officially in California World Desert Day. It's not quite a banking holiday. We don't get off work for it just yet, but we think that's coming soon, hopefully. We're also working on the federal level. Congressman Ruiz is a big fan of the living desert. He's a member here, and he's working on legislation to take it through the federal process to get that designation to go along with what we're doing here. There's two things we're really passionate about the living desert. One is our education for kids. About 100,000 school-age kids come to the park every year, and for many of them, this is their first chance to see wild animals and to start developing empathy and caring for the natural world. You know, nowadays, kids spend so much of their time on their digital devices, and no matter how high def your high def is, it is not the same as seeing it in life. You know, we'd like to say, you know, if a picture is worth 1,000 words, then an experience is worth 1,000 pictures. And so this kid is going to grow up, and he's going to remember for the rest of his life the time that he got slimed by that giraffe tongue. And he's going to tell his kids and his friends and everybody else that, you know, those giraffes, you know, they're not just a letter G in the alphabet book, but they're living, breathing animals, and they really are this tall, and they really do need our help and support. These kids, you know, I wonder, what are they looking at? What is their future going to be? And a lot of that depends upon the support that we're able to provide them to carry on the educational message for preserving and protecting wild habitats in the places that live there. The second thing we're passionate about is our conservation programs. It might surprise you to know that the Living Desert is an integral conservation partner literally all around the world. We spend about half of our time here in Southern California because unfortunately there's no shortage of endangered plants and habitats and species right here in our own backyard. That starts with our breeding of endangered species right here on ground, things like the Head Start program for the California desert tortoise, the work with the desert pupfish, Casey's June beetle. And we're doing some great science work behind the scenes with assisted reproductive technology for things like our sand cats and our black-footed cats. Our curator, Heather Down, is over there. She helps lead the Desert Carnivore Conservation Center, which you might not know about. It's a whole facility we have behind the scenes just to help us understand the reproductive biology of some of these amazing smaller cats. And then we'll obviously have the other half of our time and effort is spent on projects all around the world, a lot of them in the deserts and dry savannas of Africa, some things in India, and then also most recently in Mongolia, where we have a conservation campus set up in Iknart Nature Preserve. I had a chance to go to Mongolia this last summer and experience it firsthand. It's a stunningly beautiful location. Iknart in Mongolia means rocks with lots of sunshine, and as part of the Gobi Desert, that name truly fits. We do a staff exchange. We send staff over there in the summer where they can participate in the conservation and biology projects that are going on. And then we bring Mongolian biologists and rangers over here in the fall to learn all the wonders about Palm Springs. We teach them pickleball and I took them out to the driving range to practice some golf, and they learn all the wonders of American life, but then also how we handle our conservation education programs here. And so in ICNART, there are some key species we work with, the charismatic megavertebrates, the Argali sheep and the ibex and those great cinereous vultures. But ICNART is a whole nature preserve that has all these wonderful animals in that. And that by preserving the entire space and studying it, there are all these other ancillary species that benefit from that. And so when we were in ICNART, the guides there said, there are these really unique hydrothermal vents that are about an hour or so drive away. And you really need to go there and visit them. And so James and I got in a car and we drove to go and visit, and this is what we saw. This is the Central Asian viper. It is a venomous species. There is no antidote, no anti-venom. The nearest hospital is 6 hours away on a bumpy road. So we were very careful as we explored this, but it was just amazing that this hydrothermal vent serves as obviously a spot where these reptiles can absorb a little body heat, especially in the winter in Mongolia when it's quite cool. We could feel a little bit of warm air coming up out of this. It wasn't extremely hot or anything, but just, a little bit of added advantage for these species to find a place to live. And so, although we think about the great Argali sheep and the ibex and all the wonderful other large animals, it's all these smaller guys that also benefit from the conservation work that's going on there and the protection of this habitat. So I want to make sure you guys recognize that everything deserves our support. I want to thank you guys for coming out today and helping support the International Desert Conservation Summit. And then also those of you who are members who have helped us support us in other programs. The Living Desert has been benefited by the community we live in, and over the last 54 years now, we've been able to build out this wonderful education and conservation campus because of the support of the community. So give you guys a round of applause for all you do to help us with this great work. Next up, I want to bring up Dr. Dana Berg, who is my partner in conservation, to tell you more about what we're doing and what the rest of the day is going to look like.
Morning, everybody.
Morning. What a beautiful day we have to celebrate desert conservation, eh? Yes. Oh, man. We got a great program set for you today. Last year when we did this for the first time in person, it was the highlight of our year, certainly my year. So this year is... Yeah.
So we have 4 panels that we're going to be doing today. And I will walk you through these panels. I will be your MC and moderator through the day. But before we get to those, we wanted to highlight a little bit about our conservation programs here, a bit more even than what Alan was just introducing. How many folks were here last night? I'm going to be very brief. So we work all over the world, particularly in Southern California on this great diversity of species. And as I said in the past, our conservation work is really focused on systems. We are a zoo and a botanical gardens, so we need to, of course, emphasize the animals and the plants that are benefiting by the work. But the work that we do is really to try to restore ecosystems, right? It's not just to breed desert tortoises to release them back out into the wild. That is not a useful thing if we are not also addressing why the species are declining, right? So I'll go to a slide that summarizes that we talked about last night. And then we work in southern and eastern Africa. Apologies to my Kenyan and Tanzanian friends. There should be an arrow to eastern Kenya too, or eastern Africa too. And we work in support of these amazing organizations, many of which you will hear today. And support of major carnivores, African herbivores. Sorry, Jonathan and Toby, my heart is really with the herbivores. I am with the prey. in all cases, but we work a lot to support, and Greg too, we work a lot to support the predators. That's true, a lot of the work that we do with predators is monitoring the prey. And then Alan talked a lot about the work that we're doing in Mongolia and Ghana, and Viviana will be talking about the things that we do in Mongolia there. So we're going to be touring the world today. We have 2 projects, 2 sessions that are focused on Africa, 1 session that is focused on Asia, Mongolia, and India. We are very honored to have 2 long-term collaborators of ours here from India as well. And then, of course, in North America, we're talking about all of our desert tortoise work. So the work that we do, as I had mentioned before, is trying to repair 2 systems: past problems, ecological damage, and human problems, future damage, right? So that both things can continue to persist and coexist together, right? The goal of conservation shouldn't be put up fences and kick everyone off, in our opinion here, right? The goal of conservation, thank you. Thank you very much, appreciate it, right? The goal of conservation is to make conservationists out of everyone, so everyone wants to conserve it. Everyone wants to protect the species in the places in which we work, right? We do a lot of work in Southern California with the military, the Department of Defense. And when I speak to the military folks, which is, I think, the best distillation of this, I would say, you know, you are out protecting our country, not just our people and our buildings, but our nature, right? And so many people who are in the military, I have lots of friends who are in the military, are super outdoors people. They want a beautiful place to be able to go recreate, and we want them to recreate. Because when we all become advocates of conservation, we're able to coexist and advocate to our friends to do that same. Right? We're going to hear stories to that effect across the world, Southern California, across Africa, across Asia. Sorry, Australia, we're not quite there yet. But the rest of the world. Right, so today we are providing some opportunities for us to be able to interact. So if you could take out your phone. This is an app that Katie is a master, a doyen, a maven for. And did I click it right? I think I did, yeah? Maybe one more? Okay. Do I have to click this? Okay. Oh, did everyone get that QR? Let me go back, sorry. That's easier for this way. Yeah. Okay, so scan this. This is a program called AHA Slides. AHA. Aha, I have a brilliant idea. And that's what we want. We want your brilliant ideas. Through the day today, feel free to post to this group. There's going to be a few different questions that we will ask you. We are, Katie and I, social scientists, so we are going to do a little bit of a survey here. Right? This is the goal. We wanted to understand the baseline understanding and support for desert conservation, of course. Does everyone have that app? Okay, it will be in a smaller area on the next slide. Oops. Why is this not going, Katie? What did I do wrong? Did it go to everybody?
I think everyone scanned it, so yeah, here we go.
Okay, good. Okay, here we go. First one. Just a quick thing. Type down, what do you hope to learn today? What is it that you would like to learn about this desert and desert-adjacent ecosystems? Everything. That's a fine answer. There are no wrong answers here, right? What would you like to learn today? What do you hope to learn today? Participants are typing. Excellent. Fantastic. Just a quick thing. We'll ask you these same things at the end of the day. What did you learn? How do you feel? I might screw things up if I do. The code is up there. You can also just type in the URL. If you didn't get the QR code, you can also go to your browser and type in that URL that's up there. Oh, and there's that. Thank you. I thought that was just part of the display. Decorations. There's also the QR code on the bottom left. Thank you, Anna. Dr. All right. Also, in each of these 4 panel discussions that we're going to have today, we'll have one of our people from the Living Desert who will be presenting in this work, in these sessions as well, sharing the things that we're doing, usually in combination with our desert conservation heroes as well. Okay. Should I advance? Folks good? Okay. Next question. What does desert conservation, again, desert broadly interpreted, what does desert conservation, why does desert conservation matter to you? Different than what you hope to learn, probably. Why does desert conservation matter to you? And you can wax poetic if you are so inclined. Or you can be direct if you are so inclined, whatever works. Why does desert conservation matter to you? Katie and I do social science training workshops all over the world, and this is an example of a leading question. All right, it's a leading question because it presupposes that it does matter to you. So you could also answer it doesn't, but then why are you here? Right. Okay. All right, so you can continue to answer to those questions once I move away from here. Get out of the aha. All right. Our first panel today is conserving African carnivores. We're going to talk about lions and painted dogs, and then small carnivores as well, other small carnivores. So first up, each of our speakers will be speaking for 5 minutes or less, just a quick introduction to their ideas. The goal of today is to be able to engage with our panelists. So after the presentations are going on, you'll have an opportunity to, using that AHA slides thing, to submit questions. I'll have a computer next to me here as the moderator, and I will feed those questions, as well as my own, into our discussion. All right? So first up, our leadoff batter. Jonathan Cuyega from Wasimba. Thank you.
It's so nice to be before you today. For over 10 years, I have been exposed to the field of conservation. And locals reading and learning from locals have been a platform for me to practically learn conservation. Being a Tanzanian, born in Tanzania, in a landscape that we visited, supported, it has been a very brilliant experience for me. And today, here I am for the first Conservation Heroes Award since I started my conservation career. It's so motivating and encouraging for me and my team. And wherever they are, I appreciate them. Please give them applause. And in bravery, like any other community, we support our heroes. In the photo, you can see the community behind. and lion dancers, the lion killers, who has removed the enemy of our livestock and our lives. But then, when I started my career, I had to go and speak to my community that lion killing was not good. And they couldn't understand. It's like I was going against my morals and my tradition. It was not easy. We went through a number of challenges, starting a team of one to speak about not killing lions, while human-lion conflict is something that is real. There was a lot of losses of livestock, and the local communities have to find their own way to cope, to adapt to the situation. And I had to do a number of community engagements, and that's what we do at Wasima. The first thing we do was engaging local institutions, traditional institutions, against the traditional lion killing. That was happening because a solution that was not supposed to come out of the community, since the problem is within the community. You have to find the solution from within first. So we had to sit down with the villagers and speak about that, how we could solve, and self-regulation was one. Bylaws and a lot of outreach campaigns. And we were able to stop traditional lion killing, but human-lion conflict was still escalating in the landscape. So we thought about finding out community-based conservation initiatives to be able to stop traditional human-lion conflict. And since we cannot be able to stop it in a day, we had to find out a multi-pronged initiatives to be able to have an engagement of different community members to stop and to reduce human-lion conflict. And so we chose to find out how can we reduce human-lion conflict at the same time managing the habitats for lions and other wildlife, and also for people. So we have human-lion conflict mitigation initiatives, building, engaging lion conservation ambassadors, and establishing lion-proof bomas. This is one of the major resilient initiatives to local communities living alongside wildlife, around protected areas in the vast complex ecosystem of over 85,000 square kilometers, with just 15% of it being a communal land resided by people, and in the area of highest household size and human population in our country. So we have a number of restoration programs that engages local communities, especially pupils, to plant trees, also wildlife clubs, also do a number of restoration initiatives like bylaws. We also do promote participation of local communities in conservation through community wildlife management areas. For those who are aware, in Namibia we have conservancies, but in Tanzania we have community-based wildlife management areas. We call them WMYs in short. But these are the only platform for people to be able to take part in conservation at the same time gain benefits of conservation, the direct benefits. However, they are not sustainably land. So our work is to maximize sustainability. We also do promote natural resource management and governance to make sure that this local governance also has transparent and is effectively promoting conservation. With the little that we have been able to do, we appreciate our supporters. They have been so supportive, and we have been able to operate at least with the budget for the last 2 years of about $200 against the $700 that we have strategically planned in the next 5 years, 2024, 2025, 2028, to be able to implement our programs. So here is the team that I've been telling you and that you have clapped hands for. We appreciate so much, and we are so much grateful to have you here, but our call is, how are you going to take part to promote human-lion coexistence for lions, for people? Because the community is the first and the key stakeholder of conservation. If you don't engage local communities, then we don't have conservation. Because people are not happy, lives are hard, and we have least resources to be able to implement and make conservation sustainable. Conservation is least supported, and tourism is growing up, but we need more resources to be able to have conservation sustainable for our next generations and for our own future at the world. So I appreciate so much for this platform, and I expect the best from you. as a participants and active participants of conservation. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. Next up, Tobioteño from Owasso Lions. Also in Eastern Africa, but in the country to the north of it, in Kenya. Toby, if you wouldn't mind coming up, if you'd give me a warm welcome.
Wow. Growing up as a boy, I never knew about conservation, except for the few instances in which me and a group of my friends would sneak out of school to go to a nearby sanctuary and see animals, like in cages. I was more fascinated about electronics and machines, and more often than not, I would get into trouble by opening up my dad's stereo to figure out what was actually happening like inside these small devices. I got into the field of conservation by chance. I remember when I was filling out my university application, I was with my hand, and almost all the courses that I thought I might actually more interested were all filled out, except for one that still had like a few chances: wildlife management / conservation / tourism. And I remember my hand telling me, there's money in tourism. And that's how I joined the field of conservation. Ever since, I've been loving it, and I was so lucky in 2016 to join a group of dedicated, passionate individuals working in northern Kenya to promote coexistence between people and lions. Northern Kenya is a very, very important place when it comes to livestock, when it comes to lions and other wildlife. We are covering a span of about 4,500 square kilometers right now, and all our programs are community-led. All our programs are initiated and deeply rooted to the Samburu community, a very, very important community in this particular area. The first program that we ever started was called Warrior Watch Program. And Warrior Watch Program was started by my good friend Generia, who is from this community, and his idea was, warriors are very important in this particular community, and it is them who actually go out and kill lions whenever lions go and kill livestock. Livestock, which is very, very important for this particular community since they are pastoralists. And livestock to these communities are a source of their livelihood. So anything coming and messing up with their livestock, that's a very bad thing. And a very important demographic who will be involved in going after the lions are the warriors. And so Generia was, we need to involve this group of individuals, and that was the birth of a Warrior Watch. Warrior Watch right now, what they do is they have turned to be the people who actually go out and kill lions, but they've turned to be the lion guardians. Their work basically involves waking up in the morning, find out where the lions are, and informing the community of the presence of the lions, and thereby protecting the lions and also preventing conflict before it happens, thereby saving their livestock. This program has been very, very successful in the sense that since we started in 2008, there were about 11 lions. Currently, right now, we're monitoring about 50 lions, which I got my colleague here, Letopukwa, who is like actually in charge of monitoring and finding out which lions are within the landscape. The tolerance of the community, not just the warriors, but the whole communities about lions are significantly improved. Yeah. We also have like other programs which I will not get into since we don't have like much time, but I will be so glad to talk to you about it. Find me, please. These are the programs. We have the program for the women. We can't leave them behind. And actually, after studying the Warrior Watch program, they wanted to also be involved so much to an extent there's two beautiful ladies called Parasori and Muntelu actually come each and every single day to our camp and asking Shivani and Generia, we want to be involved. We want to be involved. Until Generia and Shivani gave out and told them, hey, you guys figure out whatever support you guys need, we'll provide it. And that was the birth of Mama Simba program, translating to the mother of lions. We also have like another program for the kids camp, which is involving the kids from this area in conservation. more often than not, these kids are coming from this beautiful landscape with lots of animals, but more often than not, they get to only know of the negative stories of lions, where lions and other carnivores will sprung out of the bushes and kill their livestock. But what Kids Camp is doing is showing them the positive side of lions through a 5-day program that takes them for safaris in the game reserve to see these beautiful animals, and also a number of games and a number of lectures, but more so discussions with these kids on what are the simple things that they can actually do to protect lions. And with that, I say thank you all very much, and I'll be waiting for you to have a chat with you.
All right, thank you, Toby. Next up, Dr. Greg Rasmussen from Zimbabwe is going to talk about a very interesting and fascinating group of organisms they call our African painted dogs. Greg. Dr. Greg.
Well, thank you, Living Desert, for having me here today. And I'm actually going to introduce lions, really, because I'm not talking about painted dogs at all. People often ask me, how on earth did I get involved with painted dogs in the first place? Well, I was working in the Natural History Museum in the Department of Herpetology, reptiles, for those that don't know what herpetology is. And the curator of ornithology, the bird guy, said to me, Greg, do you want to come on a field trip? And I said, oh, yes. For how long? He said, 6 weeks. I said, I'm in. So on that 6 weeks, I realized that they were doing a bird survey and I was trying to find lizards and the two didn't match. So I sat my whole butt on the bonnet of the hood of a Land Rover, got to use the language you understand, for like 6 weeks. And on one of those events, and every time they saw a lizard or something, or I saw a lizard, I'd bang on the hood of the vehicle and they'd stop the car. Well, one time they stopped the car. So, of course, like Pavlov's dog, I jump off and I'm like, where's the lizard? Where's the lizard? Can't find the lizard. And they're like, Greg, get in the car. Of course, I'm deaf. I'm not listening to it. I'm looking for a lizard, for God's sake. You can't listen and look for a lizard at the same time. And I mean, lizards are only very little. So then I said, where's the lizard? He said, get in the car. I said, where's the lizard? Then he said the magic word, Greg, lions, get in the car. And I was running around the road looking for a lizard that didn't exist. And that story, that's the end of the lions now, goodbye. And that story carried back to the Natural History Museum. And there was a guy at the Natural History Museum, he heard the story and he said, who is this guy? And they said, oh, it's Greg. Has Greg got any field experience? And they said, yes, as a child he used to spend all his school holidays working with the Natural History Museum doing field work. So yes, he's loaded with field work. So he said, can I meet him? So they said, well, you can find him. He's gone back to the field again. So 6 weeks later, I get a phone call. Are you Greg? And I said, yeah. Would you be interested in helping me out with painting a dog? And I said, no. I said, I'm a reptile guy, and I've got a job offer in Russian Natural History Museum. And he said, but you're a field biologist, right? I said, yes. He said, help me for 6 months. 38 years later, he packed up the project after a couple of years, and I'm still at it. And that was mine. So thank you, lions. Lions have a great conservation benefit for painted dogs. Thank you very, very much. So in those days, what do we know about paint? We knew absolutely nothing. The only thing true about painted dogs was they ate meat and they lived in packs. And that was about the state of knowledge of painted dogs. And so I went on this quest to start learning about painted dogs from all angles. And I would do 28-day field studies, go out in the field for 28 days, just me and my broken down Land Rover, and walk half the time because the Land Rover needed more pushing than it drove itself. And start to learn to understand things about painted dogs. One of my favorite pastimes is collecting poop, because I know there's a poop picture that we can switch to, or I've got to manage this myself. All right, so that became a big part of my life. So if you can't see it, you can always collect its poop. And painted dogs are very elusive. They leave more poops than you get visual sightings. So I started on the quest to understand the species. And I told my mum, dear mum, you know, I'm going to work with a painted dog. Well, they were called the wild dogs. And they were deliberately called wild dogs 100 years ago to justify their slaughter. You know, give a person a bad name, say someone's a child molester or a pedophile, you know, you're done, whether it's true or not. Anyway, so my mum wrote back to me. She found a book called Wild Dogs Running, talking about dogs taking riders off horses and killing the horse, and rider just escaping with his life. And she said, aren't they dangerous? I said, no, of course I want to tell my mother that I'm dealing with a wild, savage dog. And so anyway, I had one defining moment when I suddenly started to realize that this was an animal. And there are two events. One of this is one, and the next one's coming. Where I used to study the dogs with the radio tracking in those days. And wherever the dogs went, I would sleep as close as I could to the pack, based on the radio collar signal. So I'd try, how many, 1 minute? All right, so anyway, so one particular morning, I woke up and the radio collar said the pack was moving, so I would go to the bathroom. Of course, in the bush, the bathroom's anywhere. I got to the amazing piece where my trousers were down by my ankles and a whole pack of dogs appeared. 11 of them, full adults. And they looked at me, you can't run away, you can only bunny hop in that position. And so I added my bit to the pile, and the dogs came closer and closer and closer and closer. And so they looked at me like, what is that? I think the smell drove them away, and that was my realization that they weren't dangerous to humans. But just a final thing, I'm going to share with you a little story about a dog called Circus. Here they were labeled as savage, ruthless killers. And there was a dog in a pack called Circus who looked after his brother for 3 months after being mauled by a lion. But the dogs dealt with it. And actually, for those lion killers, the people talk about dogs and lions. I've also seen dogs chase away full-grown male lions by biting their testicles, so guys, watch out. Thank you very much. And if anyone wants to, by the way, this is a big plug. This is new out, this book, A Dog Called Circus. It's a true story about Circus, the dog that looked after his brother. We hope you will all take away a dozen copies for you and your grandchildren. Thank you very much. And I'm going to donate this one to the Living Desert. This copy to the Living Desert, because you are part of our team. Thank you very much.
Many of you may have come and heard Greg speak on grounds before, and you know that that's only the briefest précis of his stories. So next time he speaks, which will be soon on grounds, make certain you come and attend his talk. Thank you, Greg. Last up, from the Living Desert, Heather Down. Heather is our curator of, come on up, of, of many things, but especially our Small Carnivore Conservation Center.
Not sure how to follow that, but we will give it a shot. Good morning. My name is Heather Down. I'm an animal care curator here at the Living Desert Zoo and Gardens. I work with a team of animal care professionals to provide care and well-being to a large section of the zoo, including our Small Carnivore Conservation Center. So Living Desert is home to a diverse range of small carnivores species, showcasing unique predators from around the world. These species play vital roles in their ecosystems, and our work supports their conservation and education. Sorry, went too fast. Are we good with our Oz? Okay. In 2016, we opened the Desert Carnivore Conservation Center, lovingly called DC3. This is a pioneering small carnivore breeding facility to support population management and genetic diversity in U.S. zoos. DC3 also advances research on animal behavior, health, reproduction, and genetics to inform both in situ, which is out in the wild, and ex situ in human care, conservation for 3 African small carnivore species housed here. Located behind the scenes at our zoo, DC3 overlooks an 1,100-acre nature preserve. At just under 3,000 square feet, it features 16 interconnected units for fennec foxes, sandcats, and black-footed cats in an open-air building. The facility offers flexible, dynamic housing that mirrors the complexity of zoo habitats that you'll see when you're walking around grounds. Equipped with camera monitoring, our animal care professionals observe behavior day and night and make management decisions from these observations, ensuring optimal care, well-being, and ideally breeding success. Our care model emphasizes whole life planning, addressing both individual and species level needs. Unique in its concentrated focus, DC3 is advancing veterinary care and management practices that positively impact small carnivore care across institutions. The Desert Carnivore Conservation Center focuses on the care of these 3 carnivore species that are underrepresented in both zoos and field research. Prioritizing their care and study, we aim to fill critical knowledge gaps, support breeding efforts, and contribute to the broader understanding of ecology and conservation needs. The Association of Zoos and Aquariums, AZA, sets high standards for animal care, conservation, and education in accredited organizations like ours. The Species Survival Plan, SSP, manages breeding for endangered species, ensuring genetic diversity and health in zoological populations. At the Living Desert, we collaborate with SSP to coordinate breeding programs across these accredited organizations, supporting long-term species viability. This work not only raises awareness, but also inspires broader commitments to protecting species and ecosystems, aligning with our mission to safeguard desert wildlife globally. The black-footed cat, one of the smallest and least known cat species, is listed as vulnerable by the IUCN. Beyond a few private breeders in South Africa, AZA maintains the only population in human care through the black-footed cat species survival plan. With less than 20 individuals, the population faces challenges like reduced genetic diversity here in our zoos. To address this, assisted reproductive technologies have become essential. Last year, in 2024, we advanced artificial insemination in collaboration with reproductive scientists out at DC3. Artificial insemination allows genetic material exchange without moving animals to help grow and maintain a healthy, diverse gene pool. Species like the fennec fox, black-footed cat, and sandcat can be difficult to breed in human care, and advancing this technology will help overcome these challenges while we continue to study their behavior. Though the recent artificial insemination procedures didn't result in pregnancies, further development in the technique will remain a focus for us. Excuse me. So in closing, the Living Desert has significantly advanced small carnivore conservation and education through its work at DC3. By prioritizing these species' health and well-being, we support not only their survival, but also the broader health of ecosystems, wildlife, and human populations, embodying the One Health philosophy. Through innovative ex situ breeding, management, and research, the Living Desert is playing a crucial role in protecting some of Africa's most iconic carnivores. Bridging the gap between conservation efforts and human care in the wild, we are ensuring that these species have a sustainable future and contribute to ecosystem health. Thank you.
And I think Heather chooses the species that we include in that process just based on their cuteness. It's most of it. Very much so, yeah. All right, so I'd like to call everyone up here. If we could, we just spoke, the 4 of you, would you mind joining me up in the front here? We'll have a discussion up here for the next 20 minutes about ideas that they would have. If you have questions that you would like to submit, please do so. Everybody hear me all right? Having a little bit of technical issues here. Thanks for your patience. So we have our 4 speakers up here, speaking about a great diversity of topics, of course, very much related to conservation of carnivores and the many challenges that are entailed in that. I was really stricken by, especially the 3 of you, in your combination of things that you had said today and in the past, about the coexistence challenges that you have. You know, ranchers and herders in both cases, right, in dogs as well as in lions. And the pretty significant successes that you all have had along those lines. Something that I thought I'd love to know more about. It makes sense once the program is going how to improve it, right? You do evaluations, you understand what has worked, what hasn't worked, you have some experiences. But how do you begin those things, right? You have a group of pastoralists in Tanzania and in Kenya and Zimbabwe who have predators that have been eating their animals, right? Taking the money from their bank accounts, essentially,
Yes.
right? How do you begin that process?
Yeah. Can I do?
Please, yeah, by all means.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, when we started, it was like the government approach was top-down. And so it couldn't work. Lions were declining in the neighbor protected areas. And the communities were, of course, undergoing much more like losses. So we have to rethink. And I think for the past 10 years that have been working and have come to realize that the free and prior informed consent is key. You have to do the consultation, consulting the local communities, the people, what is the best solution. So we have the values. We have the value number 1 in our organization with the first and new strategic plan for 2024-2028 is community first. That is our value number 1. Number 2 is context. I have the approach, I have the idea, but does it fit the need of the local community? They have their own tradition and culture, so you have to think. And then the number 3 is science, that we have initiatives, but they have to be scientifically approved. They have to be scientifically friendly. So we have to have data-driven initiatives. And number 4, if we can't do it, then we have to collaborate. That's why the Living Desert comes in. We have WCN, we have other partners coming in to support our contextual, community-based initiatives. So we have community-led approaches. That's why you call them community-led. If you bring something new which does not have the context, does not fit the context, then we don't, and they don't approve it. So that's why some of the conservation projects do not work.
All right.
So sustainability is about community. Let it be their own initiative, not be yours. So it's locals and leading from locals.
Yeah,
Thank
great,
you
great,
very
great. Really well done. Great point.
How do you start? I just want to echo what Jonathan just said. If you go back to the context of Kenya, about 78 to 80% of all wildlife are outside protected areas, living with the community. That is something. That is something, especially in the context of Kenya, that telling you most of the wildlife, be it lions, be it wild dogs, be it all the other animals, other wildlife, are actually not within the protected areas, but actually living with the community. That tells you that probably where to start with is with the communities. You know? Where to start with any conservation organization or any other thing that you're going to do about conservation has to start from the community. How we started all this, or how we do like all this in our organization back in northern Kenya, Waso Lions, is more of like involving the community from the word go. Not coming in as an expert, but more so going back to the community, sitting down with them, figuring out with them, what can we do about the challenges that we are facing. That is the way to go if you will ask.
Sort of a humility, too.
Exactly.
Not assuming you know the answer.
Exactly, yeah. Because you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised how much these communities knows, especially like in northern Kenya where I am. I first went out there and with all my degrees, like thinking that I know, but I was like most of the time shown dust or shown like some of the things that I didn't know. But by just going out with the warriors, tracking lions, and the knowledge and skills that they have about their landscape and about the wildlife, you'll be surprised. So how to start is go in with these communities, given that they are living with these animals. They are living with these lions.
Yeah.
Go in, sit down with them, figure out what is the challenge, and figure out a win-win situation in which if you do this, we are going to benefit from our livestock. For the case of ours, by preventing conflict before it happens, we are literally, helping the community save their livestock from being killed by the lions, but at the same time, saving the lions from being killed from retaliatory killing. To an extent, right now, we've actually stopped focusing on lions. We've started focusing on what are the needs of the community. For example, these are pastoralist community, and given all the challenges, climate change coming in and making every single thing out, their livestock are struggling, everything is struggling within this landscape. Our focus, especially with one of the programs that we have for Mama Simba, Mother of Lions, is more of focusing on what the community need in terms of restoring this habitat. And this is something that we do with partnership with Grave Zebra Trust and others, again, partnership in there. But knowing that by focusing on what the community needs, which are grass and pasture for their livestock, herbivores will benefit, and lions too will eventually benefit from that. So
That's
thank
great.
you just to...
Yeah. Well done.
There are, of course, two conservation challenges, the real ones and the imagined ones. But they are both just as important. What you believe is true is just as important as what actually is true. And one of the ways I've always tackled this, whether it's predators and ranchers, painted dogs who people believe were eating all their cattle, and it turned out that the dogs were responsible for 0.17% of the value of their losses. That's the reality. But the imaginary was that ranchers thought it was 20%, 30%. You have to change that with fact, and that is where science must come in. Research has to come in with fact.
Right.
And then you have to get those facts out there. So that was how we changed a lot of the minds with the ranchers. And at the end of it, when I gave them the number, they said, well, we don't like painted dogs. I said, now we have the problem.
Yeah.
Now we deal with it. And it's the same now that my current major problem is I've got reverse human-wildlife conflict. I've got motorists killing painted dogs on roads. And they kill a couple of alpha dogs or one alpha dog and the pack collapses. Basically, every adult dog that gets killed, 2 or 3 pups die instantly because of lack of provisioning. So that's where we collect the data. The imagination of the motorists is that they see one dead and they think, well, that's not very many. The imagination of the motorists, we don't speed. No, who would speed, for goodness sake, in a public access road, tarred, running through a wildlife area? The fact is, our data shows that 95% of them are speeding. So when they say, I don't speed, I said, what, you're 1 in 20?
Yeah.
And they get it. And by doing that, and also, you have to be like a dripping tap in conservation. There's no quick fix, there's no magic bullet. I've been nagging these motorists for 10 years now, and I'm going to keep nagging. This last year, we had the first where all 3 packs raised pups to survival age. All the other years, they never made it. At the end of the year, there might have been 1 pup or none left because too many adults have been killed. These are how we deal with conservation. But we have to have facts. And we also use social science to find out where the problems are lying. We're using data on the dog. And if we don't have that data, we can't move forward. Thank you very much.
That's great. Well done. Well done. You can give it to Heather. All right. Thank you, Greg. That was great.
I was turned down. Again. I love the dog so much.
That's right. So we've had a lot of great questions. Thanks, everybody, for putting these in. We'll get to as many of them as we can. I'm just going to put aside my questions. Something, Heather, that I think I'd love you to begin answering. Several people have asked, how can we help, right? What are things that we can do here in the U.S. to help overseas? I think breeding the animals, and you had mentioned it several times in your talk about the research that you're doing with the breeding of the animals, the artificial insemination, in vitro and things. How does that happen? How do you bring those results into the wild, bring them back in situ?
Yes, great question. So how can you help? It all starts with education. At the end of the day, the more that we can become agents for conservation, that's going to start bleeding out into all our efforts. So conservation starts in your own backyard first and foremost. So I think that's really important. So everything's interconnected, and so you can start by helping just in your own ecosystem. Even if you live in in urban areas, you can still start helping. So how does the work that we do affect or have influence out in the wild? It starts to validate and put into place some measures that someday might be a little bit more valuable. So right now, being able to utilize animals in human care to really figure out the science might lend into when the population really gets desolate out in the wild, we're able to start to bring back some of these animals. So artificial insemination work can help to repopulate wild populations if they get to the numbers where they need to recover. In human care, it allows us to have that genetic diversity so we can continue to educate and inspire conservation through that education, but it is a valuable tool to help perfect the science in human care. Hopefully it won't be needed someday, but possibly will.
Yeah, awesome, thank you.
Yes.
And for you guys, how would you answer this? How could folks here help you?
Buy a dog called Circus. But just by the way, the proceeds from that book are going exclusively towards our children's bush camp. And that's really important. The more children we can get through that bush camp, the better. And here's just a little takeaway. When I was a kid, I was taken under wing by a curator of Natural History Museum in Zimbabwe. And I used to have the luxury of going out with field biologists every school holiday. I felt I had a duty of care to our new generation of kids, because that's where I got my passion. That bush camp for kids is absolutely the best. And anyone who can support, and to all those that have helped us get the book in publication. So every kid in Suzinda is going to be reading that, and in Mark Butcher's area. Thank you very much.
All right.
How will you help? I would call it more of like creating long-term partnership. When it comes to conservation, conservation is not a one-time off thing. Like, for example, when we started, like, our first biggest challenge was retaliatory killing. But on to other challenges keep on popping up, like in the landscape, for example, we also have the challenge of road kills. Not just for lions, but also for like some other species. Grave zebra is like a very endangered. We've lost a number of them, and even like cheetahs. So when it comes to conservation, it's a long-term thing, and it's not something that you start and then drop it. It's something that has to continue, especially in the environment in which like we are right now, where we are like globally right now. So how will you help is more of like creating long-term partnership, whether it's with TLD or with us back in Kenya or any other organization that is involved in conservation, because that is the only way that we can actually have long-term impact when it comes to conservation of any other species, be it lions or wild dogs. Thank you.
It's called sustainability.
All right, thank you. I have a question for the two of you in particular that many people have asked. And Jonathan, we had this amazing experience last year.
Yes.
When we went to the community with the dance and the lion killers coming, and then the community dancing afterwards. That historical cultural prominence in East Africa, right? Not just Tanzania, but also up in Kenya, across the whole area, of the warriors needing to kill a lion in order to become a man and to protect the communities. Takes manifestations in different ways. How does that transition? How did that transition happen in your organizations? How did you make that happen? That's a fundamental change, right? So in some communities, it's the way that children become adults, children become men. How does that happen?
Oh, that's a long story. But we have a paper that was published. If you go on our website, you can get a lot about that information at www.wasima.or.tz. So we did a lot of community engagement, but starting with introducing traditional institutions, engaging local institutions, we call policemen. In our villages, all men are part of the police team. So we engaged them,
telling them that lion killing is illegal in our country by law, and so it must be legal within the community, because the way it's taking place is against the morals of the country and also the community itself. So we have to be part of the solution, and the only thing is to declare it illegal within our community. So we engaged the traditional policemen, the sungu-sungu, we call them sungu-sungu, to be able to arrest all the lion dancers and not supporting the lion dancers, lion killers. And in the 5 years, we had already stopped the issue. So we no longer have traditional lion killing. But then we just realized that human-lion conflict was real. We did a survey in 2018 to 2020, between 2018 and 2020, and we realized that there were about 450 cases of losses of livestock. Too much. And then we had to find out the solution. And the solution, again, was from within. How can we stop it? Then we realized that the communities had their own interests. So it's about going back to the community and telling them, what can we do? But the always challenge have been the resources. We have these partners coming in. We have the Malia City, if you know Malia City initiatives. They have developed our leadership and organization development. And we have a first new strategic plan, 2024 through 2028. It's all about how we can be able to maximize community engagement for coexistence. And so the major challenge that we have, and that is my ask, is, as Toby says, you have to be part of that solution, because we cannot do it on our own. We have been able to reduce human-lion conflict by 73% in the past 5 years. But we have also managed to reduce retaliations from the average of 5 lions killed per year to 1. With just a passionate team that is committed within the community, but with about 200 US dollars, $200,000 less, because our annual budget is $700 based on our strategic plan, $700 per year. But we are operating with just 200 and managed to bring that such success. If we can get more resources, that means we can make more impact. And this is about together we can. It's about the collective solution. If you are far away, you either come and join us in the team and actively participate, or if you can't join us, then your dollar is important. And I cannot say it just like, oh, I'm shy to speak about it. Conservation is about money. You have to give. If you can't give, then you cannot be a conservationist. You cannot maintain sustainability of our resources. We have to be part of it. We have to either give what we have or take part in the solution. We have a volunteership. We have various opportunities that you can take part. But please, karibu sana. You are welcome.
All right. Thank you all. All right. A hand for our panel as a whole. Thank you guys very much. It's a great discussion. Thank you. All right. So we'll move on to our second session now. And our second session brings us close to home here. We are living with the animals that we love, that many of us even have as pets, that many of us care for here. Very much focused on desert tortoise conservation. And that will be down in a moment here. We are honored and blessed to have 2 of our local collaborators here with us. A father and son dynamic duo, Art and Luke Basulto, who are the heads of Saving Slowpoke. If I could ask you both to come on up. All right. We'll hear some great stories about how to save slowpoke by engaging the community, I suspect is going to be a big part of it. A little bit. All
right. How's it going, everybody? I'm Luke Basulto. I think I want to start this off by telling you a little bit about myself. I'm one of the co-founders, and I know we were introduced as a dynamic duo, but first and foremost, what Saving Slowpoke is a family effort. This is something that we've been working on and having the idea for decades, almost 2 decades now. But huge thanks to the people who aren't standing up here with us right now. It's my brother, Abraham, my sister, Teresita, my wife, Gabrielle, and of course my daughter, Isabel. Without them, this doesn't happen. This is just a complete family effort, and we owe them a lot. Probably more so than myself and him. But yeah, let's get started with this. My upbringing, I'm from Barstow. I grew up, born and raised in the Mojave Desert. I was born and raised in Barstow, California. For those of you who know where that's at, you know it's not the most resource-rich place. So a lot of what some of the folks from Africa had said, you know, you grow up, I grew up having resources temporarily. You know, it was something that was there when there was grant money, and then when the grant money disappeared, it would disappear. And what that does to communities, to young people like I was, is it hardens you. It hardens you because you learn that nothing is reliable. And that's a tough thing to deal with. And that's really one of the core values of Saving Slowpoke, is to be consistent within the communities that we know need the most attention. And I'll go through my slides really quick because I want to give my dad as much time to talk as I can, because he talks a lot. well worth it. Well worth it. But yeah, first and foremost, one of the things we love to do is inspire new advocates. You know, this is the name of the game, to get more people doing what we do. You know, what we all do, caring and advocating and speaking up for the things that they love. We do advocacy of our own. You know, this is something that we feel is so important, especially in our deserts here in California, which are constantly under threat from development to all kinds of different targeted attacks that serve to eliminate desert tortoise habitat. And what we do is speak up for that. We really see ourselves as the voice for this animal. What you're seeing here is one of the things that we were involved with. It was a development that wanted to put a huge resort in a very rural community, and the community hated it. And we went out there and we found a couple of baby tortoises, and those tortoises were the reason why that development does not exist today. So, thank you. Equitable education and outreach. This is one of the things my dad is really going to frame for you all when he talks is, you know, the communities that we were both raised in, as I've mentioned, they don't get a lot of resources, they don't get a lot of attention. And we want to make sure that we are there giving all the attention to those communities as much as we can, because those are the people who we know can affect change. We come from that. We know what it takes. We see the value in doing that for sure. And what you're seeing here is some of the community events that we've done. People gravitate. When you put an animal in someone's hand, especially a reptile or a tortoise, I mean, they can't help fall in love with it. I'm sure some of you have been there before. Inspiring passion by being hands-on. This is a big part of what my upbringing was. A lot of my career was spent as a field person, being really hands-on in the desert. My dad can attest to that too, but being out there and seeing your tangible effect on the landscape and to this animal especially is vitally important to our mission for sure. And these are just cleanups and again, putting animals in people's hands. I'm going to leave it on this slide because, and before I hand it off to my dad, I really do want to frame that the story he tells and his story is really key to what Saving Slowpoke's mission is. You know, it speaks again to his upbringing and why we do what we do. And my dad's story is very powerful. It's why we do what we do and why he is so great at what he does. And I'm just going to hand it to him now, and I'll nudge you or something if you're going over time. So, hey, ladies and gentlemen, this is my dad.
First of all, I'm going to say is that it's unbelievable that I'm here to all of you. I can't believe it. I just can't. I just want to tell a little bit about myself, my motivation. I talked to a few people and you can see my motivation. I want to tell you why I'm so motivated. I was brought up in East Los Angeles by Dodger Stadium. My family started in Alvera Street. That's the first street in Los Angeles. My family is the biggest family in East Los Angeles. I was brought up with gang violence, everything you can imagine in the inner city of Los Angeles. But everything didn't go good at home, so my getaway was the San Gabriel, Los Angeles, and the Rio Hondo River. I would get my brothers and sisters, and I would tuck their shirts in, and we'd fill it up with produce off the ranchers, strawberries and apricots. Then we'd go hang out on the river. That was our getaway till things got better in the evening when we got home with my mom and dad. So then I ended up in foster homes. 18 foster homes I went through. And then I went through McLaren Hall, Juvenile Hall, and I went through all that. And then I decided then I went to jail for a while, and then, and then I went through all the systems. Every system you can imagine I've gone through. And, but I had this passion that it was my getaway, was the wildlife. I always knew I had that. So then I was dead on arrival 3 times from gang violence, gunshots, stab wounds, and survived that. And I think that's what really changed my life too, because when you lose your life and you get a second chance, you enjoy everything, every little tiny thing that crawls. So that kind of changed my life, and I knew that something was happening. So then I moved to the desert. And then I tried to better my life. Right out of prison, I tried to better my life, and better, and better. So I get this job, and it's out in the middle in the desert, and it's for the Department of Defense, and it was like 120-something degrees out there. So I'm sleeping underneath this flatbed pickup truck. And I'm just like, man, I hope I can make this. I hope I could do this. I got to do this and be an example for my family. So I'm trying. And then I'm falling asleep underneath the truck in a nice cool shade, and then I'm laying there and I hear this little thing crawling. And I'm like, what is that? And I'm laying there, I'm like, what is this? I'm looking, and here comes this huge, massive desert tortoise. And he's coming towards me, and I'm like, what is that thing? I knew of turtles and stuff like that, but I was like, what is that? And he comes towards me, and I'm looking at him. He's probably just a hand reach away from me, and I'm looking at him, and he's looking at me, and I always remember his big, green, healthy eyes just staring at me. And I was just like, I'm not even going to move. I'm not going to move. I'm going to sit here. And then he just lets all his air out of his body, and he lays there, and I looked at him for hours. We shared the shade together. Right now, I was like, what is that? I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it. And that's what changed my life. That desert tortoise changed my life. Because after that, we shared there for a few hours in the shade, and then he got up and he started walking away. And I watched him. I go, where's he going? There's nothing out here. Where is he going? And I got up and I followed him. I go, where is he going? And then I realized that he can survive off that out there. And then that's when I started realizing, well, I can do this. And then that's when my life started changing, was when it was being that desert tortoise. I said, I have to do something for this animal. He changed my life. He changed my whole family's life. Because remember, I left LA to be an example. And I did that. So then I worked with the federal government for 47 years now. And I help manage right now. I can't talk too much about my other job, but I help manage the majority of the Mojave Desert here. And I've been doing it for 47 years. And I know it like the back of my hand. And I'm telling you, I've seen things change. People in this desert, like you said, we got to stick up for our deserts. When in all my years out there in the field, I've seen these things change. I never was a scientist. I've been out there so long, I don't keep track of months like spring, summer, winter, and fall. I could tell by the wildlife, the migrators, I could tell the season, I could smell the air. I could tell that the seasons are changing and what's coming up. Well, now, I don't see that no more. I wait for, when I first started, I used to wait for the big monarch butterflies to fly by. I used to wait for the grasshoppers, the locusts, the hummingbirds, the turkey vultures. I I don't see it no more. I don't see that no more. So I'm sitting here, and like I said, I'm not a scientist or nothing. My son's more into the science stuff, and then I'm like, what's happening? And then they're telling me about a keystone species, and he's our desert tortoise. So then I figured it out, and he's explaining to me, so I started listening to scientists. So I put 2 and 2 together, and I said, that's what's happening. We're losing everything. We need to slow down. We need to slow down, and us conservationists have to pick it up. I see it from my own eyes. I figured it out. I said, that's what's happening. It's happening, people. We have to do it. We have to protect our deserts. I tell you something, one time I was going through the desert, and I seen Kelso Dunes one time. I was driving through the desert, and I said, what cloud is that? And it just finished raining. I said, I wonder what cloud that is. And I looked at it, and I looked at it, and you know what it was? It was after the rain, the sand dune got hot, and it's putting out moisture. It was putting out moisture on there. And then I was, well, yeah, but no. So I started putting out moisture, and I said, man, this desert is beautiful. But yeah, so that's kind of like what changed my life, was that desert tortoise, and now I'll never give up. And then now I realize I am a conservationist.
Thanks, Dan. No, thank you all so much for hearing that story out. As I said, it's so important to the core of what we believe in, and we're really looking forward to y'all's questions. That's really where I think we're going to answer a lot, hopefully. So thank you again. Yeah.
What an inspiration, eh? Holy smokes. You know, we talk a lot about the healing powers of nature, the restorative powers of nature, but goodness gracious, the individual connection with a single animal, you know, single plant, a single ecosystem. Just a great story. Next up, we are fortunate to have 2 awesome people from my team who are going to talk about the kinds of work that we do here. Lou Thomas. There you are. Lou has been one of our longest employees in the Department of Conservation, and she's going to talk to us about a lot of the biological things that we do to benefit desert tortoises. Lou.
Okay. Morning. So I'm Lou. I work in the Living Desert. I'm in the conservation department here, and a majority of my work focuses with desert tortoises. So I'm going to tell you about the 3 ways that we kind of focus on for our ecological areas of helping conserve desert tortoises. So the first being habitat restoration, and as Dr. James mentioned earlier, we like to use the desert tortoise kind of as an umbrella species. So we go into areas that need restoration, and we can say that we're doing this for the desert tortoise, which we are, but the work that we do really impacts the entire ecosystem and all the other plants and animals there. A few of the methods that we use are building these rock dams, which you can see on the far right. Those kind of help slow down water and redistribute it across the landscape. So in areas where we've had freeways put in and culverts for those freeways to channel water underneath them so that they're not flooding the freeways, it makes the water go into these really distinct channels. So then we're not getting water across the landscape like we used to. So all of those plants that are up on the higher levels, they're not getting the same water as those plants that are growing right along the sides of these channels. So by putting these rock dams in, we're able to spread the water back out across the ecosystem and slow its progress down so that the seeds that are sitting in the seed bank get more water and a longer time to germinate. So we do vegetation surveys as well to see what's already out there, what we can add back in that was historically in those areas, as well as collect native seeds so that we can add them back to the seed bank in places where desert tortoise populations are healthy but need a boost with more vegetation. So most of those seeds are annuals, which are plants that have gone through a whole life cycle within 1 year. And tortoises really depend on those for forage once they've come out of brumation. There's like a hibernation they do over the winter. But we also outplant plants directly. So you'll see all these apuncha pads here on the left. These are super drought resistant hardy plants. So those are one of the species we focus on to actually outplant because we can water them 2 or 3 times after we've planted them, let them go, and they can survive on their own. And those are really, really important for desert tortoises, especially in years when we're having higher drought. just because these guys can keep living and they hold a lot of water in those pads, so tortoises can get a lot of nutrients from them. Our second method we do is help with rehoming and adopting desert tortoises. So they're actually legal to adopt if you have a permit. The issue is a lot of people think that because they are a native animal, that they can just release them if they no longer want them. So if they don't know how to care for them or they're moving and they think we don't need this animal anymore, they'll just release it. And if you can see that photo on the top right, got some nasal discharge, sorry, your left, my right. That is an upper respiratory tract disease, so that's what we call a sloughing event. And it's something that animals started getting in human habitats, so when they were living with humans, and people were releasing them, and they were spreading that to wild populations. And so that caused a big decrease in tortoise populations in the wild. So not only will they displace other animals that already have home ranges, but they'll also pass on this disease. So when tortoises meet each other, a lot of times they're bumping noses, they're sniffing, because their sense of smell is very strong. So they pass on that disease by rubbing noses. And when these tortoises are in human care because they're getting food, they're getting water, we don't always see that disease, but once they get released, which they're not used to, because then they're out in the desert trying to survive on their own, they're naive to predators, how to find shade, how to build habitat, then these symptoms and signs will start producing, and we'll start seeing them. So they'll pass on to wild populations which don't have the same access to medical help like we do when we have them in our care. And so we're unable to treat them when they're in the wild. And once they're a carrier for life. So even if they don't have the signs or symptoms, they're still carrying those. Typically it's a mycoplasma, but they'll pass it on. So we get tortoises of all shapes, sizes, ages. You can see we have one that came in that was 80. We've had them come in as hatchlings when they're only 3 months. That one down on the bottom left is an idea of when we get tortoises that people don't know how to care for. They can have things like bladder stones, which is a calcium buildup, typically from incorrect diet or incorrect water, sunlight, stuff like that. Same with this pyramiding on these two down here. We have a photo of what a healthy shell should look like, where it's nice and smooth and domed, versus that pyramiding where each scute, which is each little part of the shell, is pyramided up, but the actual shell itself is flat. And that's because the shell is fused onto their skeletal system, so if they're not getting the right calcium, then they can't actually support their shell to grow it in that nice healthy manner that we see over here. Our last way, which is probably my favorite to talk about, which is a lot of fun, but arguably not the most important if we don't have the ecosystems to release them on, as James said earlier, is our head starting. So these are hatchlings that we get, typically actually as eggs, not as the hatchlings already. So we'll get the eggs. We have them in incubators. Once they hatch, we put them out into these mesocosms, so those black tubs that we see. And we keep their habitats nice and warm when they're with us. So we have them for about 6 months, sometimes a little longer. We get them in September, August. And after they hatch out of those incubators, we put them in the mesocosms, and we have those lights on them for 12 hours a day. So even though we're having them over the winter, when they'd typically be brumating, we can kind of trick their system into thinking they should stay awake, keep eating, and keep growing. So we keep them nice and warm to keep their metabolism high, and we give them as much food as they want a couple times a week for a certain period of time, just to try to encourage that growth. So we can get them to grow about 4 times as fast as they would in the wild. So by the time they leave, they're about the size of a 2 to 3-year-old within that 6 months. And then they go back to Edwards Air Force Base. So we work with Edwards Air Force Base and San Diego Zoo for this program. San Diego Zoo goes and collects the eggs and brings them to us. And then the hatchlings go back to the base where they were first collected. So with these guys, their shell doesn't get hard until they're about 5 years old. So the point of this head starting is to try to get them over that initial hump when they're really the easiest prey for most anything. So we'll talk about ravens quite a bit, which I'm sure Katie will touch on in a moment. But anything from coyotes, fire ants, to mice can predate on these guys. So when they're born, they're about the size of a ping pong ball, as you can see in that bottom photo. Their cells are super soft. Ants can bite through that. Most everything can bite through that. So we try to give them a nice healthy start. These 2 pictures on the bottom show you what they look like when they start with us and what they look like when they leave. And this top one on the left is a photo of a hatchling that we had here, and one that actually did hatch on Edwards Air Force Base, but did not come down here. It hid up in the Head Start pens, and so it got released at the same time as everyone else, but that kind of gives you an idea of the size difference from one that was head started inside versus one that was not. So those are our three kind of methods that we use for ecological restoration for desert tortoise populations, and now I'll pass it over to Katie.
All right, thank you, Lou. Next up is our master coordinator, which we haven't called out today, but last night I called Katie out as the person who is the reason why everything is moving so well. So a hand for Katie as our coordinator, first off, for IDCS. Katie is also our conservation social scientist here, so she is the lead on a lot of the things that we do working with the public. So Katie.
Hello, everyone. Yes, so when I am not event planning, like this weekend, I work as our conservation social scientist here, which means that I work on our conservation projects that involve people in some capacity. And so I'd like to share with you some of the work we do related to desert tortoise conservation, a lot of behavior change, education, outreach. So we've got three main buckets, if you will, of our desert tortoise social science projects. And so you've probably all seen the photo on the left around places, very dirty dumpsters, even residential bins that are overflowing or knocked over. And unfortunately, this is a huge problem because these all become food subsidies for ravens. They take advantage. They're very smart birds. They'll take advantage whenever they can. And thanks to these human-provided food subsidies, we now have a raven population that's up to 17 times what it should be in the California deserts. All these ravens prey on juvenile desert tortoises, so all of the cute little ones that Lou was just showing are very susceptible to this predation. So ultimately, the source of this issue, though, is people, right? We're providing these food subsidies and causing this unbalance in the ecosystem. So we created a behavior change campaign called Time to Talk Trash. So we work with residents and do outreach and education about this connection between food subsidies, the desert tortoise, and ravens and the desert tortoise. We also work with restaurants and food-related businesses. So we've developed a program where we've now worked with almost 500 restaurants across Southern California. So we go out and we survey whether their dumpster is opened or closed. And if we do this 5 times, if their dumpster is closed and clean at least 80% of the time, we award them our Gold Star Award. So this includes table toppers such as this here and other public-facing materials so they can share with their customers that they're helping protect desert wildlife. And then if their dumpster is closed and clean less than 80% of the time, we go in and we do interventions with managers, teach them about this relationship, encourage them to also join other restaurants that are keeping their dumpsters closed to help us in this effort. And then we'll survey 5 more times again. And hopefully we generally have some new Gold Star winners. And then we let other folks know, hey, your peers are Gold Star recipients. You want to be one too? And so encourage that behavior change to help. Another area that we do a lot of work with for the desert tortoise is with the OHV community. Since there are a lot of threats to desert tortoises from habitat degradation, getting hit by OHVs. So we've been working on outreach and education with this community. So we've been partnering with all different OHV groups, off-highway vehicle is the terminology there. All these OHV groups across Southern California. So in the, which picture is it? There's a picture from Johnson Valley there you'll see, and that was from this past weekend actually. I was up at an event called King of the Hammers with about 100,000 people gathered in the Mojave Desert to enjoy OHV races. And so we talk to folks. A big part of it is just letting them know when they're in desert tortoise habitat. A lot of the people I talked to had no idea. So first step, awareness. And then we've also, we want to encourage them to help in some really simple ways while they're out recreating. So I had some fun making some very goofy stickers that serve as visual reminders for folks that they're in desert tortoise country. And then we asked them a few simple ways to help, such as not picking up tortoises when you do see them. Otherwise, they can void their bladder, and that is water that they need to store to survive the hot summers here. We also ask people to stay on trail so that you don't crush their burrows or the plants that the desert tortoises need to survive. And then beyond some of the events with partners, we've also turned our very own department's Can-Am that we use for field work into a part-time tortoise mobile. And so we've gotten a bunch of stickers and plushies and really made it a bit of a spectacle. And we take it out to where people are on the trails and meet them there and talk to them there about different ways that they can help as well. And we've been getting great feedback so far, so it's been awesome. And then finally, we've been doing outreach in schools. We've been talking a lot about the importance of education and future generations. And so, again, just educating students that live in desert tortoise habitat around critical habitat units. Again, providing ways that they can help. We want to make new agents of conservation. And we bring one of our tortoises that was surrendered to us as a pet to provide that interaction for students, and they're able to connect with the animal and gain appreciation. So yeah, that's some of our social science work that complements a lot of the biological projects that Lou talked about, because it's a complex problem, and us and Saving Slowpoke and a lot of other folks are working on desert tortoise conservation, and hopefully we'll be making a difference. Thank you.
All right, so if we could have our speakers come up. Lou and Katie. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Again, we have our QR code if you want to add some questions to this. I will go through that here and share those with them. While the questions are coming in, I'd like to start with the two of you, Luke and Art. So you both talked about, in different ways, the value of stability for success in the work that you do. Luke, you were talking a lot about the financial stability, and Art, you were talking about the stability growing up, right? Of not just yourself, but for other people who are out in the desert and enjoying things. I wonder if you could talk about how that stability could be encouraged, like financial, interpersonal, personal, so that people can become more active as conservationists. Is that necessary? Or is it something that is just helpful? Oh, shoot, yeah, let me get the microphone. That helps.
Thank you. Yeah, you know, for us, one thing I didn't mention was that another one of our core beliefs is that you can't tell somebody that they need to love something. You know, I think a lot of the folks here who work with communities will agree that you can't show someone something and say, you have to love this thing, right? That doesn't last very long. People could say like, okay, I guess I'll try to love it, but they have no connection to it. So for us, our goal is to just give that initial push. You know, we do that through the lens of the desert tortoise. And we basically show people what it looks like to care for something, what it looks like to be passionate about something. Because once they do that, it's transferable. You know, it doesn't have to be the tortoise. I think building in stability means building in a long-lasting love for something, a long-lasting passion for something. And that passion comes from them learning it themselves. You know, building, like, just opening the door, and whether it's tortoises, whether it's tortoises the first time, and that's the first thing that they say, I want to learn more about this, and they start learning about it themselves, and they start looking into it, and they start falling in love with it. That's really our goal, is to just get people to fall in love with something, you know, whatever it is, because that's just what it takes to be an advocate, a long-lasting advocate. You have to love this. Like, I'm sure everybody here will agree that, like, we all love what we do. And that's what keeps us in this. It's not money, obviously it's not money. A lot of us always need money, but we do it because we love it, and we do it because we want to get others to love it the way we love it. So that's my answer to that. Yeah. Do you want to say anything else?
Yeah, this one's gonna be a tough one. Mine is, I do education outreach. That's the number one. Like I said, I was brought up in gang violence. I went to all the meetings. The bottom line is you have to teach the youth. The older ones have their way, but it's the youth that are coming up. You have to teach them. It's the only way. So that's why I'm a huge advocate in conservation now and education. But the one I'm going to tell you, one thing is what gets me is when I got 60 or 80 kids sitting in front of me, now I'm walking back and forth, and I'm looking at every one of these child, I can relate to every single one of them. That, I can see some that are, that are bruised, and some that they ain't even paying attention. They're too busy thinking about what's at home. This is only temporary, this little class I'm doing, but I could watch that child, and I know what she's going through or he's going through, and I know that he's not focusing on me. He's focusing on that he has to go home and go back to his environment. And I don't want that. I don't want to see that. So I go down the line, I see all these kids, and I can relate to every single one of them, what they're going through, and I'm trying to change that. That's one of the big things that motivates me a lot, is that I don't want to see children like that. I want to get them outdoors. I want to get them outside the classroom. I want to get them outside that box and change their minds for 4 or 5 hours out in that desert, and give them peace of mind, and maybe give them a dream, give them something to shoot for, because those children that I see that are being abused and stuff like that, they have nothing. They have nothing. They think this is my life. This is the way it's going to be. So that's why I'm so huge in education and getting children outdoors, out of that box.
All right. All right. So we had a bunch of questions about the Gold Star Restaurants program, because clearly dumpster surveys are the sexiest
Yes.
of all science.
Yes.
There is nothing more attractive than driving behind restaurants. A couple questions along those lines. So when you're working with the restaurants, trying to get them to cover their trash at greater rates, you use a lot of different tools. We use a lot of different tools, right? The health codes, the social opprobrium, the benefits to the community, making it look better, being more attractive for things. What is the hook? What is the thing that you find most commonly makes restaurants want to cover their dumpsters more frequently?
We've been trying to learn that. We've been expanding this project for a few years now, and continually trying to learn more and grow with it. So we actually started doing surveys or interviews with staff at restaurants and asking them what their biggest motivations are. And so we're trying to work that in. We're trying to use social science to get the data we need to be the most effective. And we found with some places it is just having a clean, presentable appearance. But if that's the hook that'll make it happen, then we'll take whatever we can get. We've had, a lot of places respond to us that they didn't know about the connection between their dumpster and desert wildlife and the desert tortoise. And it's not an intuitive connection, so sometimes just letting folks know about that is motivation. And then the Gold Star Awards themselves are meant to be like a social norming tool. We do have all the restaurants on a website, coveryourtrash.org. Feel free to check that out. There's more information. But we do try and highlight them and thank them for the good work that they're doing, and kind of create that norm that this is what all restaurants should be doing, so that there's kind of a sense of peer pressure for the other ones to get up to that norm.
Awesome. Yeah, right. Thank you. And on the Cover Your Trash, don't we have a list of the Gold Star restaurants?
Yep.
As well, on that website?
Yep, that's on there as well, yeah.
Okay. Some folks were asking. So if you want to choose wisely, and you can also, when you go into restaurants, you can ask them, hey, are you closing your dumpsters? I saw your dumpsters were open. There are a lot of ravens around it. You should probably close your dumpsters. Be our advocates.
Please
right?
do. More social norming.
Lou, a question for you that we had. Of the diversity of things that you're doing ecologically in the field, what do you think is the most beneficial for the tortoises? What do you think is making the most difference?
Well, I think habitat. I mean, I think you have to start with habitat because, like you mentioned earlier, if we're head starting all these tortoises and releasing them on habitat that's not safe, doesn't have water, they can't find other hatchlings. I mean, if they don't have the resources that they need to actually survive to a breeding age, which for them is usually 15 to 25 years, then, you know, raising a bunch of hatchlings doesn't do you any good unless they have somewhere safe to be, if they can stay at a good temperature. So really starting with the habitat and building up to make sure you have that diversity and that they have the resources they need, I think is the most important.
Right, yeah, and that's really a lot of the benefit of working with Edwards so much is that they do protect that area. It's surprising how much of the desert, if I could editorialize, this is obviously all of our projects and all of us are super passionate, and you both have worked with the DoD a lot too. It's surprising how much of the desert is protected by the Department of Defense. Shout out to one of our non-traditional partners in conservation here in Southern California. There are issues, you know, bombs and tanks aren't so great for them, but it's where we are. For you both, you work for Saving Slowpoke. All right, maybe this is a question for you. So as a keen advocate of working with kids, right, and changing that next generation, what is the single best thing or best things that you could do that you found are most effective at turning kids so that they include conservation, include wildlife as things that are points of passion for them?
Mine is getting them outdoors. If you guys want to, I mean, Saving Slowpoke is get them outdoors. Get them, like I said, get them away from what they're used to in their environment, and get them out to the desert because when I got them out in the desert, they're all mine. They're all mine. You can run as far as you want. You know, you can run as far as you want, but I'm keeping them in here, and I'm going to teach them, and I'm going to show them. It's like I said, I've been doing it for 47 years. I take care of 4 million acres. I know, like the back of my hand, I've been bit by everything out there, but I just want to take children outside their box, and like I said, give them that peace of mind, and do my best to get them to fall in love with something.
Yeah, that's great.
I think I'll add to that because my dad doesn't always realize that he does this really effectively is for getting things to stick with a lot of these kids. It's coming down to their level and relating with them. You know, making sure that they know that we know what they're going through to a degree. You know, we don't know everybody's situation, but we know, as my dad's mentioned, like there's certain things that like we just know because we've been there. And I think that really resonates when you can have an authentic interaction with a child or a young person. It doesn't always have to be a child either. Like we've talked to teenagers, young adults. Of course, we talk to reformed, I don't want to say convicts, but like, you know, people who have been through a system. And I think the key to all of it, the key to just getting them to know is trust. You know, and that trust comes from a level of relation and just leveling with people. So.
Right, all right. Bravo. Yeah. You know, something that I really like about the both of your answers is it very much resonates with things that, like Dr. Greg was saying, in Africa too, right, in Zimbabwe, that a lot of that is getting kids out, getting them in touch with the land, and very much the things that Jonathan and Toby are doing too with local communities, right? This is a transnational effort.
Get a dog suit.
Get a dog suit. Yeah. Some of us may spend a lot of time in those kinds of dog suits or rhino suits or what have you. We also have 2 tortoise suits here that we've used a lot, our Mojave Maxine. A question for you, Katie. There has been several questions about the evaluation, and this is also for you too, Lou, about the release. So how do we know that these projects are being successful? What are you doing to evaluate these projects?
Yes, so one thing I actually ran out of time and didn't get to mention in my talk was that with the school outreaches, we're very much interested in that ourselves. You know, we can talk at people, but we want to see if the message is resonating and getting through. And so we've created short little surveys that we give to all the students before, like right when we get there, before we say anything, and then we give the same ones again at the end to be able to actually measure if we're able to move the needle. And so it's been exciting to find that a lot of students that we've talked to already have really positive attitudes about the desert tortoise, but we were able to shift that needle further and show a significant difference in making, creating more positive attitudes. We also noticed a big difference after our presentations in students being able to identify ways that they can help the desert tortoise themselves. And so just raising that awareness, providing calls to action that are appropriate for them, and it's been really great to see that those messages have been resonating in the surveys that we've done.
All right.
In terms of the Head Starts, anyways, that one's a little bit easier because we're able to attach trackers to their shells. So we know that in general, tortoises have about a 2 to 5% chance of making it to a reproductive age. And with Head Starts, that number goes up quite a bit, closer to 80 to 85. So we've been seeing that so far with our first 2 cohorts. Our third one is still with us, so they haven't been released. And those are only 2 years at this point also. So I mean, there's still lots of time for them. But overall, they've been doing really well. They've been staying in the nicely protected areas on Edwards Air Force Base and good quality habitat where they were released. So we've been seeing really good results so far. We have had a couple of raven mortalities, which have been most of them, I think maybe 1 coyote. But apart from that, we've been seeing pretty high numbers. So I think right now with our first cohort, we're about 86, and our second still at 100.
That's great. Wow. And that's also, I think, a testament to the degree to which the challenges are being addressed on those grounds where the tortoises are being released. All right. Hey, so just to wrap up this session, a couple questions people ask. I love deserts. I'm from this area. I really want this work to happen. How can we help? How do we volunteer? What can we do? Oh, all right. There you go. Katie, you want to start us off?
Yeah, I mean, just spreading some of the awareness and the messages that we're trying to share. We are but 4 individuals up here, and there's a lot of people that live out in this desert and call it home. And like I said, a lot of people that I talk to aren't aware that they're in desert tortoise habitats when they're out recreating, or they don't know the connection between something as simple as keeping their trash bin closed and clean at home to restore balance with the ravens. And so just simple messages. Again, we try and share calls to action that people can readily do. And so if you can join us in spreading that message and, of course, doing those things, recreating responsibly, supporting our Gold Star restaurants, we need advocates beyond just us for this.
All right. Yeah, true.
Yeah, another thing we'd really like to promote is planting native plants, whether that's at your house or places near you, but invasive plants take up a lot of room in our deserts and they outcompete a lot of native forbs that our desert tortoises rely on. So anything you can do to help keep invasive plants out of the desert, like making sure your shoes are clean if you come back from overseas, or even if you're in an area where you know there's a lot of invasive plants, getting those shoes clean before you go on other trails, staying on the trails, that way you're not tracking seeds and hurting seeds that are in the seed bank. All of those things really help.
All right.
That's a tough one. I could go on that one. Yeah, mine is just be an advocate and be its voice. If you spend so much time as me out in the desert, you can see that it's crying for help.
All right. Be the voice.
Yeah, I think one thing we always tell everybody is to follow your passion. You know, follow your passion and get others to follow their passion and let them know that that's okay and let them know that that's important. I'll also say that for those, because I'm assuming many of you are from this area, you're already kind of doing it. I mean, this community, as well as others in the Coachella Valley, recently got the desert and the desert tortoise a massive win in Chuckwalla National Monument. That kind of massive win doesn't happen without the help of a community that already cares and that is spreading the word about how important something is. And just so you guys know, if it wasn't clear in the messaging of Chuckwalla is protecting over 400,000 acres of of designated critical habitat for the desert tortoise. So it's a massive win for habitat. Yeah. So I'll say, keep it up.
All right, thank you. A hand for our panelists. All right, so let's take a break for 10, 15 minutes. If we could reconvene about 11:10, that would be fantastic. Thanks, folks. Fantastic. Thanks for everything. Super happy. Super happy. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that. Sounds great.
Hey James.
Hey.
This panel 4.
Yes. Opportunities for discussion later on in the day. That's right. Should be. All right, so our third panel is a discussion about community-based conservation in Africa. This is going to be facilitated by Katie, because I'm actually one of the panelists. But I'm hoping that you're seeing already a lot of the discussion, the seeds of these ideas have already been planted, especially in the discussions that Jonathan Toby and Dr. Gregg were talking a lot about their work, working with communities in Africa. We're going to talk a bit more about it in a few other countries here. So, Ms. Katie.
All right, switching it up here. All right, so for this panel, we have got two of our partners from Transfrontier Africa here today, and we've got Shikane that will be coming up to share about the Bush Babies Environmental Education Program. So come on up.
Okay. Hi, good morning, everybody. I was like, is that me? But it looks like it is. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Tsakani Ngumalo. I am a Black Mamba by passion and an environmental educator. Well, I don't know by what, but maybe by profession. I actually love teaching kids, which is why I'm actually getting my degree in teaching. So I'll be full-time in there. Great, better pay up. So I started working at the age of 24 as a Black Mamba. I heard someone saying that they were not really passionate about this environment, but then they heard about the money and went in. I didn't hear about the money, I heard about the chance. Because when they asked what the Black Mambas were, I told them it was the snake, not actually the organization. So now I have all the information, and yes. So I'm working as a Black Mamba / environmental educator under Transfrontier Africa, and also the Black Mambas. So the Black Mambas are our sister project of the Bush Babies. So we are working in the communities, the disadvantaged communities, from where the ladies are from, the ladies from the Black Mambas and the ladies from the Bush Babies. Oh, hi, Katie. Hi, Katie. Technology. Thank you. So we went to school on a normal day and asked the children to actually write down or draw their environmental problem. And that is a picture that a kid drew. I've never seen an advert of that picture. I've never seen it on a magazine. And that was a real problem, because before the Black Mambas started, poaching was very high. So this picture speaks volumes. It says a lot about what that children is exposed to. It says a lot about what that child knows. So for us, it was on that upper left, we saw a rhino was in the middle. So the rhino was being poached a lot. So the Black Mambas came there to protect the rhino. But what about the water the rhino has to drink? What about the inhabitant? What about the trees that are being cut down? Where are they going to stay? What are they going to eat? So that is where the Bush Babies came about. We were teaching the kids how to preserve the water, how to keep the water clean for the rhino to drink, how to keep the trees, the importance of cutting down a tree and having to plant another tree, because it's their inhabitant. So we also bring in experts to come and teach the kids, because as an environmental educator, I don't know everything. There's someone out there who knows about maybe first aid, someone who works with the bees. I have no idea what bees are doing. I just know they sting and it hurts. So we're bringing in experts to come and actually teach the kids, experts like the Black Mambas. Having to wear this uniform takes a lot of exercises, a lot of training, semi-army training, which I had to go through twice. I don't know why. You can ask Craig. So the members come in, teach the kids about the training, the importance of preserving the rhino, and I have to go to the classroom because education is #1 foundation. they can't really preserve the rhino if they don't have the right education, if they don't know the importance of having to preserve that rhino. And with the help of the sponsors, which is you, can you please give yourself a round of applause? We also get to take the kids out on game drives. Guys, we had to go out with a teacher who saw a rhino for the first time in her life. Like, guys, I'm only seeing this for the first time, and like I've seen it 100 times. I was like, where have you lived? Where have you been? Where have you been living? So it helps, and also, oh, Kathy, okay, sorry. We have a Bush Babies program. Sorry, a Bush Grannies. Yes, so the Bush Grannies are the multi-generational matriarchs. So they have a lot of information. But then a lot of information that somehow can be misleading because they have a lot of beliefs that an owl is for witchcraft. I don't know if you know about that. But we are being there to teach the Bush Grannies about also the importance of preserving nature. But the Bush Grannies have a knowledge that they're passing down to us also. And for me, they're also important because my son is left with the grannies. So that is one important factor for them. And we also take the Bush Grannies on bush drives. They also see the animals because they are 80, 90, they've never seen an animal in their life. They've never seen an elephant. They just think an elephant is this tiny because they see it on TV, whereas it's very big. So we also have the Bush Babies trip, where we have bush babies from the age of 5 to 12, where we are teaching them of the importance of having to respect like the behavioral change that we enforcing in them, and also we have a food security where we have a garden that we are teaching the kids how to plant veggies. And Kathy. Okay, we also have an animal welfare. Oh, look at that donkey, it's smiling. So we are teaching them how to love their animals because we can't be teaching them of preserving animals that are in the wild, whereas they can't preserve their domestic animals. They can't love their domestic animals. So we have a vet that comes in, teaches them about how to take care of their animals, and also teaching the kids how to love their dogs, take care of their dogs. And also we have sponsors who got harnesses for the donkeys, so they don't have to be tied in ropes and all that. So it really helps. And the last one, sorry, Kathy. The last one is the survey that we do and that the Living Desert also did. So it shows on the numbers that how are the kids performing? How are the kids taking the education that we're taking to the schools? How are they receiving it? How are they taking it forward? Because it's from the kids to the parents to the grandparents. So that shows that we are reaching the number that we want with the environmental education that we are busy with. Thank you, Katie.
All right. Thank you so much. And then to follow up, Craig will be joining us to share about the sister program from Transfrontier Africa, the Black Mamba's anti-poaching units.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, Katie, everybody else, and well done, Sergeant. Okay, first time traveling outside of your home country, all on her own as well. Yeah. It's really, to me, it's really important that people get to feel as part of a global community, so that's something that we've got to recognize as well, and this opportunity that's been provided to us by the Living Desert is really great. It's, I think you're like the 12th member of the Mamba's team that has had an opportunity to travel outside of South Africa and stand on a public stage in an international community and showcase the work that they do. Chakani is a great example of what we stand for. We stand for the multi-generational impact that women can bring into the arena of conservation. For too long, conservation has been dominated by the set of values that men bring in. I don't want to use the patriarchy and all those other catchphrases that are flying around right now. And that worked really well for a very long time. But there's a set of values that women hold that men don't. And that's the massive gap in conservation globally around the world. All right, when I employed the first 6 black mambas as a demonstration model 11 years ago, they're still with us to this very day. It was a career choice because they've got families to look after. They're the primary caregivers in their families, in their households, and in their communities. And if you invest in a young woman, you're giving her the decision-making capacity. We talk about overpopulation. Everybody's having so many babies, and they can't feed them, and running around in the sand, and you know, they're not going to school, they're not doing this and that. How about you give the decision-making capacity to the young woman, make her the breadwinner in the community. Let her decide if she wants to have another child. Let her decide if she wants to spend her money on food or educating the kids, you know. And anyway, the 6 black mambas came along 11 years ago, demonstrated that we could do this job. What is it now? 36 young women from our 3 target communities protect about 25,000 hectares in total, and in the time that we have deployed, we haven't lost a rhino. Am I supposed to push the button? Okay. Apologies, I forgot about the technology. There it is. Thank you very much. Lots of pretty pictures. There's the... So it is a paramilitarized organization. The ladies are unarmed because we expect them to tuck their children into bed at night and rather tell them wonderful stories about the elephants drinking out of the water holes and the hyenas calling at night, rather than G.I. Jane with a machine gun shooting at uncles and brothers in the community. Remember, where they live, it's the same communities where the poachers live. Their children are going to the same schools, they're shopping in the same shops, they're sharing the same public transport, whatever it might be. Okay, it's a disruptive model, it's eyes and ears, it's the bobbies on the beat. It's based on the old British policing model. That's one tier below. So most anti-poaching units will have the armed response and the intelligence gathering in those tiers, but they don't have that bobbies on the beat, eyes and ears, saturate the landscape, babysit the rhinos, monitoring all the time, knocking on your doors, looking in your bags, stopping the vehicles. It's passive-aggressive. It's, yeah. But it's not non-invasive, but you know what I mean. It's more a Gandhi approach than pulling people out into the streets and searching through their homes with a machine gun in your face. Anyway, a lot of kilometers covered, boots on the ground. What's going on here? There's our mission and our vision. I'm not going to bore you with all of this stuff. I think you guys get the message. It's a female-based, and by the way, in the time that we have been running this project, the Mambas have taken responsibility for it. They run their own operations room. They have their own deployment strategy. They have a little, or a lot of institutional memory of the landscape, and that's the value of keeping people. Oh, I've got 1 minute left. That's not how you spell minute, by the way. That's I've got 1 minute left. I'm joking. That's anyway. So we all know that and especially in the police, all the criminologists out there will tell you women are very good at de-escalating conflict situations as well. All right? So this is something that's quite well documented in any anthropology lesson, and that's what we want. We don't want to fight fire with fire. What is it that Felicia Mogokani, one of my very early sergeants, she now runs the operations room, she told me one day, I don't want to go back to a village full of orphans and widows. You know, when we were losing 3.5 rhinos a night, that was the reality in those days. We didn't have many days of rhinos left. Okay, I said, we're going to arm ourselves, and we're going to go out there, and we're going to clean up the landscape. She said, I don't want to go back to a community full of orphans and widows, because who's going to pick up the tab? The young women. They're going to now run that household single-handedly, without a breadwinner, without an uncle, a father, a brother. And then, was it later in Kabela, I think that said to me, how can you place the life of an animal over the life of a human being? He said, that's not, culturally, that's really foreign to us. You want to shoot someone? Etime, oh, time. And it's mirror image. All right. This is what we do. There's a lot of slides here. And that's it. But, you know, the last parting word that I want to leave you, it's not a one-glove-fits-all solution. But what is catalytic is to empower the young women. That's the common thread, and you've heard it through all of these projects, and it's become a common theme. If you really want to make yourselves twice as effective in the short time that we have left as managers or contributors to conservation, get to the kids, so that that multi-generational lag period is short-circuited.
All right, thanks, Greg. All right, next up we have Mark Butcher, who is a manager of the Envelo Safari Lodges, which has developed the Community Rhino Conservation Initiative. All right, thanks, Mark.
All right, thanks very much. Obviously, there's a time pressure here, and there's a big story to tell. I'm going to try and tell you how we tie in a whole bunch of different elements, and one of them is sustainability, the other one is community-based, the other one is an ecotourism model, and wildlife conservation. And trying to do that in 5 minutes is hard, but trying to even tell the story is quite hard. But let me go from here. So the first thing is the different elements that are involved here. And obviously, people like the Living Desert Zoo and Gardens, thank you, for giving us an opportunity to tell our story is a huge part of that. Where are we? Okay, so we're in Africa. We're in Southern Africa. We're in the landlocked jewel of Southern Africa. I'm sorry, South Africa, Zimbabwe. And we're a part of CASA. CASA is the Kavango Zambezi Trans-Frontier Conservation Area. It's this huge vision for what the future of our part of Africa might be. 200,000 square miles, 5 countries, 15 national parks. And we don't want them to be islands surrounded by people. We need to try and keep them connected, try and keep them alive. And the jewel of CASA, the mother of CASA, the oldest national park in CASA is Hwange National Park, 5,000 square miles, 50,000 elephants. And along the southern boundary of Hwange National Park is the biggest human-wildlife conflict interface in the whole of CASA. Okay, we've got a lot of people, a lot of wildlife, all living together. We're trying to figure out a way that they can all coexist into the future. Okay, so it's really important to try and figure that out. All right, next slide is here. How do we do that? Okay, one of the ways I'm talking about is sustainability, and sustainability is obviously about money. And philanthropy is wonderful. We take it with open hands and say thank you very much, but another good way is to make money for ourselves. The Living Desert here takes philanthropy money, and you pay some money going in through the gate. That's what keeps things alive. And we do it by setting up a tourism model in Envelo Safari Lodges, and we try and get people to come to our part of the world. You guys have got choices where you can travel in the world and where you can go on safari. Try and come down to us. Got the Elephant Express railway line. I mean, it's a rail car across Hwange National Park. Isn't that fantastic? We do, in Hwange National Park, guys like Vusa and myself will take you on foot amongst the elephants and the wild dogs. We go on bicycles amongst the elephants. We have these fantastic dinners around our beloved elephants. Hwange's elephants don't differentiate between swimming pools and water holes. And, of course, lunch with the elephants or the rhinos. It's fantastic. So that's that's the revenue generation sustainability element to this model. The other part is, of course, people, okay? And too often in Africa, in Africa's history, we've been hearing stories about the poaching that was going on around Kruger, but we have disenfranchised the communities, okay? And we cannot save Africa's wildlife, we cannot save Africa's wild places if we don't engage the community meaningfully. Not greenwashing, not talking about it, not throwing candy over the fence, but actually getting them involved, you know? And to try and be a citizen scientist, we heard from Greg earlier about how important the numbers are, and we hear it from the scientists around us. So I'll try and put some numbers to it. So our school feeding program been going since 2014. Okay, our kids don't get meals when they go to school. They got to walk to school, and they walk home, and maybe they get a bottle of water along the way. But we've done 4.5 million school meals. Okay, 4.5 million school meals in an urban environment is kind of a big job, but believe me, 4.5 million school meals in four-wheel drive second gear is a huge undertaking. Water, domestic water, there's no health in a community without clean domestic water, you know, and I rant on about the one borehole, two bursary syndrome. You hear from so many organizations. We've drilled over 100 water wells. 100 water wells. I've given up trying to count how many people drink water from some of those wells that we've drilled. It's 10,000 plus along the boundary of Hwange National Park, and we maintain them. Not just drill a well and walk away. You got to be there, you know. And this is where this longevity thing is so important. You've got to be there for the long run. This doesn't happen overnight. 10, 20, 30, 40 years. Greg's been around a long time. I started working Wangi National Park in 1980. You know, this is not a new program. Take it forward. Medical care, school books, education for kids. We've been hearing about this education thing with kids. Kids are not, if they're not educated, they've got very little chance for a future. What do we take that through? This reaches a pinnacle for us, which was our reintroduction of white rhino into the Wangi landscape. Okay, Wangi white rhino were wiped out in Wangi in about 2002, and we had the option to try and bring them back in. But instead of putting them inside the national park, on government land, or on private land, we said let's embed them amongst the communities. Okay, the communities can look after them, and of course they can benefit from them. You want to go and see the rhino, you pay a gate fee. Happy days. Within 4 months of when those rhino arrived, within 4 months of the first 2 rhino arriving, we'd created 40 jobs. We had generated enough revenue to run the local clinic, 5 villages, free healthcare, nurses paid, medicines, all done. Already today, I think we've had nearly 200,000 kids that have been through there. And they're all looked after by local walking distance from us community members. All right, a lot of this, that next one here comes up. You can talk about it, but you've got to do it. We have to link wildlife, the tourism dollar, visitors, and the communities. That's a holy trinity for what can be a sustainable, community-based ecotourism, wildlife conservation model that's got some legs for the future. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Mark. All right, our next speaker is Dr. David Committee from Grevy Zebra Trust. Some of the herbivores we had mentioned earlier, moving away from the carnivores.
Thank you very much, everybody. My name is David Committee, the Director of Research and Impact at the Grevy Zebra Trust. My background is in rangeland ecology. I did my doctorate at New Mexico State University, so the deserts out here are pretty familiar to me. I love them. A little bit about me is, fun fact about me is that I love trivia, so if you want to make my day, tell me something I didn't know. My friends think it makes me a really good trivia team partner. My therapist thinks it's a pretty bad case of adult ADHD. But moving to the topic at hand, the Grevy Zebra Trust. A question I got a lot yesterday is what the difference is between a Grevy zebra and the other types of zebra. People didn't even know there was multiple types of zebra. We have 3 main zebra species. We have the common zebra, or the plain zebra, which is more abundant. There's about 500,000 of them across Africa. We have the mountain zebra, mostly found in the southern part of the continent. There's about 35,000 of those. And then we have the Grevy zebra, which is the largest of the 3 zebra, and it is, there's only 3,000 of them left. It's endangered. It's also the prettiest, if you ask me, but that's just, my own opinion. And they are mostly found in a small area in northern Kenya and southern Ethiopia. We work with the communities in that area. So most of these areas are community lands, not formally protected areas. There's a couple of few game reserves or wildlife reserves, but most of the range that they exist in is community lands. And we have multiple strategies we use in terms of conserving these species, but I'm going to mainly talk about the 2 biggest ones that we really put a lot of our effort in to try and bring these numbers back. And the whole idea is that the biggest problem with Grevy zebra conservation, or the biggest reason that they're facing the situation they're in, is because of habitat loss and land degradation more so. Kenya is about 80% rangeland, and of those rangelands, about maybe 75–80% of those are moderately to severely degraded, which makes it a big problem for anything, including even attempts to mitigate against climate change. All these other bigger button issues that you would think about, they are mainly being driven by land degradation. And so our biggest projects are looking at rangeland restoration and habitat restoration in the landscape. And we have multiple strategies we use, whether this is learning, working with the communities, something we call the visioning or eco-literacy process where we sit down with communities at the village level. So we realized there was a gap at the village level. Most interventions were being done at the conservancy level. These are, 30, 40,000 acre properties, and most interventions were being done at that level. But we actually realized the gap was at the village level. So we formed what we call village-based committees for rangelands. And we work with each village zone, a few hundred people, and that's where we put most of our effort in. And we work with a lot of other partners to work at the conservancy level. Wassail Lions, again, are a big partner of ours in most of our projects. It seems weird sometimes that, the prey and the predator species are working really closely, but what we are really trying to do is provide more food for their lions so that they can stop eating the Grevy's zebra. If they have more grass, there's more impala, there's everything. Hopefully they stop eating the Grevy's zebra as much. But yeah, so we work with the communities on these restoration projects. We really focus on grazing management at a landscape level, but then action at the local level. So using those small areas that they're managing as almost proof of concept for the rest of the community, that hopefully they can see the responses that we are getting from these plots that we have. We call them learning sites, and hopefully that then voluntarily sort of spreads across the rest of the landscape. So we work from basically the bottom up, like inward, upward, just to make sure that we get the interventions right, and those interventions then eventually lead to hopefully landscape level action, and then eventually regional level action. So that's the strategy that we're doing right now. So most of our programs and strategies really are based around working with the community. So even our data, the way our data is collected, we work over an area that's about 10,000 kilometers square. It's really difficult to try and monitor that if we're just using traditional science. So we rely a lot on citizen science. That's a big thing that we work in. Citizen science, we work with the community members. We employ community members to monitor the landscapes they work in themselves. So a lot of these, especially women groups, for example, we have a group called Scouts, and they just go around the areas they live in, because they're going to go out they're the ones in charge of herding goats and other small stock, and so they take some time off to go and record any sightings they see of Grevy's zebra, numbers. We've empowered them to be able to use smartphone applications. We use the spatial monitoring and reporting tool. They have smartphones, they go out, they collect the data. Same thing with the warriors. In some of these areas are really difficult to traverse, and really only the young warriors can manage to go on foot in a lot of these places. And so we work with them to go out, take photos of Grevy's zebra, collect that data, and that comes back to us in the research team, and we're able to create usage maps, abundance maps. We're able to monitor the populations. And then finally, we work with both the warriors, the scouts, and the other team members, as well as every couple of years we have something called the Great Grevy's Rally, where we organize a photography, almost game drive for volunteers. They come out, they stay in in the hotels and the lodges in the reserves, and they go out. Instead of game drives, they're actually going out looking for Grevy's zebra, and then we're able to use photographic the photos they get from the surveys to carry out stripe IDs, because the Grevy's zebra stripes are like fingerprints, so they are all unique. So that's what we're able to use. So in a nutshell, that is what we do. We work with the communities to collect the information and work on rangelands and try and create habitats that the Grevy's zebra can eventually expand into. So if you want to learn more, kindly you can find me at any point during the breaks, and happy to be here. Thank you for your support.
All right, and then the last speaker for this panel is our very own James, who will be sharing about a project that is very near and dear to both our hearts.
All right, hi everyone. So, most of us go into conservation because we love animals, because we love plants, we love ecosystems. And then we go out, I'm no different, my master's, undergraduate, PhD, first 10 years of my academic career were very much focused on insects. I'm an entomologist by original training. And I was studying the impacts of roads and human activity, trails and things on insect biodiversity, right? And so I was going into conservation because I loved the animals. I was collecting all this data, hoping somebody else would use it as a biologist. So I realized that wasn't really happening. I had all these great data about how many animals we have, the impacts of whatever activity it was. And then
I came to realize that, if I really wanted to conserve the Grevy zebra, the very pregnant Grevy zebra, I'll point out too, that I needed to work with the people, right? I needed to work with the people who live in and around the areas that those Grevies live. Or if I wanted to save the manatees in the Dominican Republic, I needed to work with the people and the fishers in the Dominican Republic whose actions were affecting the manatee, right? And so I went in as a biologist. And since then, I've become a recovering biologist. This is my admissions to you. I'm on a recovery process. And so since 2007, actually, I've been retraining myself and have been focused really on social science. Because if I want to conserve the species, I have to work with people, right? I have to work with people. And so, I like to start off saying, hi, my name is James, and I'm a recovering biologist. Because the key to conservation, as you've heard over and over again, is engaging with local communities as partners, and not just as partners, I'd say as leaders in the conservation projects, so that they want it. They want this conservation program to happen, right? And the benefits of this are multitude. We address the cause, not just the symptoms, right? We're not just releasing animals out there, which is addressing the symptoms, without addressing the cause, the reasons why those animals are declining in population size, right? We need to address that. It benefits communities because then they want the thing, they benefit by the project, financially, culturally, personally. And that, of course, leads to jobs, income, cultural support, cultural longevity. So, thanks actually to a partnership with AERF, with Archana and Giant, who you'll hear from in our final session. In 2018, I went to AERF on a Fulbright, my first one, and we did this long training program with their awesome scientists. You'll hear about how great they are and the great team that they have in India, in the Western Ghats. And I realized, gosh, I need to teach people how to do social science. This is the thing that we need. This is what biologists don't have, right? We go into biology because we love the animals, not because we want to work with people. And so I wanted to try to shorten that process. It took me, a couple decades to get to that point after my PhD, to get to the point that I need to work with people. So we're trying to create and shorten that loop. So we have this program, this week-long training workshop called Building Community Conservation Success, because I can't say anything tersely. And if anybody has a better name, please share it after you hear this. I need it. And I want to shorten that process of people who go into conservation realize I need to work with people. We want to give them those skills, right? So the target for these workshops that we've done in many countries around the world, including almost every single person who is on our Desert Conservation Heroes, is this program. We teach people, biologists, how to do the basics of social science so that they can talk to communities. They can learn from those communities. They can ask communities non-leading questions. How important is desert conservation to you? Or why, rather, is desert conservation matter to you, right? But is desert conservation important to you? That's how the question should be asked if we're not leading. It's that we're trying to impart to the communities. We work with scientists and researchers around the world. These are the places that we've taught the class in years past, but we have done this many times in most of those countries, and we are almost at 600. Oh my God, it's a crusher. We are almost at 600. I want that number. People that we have trained in this program over the last almost decade. And this, for me, is the pinnacle of our work, of my personal work that I have ever done in my life, is building that ability for biologists to be able to work with communities and learn from them and explore with them how to make this happen, right? This is what success looks like. These are a small subset, really, of the people that we have worked with that have participated in these programs around the world. Because communities matter for conservation, and you have to work with them, as you've heard many times over. Our program is a way to facilitate that process. Thank you all. We could bring the speakers from the session up front here.
Is this on?
So here's our QR code. Please submit some questions. Katie's going to sit over here because we have a fuller panel than usual. That'll go away in a second. It's only a problem because you're cursed with height. All right, everyone has the QR code. It's the same QR code that we've been using, so same thing.
Just in case anyone closed on their phone. Okay. So let's see. We've got some questions coming in here about the black mambas, why the paramilitary model is important, and how you get funding.
Good question, by the way. It's very important for us to recognize that the uniform carries a certain amount of weight. We do mean business. It is a law enforcement model. So it's to stimulate that organ in your brain that recognizes that that is a policing agent. You know, if you're in civilian clothing, remember half of law enforcement or half of any kind of compliance is a signboard or a notice or what have you. 60 kilometers an hour. Well, you guys work in miles here. 60 miles an hour. Most people will check their speed gauge. You see a policeman in a reflective vest up ahead, you'll check your speed, worry about where your driver's license is, maybe check your lipstick in the mirror, whatever, you know. So that's, to gain compliance, we want to do it passively. And the visual impact of wearing a uniform is already gaining a certain amount of compliance. Visible policing, that's what a Bobby on the beat is. They're all over the show. So that's the one thing. The other thing is it's really important to bring that discipline, that self-respect for the uniform, that what do you want to call it, like the sisterhood. Like this badge means a lot to the Mambas now, you know, they're proud. It's the same reason why we use school uniforms in a lot of incidences as well, because it builds discipline in the young minds, and you feel proud to belong to that institution. So that's what we're trying to achieve. Does it make sense? An answer?
Okay. This next one could, if anyone wants to jump on this one, how do you get in contact with the local environmental leaders? How do you start working with people? How do you find them? Yeah.
Do you want to answer that question? Good luck, David.
Nobody wants to answer this. For us, it was relatively straightforward because the Grevy Zebra range is pretty well defined, and it's basically within two communities, Samburu community and the Turkana community. And so our founders in the beginning, when they were going out to these places, would just go towards whatever the traditional governance structure was. And so, you know, most of these communities have either council of elders or, you know, places like Borana communities have a structure called the DEDA. So those are your first ports of contact, your first points of contact. And then the conservancy movement began in Kenya, the community conservancy movement began in Kenya, where you now had defined land units called community conservancies with their own structure, with their own conservancy structure, the two main ones being the boards and the community boards and the grazing committees. And so those then became the points of contact. So now if we want to go into any new area, those are the first places we go. There's a new constitution now. There's a new structure called the Community Land Management Committee, CLMC. So those are the people in charge of decisions for land management in their region. So those are the people that we go and talk to. So it's basically starting with the community first, and finding out what their leadership structure already is. And then once they give you the blessing, you can then start going into the grassroots now, talking to people at the village level, talking to household level, you know, whether it's the women, whether it's the elders, whatever, the youth, so on and so forth. But you have to first get the blessing of the community leaders first.
Thanks. Yeah, I think a really important example of why it's so crucial to have local people leading these efforts to understand that structure as well. All All right, Butch, what is the hardest part of your career?
All of it. So, you know, it was interesting listening to James as well. I started as a young game ranger because I wanted to look after wildlife, passionate about it. And 10 years into that, we were putting about 1,000 people a year into jail. I was there kicking down doors, dragging people out, you know, poachers chasing after them, people being shot, lots of problem animal control, killing animals, you know, and suddenly you have this epiphany moment. And I had it probably in my, I don't know, about 30 years old, where I had this epiphany moment where, man, we are just, you're arresting the same guy for the third time. And he came out of jail 2 weeks ago and you put him back in jail. It's just, it doesn't work. We have to involve communities. And I too am a recovering game ranger who's now a social scientist or claims to be. But no, that is definitely the defining moment. And from there on, you have to now go back to people and engage people. One of the things is identifying community leaders to work with. There's a lot of people out there who are community leaders, whether they're traditional leaders or elected leaders or just loudmouths. But it's finding people who firstly are honest, secondly are reliable, they're not drunk, they're not corrupt, and identifying those people and then directing resources to them and combining with them to make teams, because it's not about I, it's not about me, it's about us, you know, and building teams with amongst your own staff and amongst your community you're working with and getting the job done, you know. But this is not something that happens overnight. It's not something that happens overnight. 10 years is too short a length of time to change a community. Certainly in Africa, I don't know if it's like that in America, but certainly where I am.
Thanks. All right, Sakane, I'm going to pose the same question to you because I feel like you'll have a very different answer, and I'd love to hear that as well.
Okay.
The hardest part of your career?
For now, I can say living 11-month-old at home and having to go away for 21 days is the hardest. But as a black member, so in between, as a black member is waking up one day, going into the field and finding carcass of a rhino that has been cut and is bleeding to death. It's terrible. And as an educator, is that picture that you saw of a kid that is exposed to poaching, a kid that can draw a human being waiting at the dam with a rhino coming to drink water, because that shows that that kid doesn't have the right education. They don't know what is it that is right to do or what is it that is wrong to do, which is where we come in, having to change that perspective, having to change that little education, the little knowledge that they know or are getting from home, that it's okay to poach. You can just cut a tree. No, it's fine. You can just kill a rhino because it belongs to you or anything like that. So that is where we come in. That is where we're having an impact of taking that education to the kids, because we know that the kids are a foundation. They're growing up with that knowledge. They're taking it back home. They're taking it back to their friends. And then that is something that they're going to grow up with, knowing that it is wrong to poach, it is wrong to kill animals, and they have to preserve nature.
James, I've got a request here. Please talk more about your workshop process and the basics you teach and help implement in the communities for conservation.
Okay, that's quite a lot. So the goal of the project is to get people in a week, get groups of people, because we require people to send multiple individuals from the same organization. So we have them work in groups to create a research study that they can then develop the survey for, develop the implementation method for, the data analysis method for, and the kind of analysis and interpretation process for before they even go into the field, right? We've been having a lot of great fun with Envelo and also with GZT and Owasso with putting 10-day workshops together. So we're doing that, but then also going out and collecting the data. Right? We premiered this or developed this with Envelo. And so we're actually getting real data. The kids, the students, participants are going out into the field and collecting the real data.
And we're finding that this is really a great model, this 10-day model. The 5-day is great. It's sort of like getting everyone to the start line and then say, go! And then they're kind of on their own. But we've told them many times that, let us know how we can help with the interpretation, the analysis, the data collection, whatever it is. And many, if not most, of the organizations take us up on that. But I said earlier that one of the things that I was most proud of my whole career is this program. I left off the not so humble brag part that I wanted to add, so I'll do that now, which is that the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, most of you know that, that's the IUCN. They sort of set what level of endangered different species are, right? Vulnerable, threatened, near threatened, vulnerable, and so on. And they are the largest conservation organization in the world, made up of volunteers. They, in any case, came to us and asked the Living Desert to create a center for behavior change here, not any other zoo, not any other conservation organization, in no other country around the world, us, to create a center based on this program, based on the successes, the work that we've been doing with these awesome folks that we've been working with over this last decade, almost. And it is like the thing that I am proudest of, to be honest.
A week course in a nutshell, not so hard.
Yeah.
All right. David, maybe you can answer this in a fairly straightforward way. Why can't Grevy zebra be introduced into other areas?
That's a very interesting question. I think there's a couple of things. Number one is we do have a Grevy zebra range expansion program, so that is something that we think about. But then the Grevy zebra are very particular in terms of what they like, in terms of where they want to sit and thrive. So we've had a lot of expansion and reintroduction programs across even just Kenya itself, but they don't always work. So the way they interact with predators is different from place to place. Grevy zebra also, a dryland species. They're more adapted to desert, ecosystems, semi-arid rangeland ecosystems. Most of the places where we have semi-arid ecosystems are degraded, like I mentioned before. So it doesn't make sense to try and reintroduce a species into a degraded habitat when the biggest threat to them is habitat degradation. And so, if we had more intact rangelands that were not degraded, then it might be a bit more straightforward to reintroduce them. As it is currently, we sort of work on case-by-case basis. If a property feels that it has, or a region feels that it has a good enough rangeland or habitat for the Grevy zebra, then the scientists at the Grevy zebra technical committee will carry out an assessment, and then we'll reintroduce animals that way. So far we've had 2 big successes. One is in Tsavo, which is the largest national park in Kenya. So we started off with 15 animals there. Now we have 36. The gestation period is 13 months. It's not always successful. So it's not also a very fast-growing species. And then also in Serra Conservancy, which is in north of Kenya, we also have that. So in a nutshell, it's slow, it's laborious, and the landscape has to be good enough to handle them. So we are trying to do that, but in a more controlled way. And this is why zoos are so important for us, because zoos actually give us a lot of information about what challenges we can expect reintroducing Grevy zebra into regions, whether this is predator naivety, we were talking about that, the diseases that might come up, because we've lost a lot to diseases, especially Clostridium, and so we rely a lot on zoos to give us some of that information. So it's a work in progress, but hopefully slowly and steady we can keep building it up.
Thank you. This one's interesting. I'll pose it to anyone that wants to jump in. What is a failure you have learned from?
Not involving the communities. Simple. Yeah, you've got to involve communities. It goes from whether it's mountain gorillas to elephants in Wangi, whether it's rhino in southern Africa to Grevy zebra in northern Kenya. We have to involve the communities in conservation, and that makes it much harder. Looking after animals is easy. Looking after people a lot more complicated, but undoubtedly, we've got to involve communities. First, second, and third.
Ours is pretty similar to House Alliance, which is involving the warrior class, the youth, the Morans, because they traditionally don't have a decision-making role, but if you don't involve them, they're also the ones that are going to burn down your camp, so on and so forth. So that's been a big lesson for both of us, so yeah.
So the question was about failures, right?
That you've learned from.
That we've learned from. I'm just going to duplicate what these guys have said now. I've been 19 years on my landscape. When I took over from the previous warden, they didn't even know the names of the communities on our borders. They didn't even know the names of the chiefs. They didn't even recognize the tribal structures and how to approach a tribal leader. Hey, Katie, what was it, a 10,000 Rand fine when you guys came in the second time round? We should have learned our lesson the first time round, but anyway. And that is our single biggest failure in conservation on those sub-Saharan African landscapes, and probably globally as well, is to try and fortify a national park or a protected area landscape, and you find that it's almost like an arms race. You start spending more and more money on helicopter fuel, Belgian Malinois strapped to your chest, night vision goggles, drones, and it starts looking like Ukraine, or the Gaza Strip for that matter. And I fell into that trap. I did that for 30 years of my career in a paramilitarized anti-poaching unit until I had my epiphany moment, my tortoise under the truck in the shade moment, until I had that moment. Captain Morgan had a lot to do with that, by the way. So, yeah. Yes.
I just passed it on.
Okay. So Connie hasn't had any failures. She doesn't have to speak. That's right.
The biggest failure, she forgot to wear her sergeant stripes today, and she earned that. She worked hard.
Awesome. I think my biggest failure initially, and I think this is the case for probably most of us, is kind of going in assuming you know the answer, right? Going into a community, not consulting with them ahead of time, thinking, I know what the answer is. I am the wise sage. And really, you don't. You don't know anything. They're the least knowledgeable person in the community when you're coming into it from outside, right? The humility that we need in order to go in to talk to people and learn from and learn with them is essential for success in conservation, I think.
All right. So let's give a hand to our panelists again. Thank you so much. All right, so this concludes our morning session. So we will be heading out to lunch now. I hope everyone's hungry. So for those of you that were here last night, it will be in the same location, but you'll be entering from the other side. So you'll be taking this path out these doors here, and you'll go, when you see the trains ahead, take a right, and we'll have staff guiding you along the way, but look for the signs for the same palm garden we were in last night. And lunch will wait you there. Please plan on being back here for our keynote speaker, Coyote Peterson, starting at 2:15.
If you could resume your seat.
Oh my gosh, I jumped the gun.
Katie has jumped the gun a little bit. She's very hungry. Okay, we put a couple snacks over there for you if you need, yeah. Yeah. Because I went and got I thought I misread it. So we have one more panel.
Sorry, everyone, it's been a busy weekend.
It's been a busy weekend. Sorry, y'all. All right, so we have one more panel. And that panel is Inspiring the Next Generation of Conservation Leaders in Asia. And this is finishing on a high note. We've been starting and running at a high note, and we'll finish on a high note as well. So we have Archana Godbole from the Applied Environmental Research Foundation. The number of times I've said that word, I should know right off the top of my head. Dr. Archana, if you wouldn't mind coming up here and talking a little bit about the great work you do in India, in the Western Ghats. All right.
Okay, I'll start talking. Hi, very good afternoon to you all, and thanks for coming back to the session, which was completely missed, you know. Thanks, James, from giving this opportunity for us to be in the session. So, I work with Applied Environmental Research Foundation, AERF in short, and we've been working on the ground, and I'm taking you out a little bit from the species-based conservation to the landscape-based conservation with communities. So we have been doing that for 3 decades. And then we have learned quite a lot since beginning that if we want to achieve conservation in an area where most of the land is owned by people, communities, and there's no legal protection, you have to work with communities. And you need to come up with the ideas which communities is familiar with, and then partnering with them is very important. So that's what we learned through our initial work on conservation of sacred forests, which people were knowing that, and we built our rest of the conservation work around that. And then we also realized another thing, you know, you can't just go to the communities and tell them, as you said, that, you know, we know everything or we need to do this, but we need to figure out what kind of incentive they get, you know, because people are not interested that, hey, some tourist should see the greenery or see the animals or get fresh water or fresh air. So you need to incentivize them. So this is how we have been building our program, and all the stakeholders, you know, even the wood contractors and poachers and all, they should be part of our conservation program, and that's what we have been learning from Africa. We work in Western Ghats Global Biodiversity Hotspot, and it has got many charismatic species, but we can't see them often as we see them in Africa, you know, in open savannas and the different kind of ecosystems. But here we have many charismatic species like tigers, you all know, and hornbills, and you know, plant species like Nothopegia. I will not get into those, you know, difficult botanical Latin names, but we have many species. And why it is hotspot? Because these are the areas where the pressure for human development and use of human beings for use of forest is very high. And the endemism is also very high. The rare endangered species, as James said, designated into the red list by IUCN is very higher. So these are the areas to be prioritized for conservation efforts and putting investment. So this is biodiversity hotspot, and we've been working in the northern part of that hotspot. So our approach is, first we need to figure out what kind of incentive we give to people, because it's not protected area. We're working outside protected areas. And then can we build something which will bring money to people from the enterprises based on the forest and its use? And my colleague Jayant will be talking more about that, so I'll not spend time. And how we have this promoting green enterprises as well as incentives will become the delivery mechanism for conservation, you know, so that we can convince the communities that, look, this is how we test, scale up, and really build the mechanism where you will get money and direct benefits through conservation. And ultimately, it has been a challenge for us that, you know, how we will keep giving those benefits for longer term, and we are also looking at some of the new ideas which not all of us are yet convinced, but carbon financing, which are the long-term, you know, projects, and can we bring them to continuously provide benefits to the local communities? That's what we are doing. Sorry. Okay, so we explore, we prioritize, we do a lot of research, but research that is absolutely necessary for us to, you know, plan our actions. Then we engage with communities. Okay, so we have a great approach called as conservation agreements. We go to the people who otherwise would have cut their forest for meager sums of money. So we straightway go and offer them that please don't cut your forest, and let's see how we'll make it beneficial. So our conservation approach brings immediate ban on logging. Then many of the ecosystem services are ensured, and people, the owners, they get direct benefits, and a lot of capacity building to create the value chains, you know, based on these forests. And so far, with this approach in the northern Western Ghats landscape, which is unprotected, We have protected more than 13,000 acres of forest till 2034. And now we are aiming to do that, and take it further to 25,000 acres in coming next 5-6 years. And we are very happy that there are various different mechanisms like companies investing into forest conservation through our law, which says that company must put their 2% of profit into social enterprises. So that we are doing, and we are very sure that we will reach that figure very soon. And these are various, conservation organizations that have been supporting us and some of the companies. And I must say that all our team members on the ground, they are absolutely passionate like we are, and therefore we have reached here. And thank you once again, the Living Desert Zoo and Gardens, for inviting us here and trying to, put all of work of 30 years in 4 minutes. It's difficult. Thank you.
We seem to be asking the impossible here, I think. All right, so Archana's partner in this wonderful organization, Jayant Sarnik, if you wouldn't mind coming on up and talking a little bit about those financial incentives to conserve land in the Western Ghats. Jayant.
Thank you, James. I would like to again thank the Living Desert Zoo for inviting us. Though we are not working for desert conservation, it was a challenge for me to how to present what we are doing. But then he definitely set the context right when we spoke about behavior change. And this is what we have been working. So the topic of my presentation is how do you sustain conservation on private lands? I mean, we are giving incentives, as Archana just mentioned. We sign conservation easements that is familiarly called in the US. But there is a taxation benefit here, but there is no such benefit in India for people. So why would they sign conservation agreements for just meager amount of money, and what happens next? And that's our question, that what happens when the conservation agreements expire? So we need to really constantly think about what we do next once we sign agreements. After 10 years, we have to do something. And the challenge is that we are not dealing with any small land sizes. Here is a 1.2 million hectares of land, which is under private ownership in the Western Ghats biodiversity hotspot. Degradation because of lack of capacity and skills of communities is keep happening because of also indiscriminate felling of trees for earning quick income. And now that is leading to wildfires because degraded forest attract fire because of scrub forest, the quality goes down, you have grasses. And you can understand in California what is happening. And climate change is actually adding to the problem of these wildfires. We are losing biodiversity besides, we're losing also ecosystem services. Another, I won't call this a problem, but the thing is that it's a global biodiversity hotspot. So you cannot neglect this. When you have 1.2 million hectares on private ownership, that is more than what the government is protecting. In India, legally protected areas contribute only 6% of the land in India. So you can imagine 94% is outside protected area. So what do? We have been trying to develop sustainable value chains from standing forests. This is really something that we started thinking way back in 2007, but we set up a conservation enterprise in 2012 and actually launched and developed India's first Fair Wild certification program so that these value chains or these products can access global markets. And I'm really proud to tell you that because of this Fair Wild certification, we have been exporting quite a few products to US and UK and other countries. More importantly, it has brought 3,500 hectares of very biodiversity-rich forest which are owned and managed by communities in 2 states of India. We have so far developed 7 forest-based value chains. You can see what it is contributing to conservation of a species. When the picture of hyena, which is in the central Indian landscape, we are saving through that. Another approach that we are using is basically conservation has certain demerits. I mean, we heard about that, that there is the lions attacking livestock. Actually, in India, people are majorly agriculturists. So you have crop raiding by animals. And what do? They have signed an agreement, but they have now a problem of how to save their crops. So we have actually worked with communities, and we understood that we don't know everything. We have to build our own capacity in managing wildlife conflict. We call coexistence. So we actually promoted crops which don't attract any attacks from wild animals, such as high curcumin content turmeric, which gets very good value for the communities, for us, for the business, and then also distributed solar lamps, because with the solar lamps, they can actually monitor the movement of wildlife in agricultural fields. These appear to be very simple solutions, but they have never been tried by many wildlife conservation organizations. Another thing that we have tried is creating a community reserve. So this, we were fortunate to get support from the Rainforest Trust in the US. And this is the first community reserve set up in the Western Ghats, which is not a huge area, 2,200 acres. But this is where people see the benefits, the incentives have been paid. We have been appointing people as stewards. And then we're building the capacity. Now you can see that how many species we are saving. There's Asiatic wild dogs are critically endangered, leopards are also, and these are all we have captured on the camera traps, and the communities are actually understanding the benefits of conservation. So thank you very much. I have not been able to actually capture anything, but you will see that what it means by saving a forest to species and human beings. We have amazing waterfall at the origin of one of the rivers, and charismatic species from the Western Ghats. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jaya. Next up, we have Ghana Wingard from the Living Desert, but also leading the Mongolian Conservation Initiative, an organization that is based in Mongolia. Ghana.
Thank you for everybody coming today, and it was good to see you guys yesterday too. And many thanks also to our friend Ashley. So she is a supporter of our conservation project, and she came here today too. So I went to graduate school in Montana. So one Christmas time, there was a little post office, and there was a sign. It says, "We ship everywhere, including outer Mongolia." So that was interesting to see. And since then, I usually say like 3 facts of Mongolia before my talks. So Mongolia is based between China and Russia. So it's a landlocked country. And we have about 3.5 million people, but we have 4.8 million horses. So there are more horses than people. And we learned how to ride horses, basically, before we learned how to ride bikes. So that was interesting to see. Come here, and I learned how to bike here. I didn't know how to bike before I got here. So that was a really interesting experience. So let me see. Yep. So today we're going to talk very quickly about how we inspire and empower the future generation of conservation leaders. We do work in the nature reserve where also 150 nomadic people live there as well. So we have to coexist with them, and we have to work with them. So they are children, before school children, and school children, and also community members. And nearby there are 3 schools, and we work with those school kids and also with their teachers. So it's important for us to involve everybody so that we be on the same page. And because they live there, so they need to be rangers, basically. Citizen scientists, so we work with them. And excuse me. So we work with graduate students and undergraduate students, and then we provide them good opportunities, equipment, they can choose whether they want to study hedgehogs or lizards or small mammals, large mammals, plants. So we give them different opportunities. And also we supply equipment, tracking devices, and professors that they can also work with their research design. In community engagement, we work to different schools and we train teachers. And we invite them to different countries like to US, and the teachers would come and go to different schools and also pair with the different teachers. So that's another way to work it. The community members, we go to ger. Ger means yurt. So we go to ger because they move around, so we need to find them and to talk about the conservation and science. So schools, yes, so I think these are all kinds of ways we approach and prepare the future generations of conservationists. The numbers, we got some numbers here, and we have been training about over 100 students in different universities in Mongolia. And they would, we have a list of 100 students that they studied whether hedgehogs or lizards or snakes. So it's really nice to train this future generation conservationists. In Mongolia now, you would run probably every third scientist that they went through ICNART and they went to the scientific program. So another example, we work with herders. Those are nomadic herders. Mongolians live off the land. They live very close to the nature. However, they understand the traditional knowledge, but we don't, we're trying to explain them all kinds of, movements, animal movements, how they're flying, where they're flying, raptors and things like that. So at the very bottom, I wanted to say very quickly example that Remo, he joined us about 14 years ago, and he was an undergraduate student, and he became a small mammals researcher, and then he is now the executive director of the Mongolian Conservation Initiative. So he actually signed the partnership agreement with Alan Munro last year in Mongolia. So that's our example. Another, just a quick example that we also work with reserve officials, and they are rangers and officers. So Anand is an example. I know him about 20 years ago, and he was a horseman. And he became a ranger, and then he graduated from university, and then he became an officer, and now he's running the reserve. So conservation takes a long time. Building conservation leaders also very long time. So we're trying to speak this umbrella species, keystone species at ICNART with the Living Desert Zoo and Gardens. They've been wonderful partners, and many thanks for organizing this workshop because it's crucial to unite different leaders from different countries, different perspectives, and different backgrounds. Thank you. Our Mongolia program. If you want to more about the Mongolia program, so it just came out. Palm Springs Life magazine, it says Mongolia, and it's a February edition. So check it out.
So, our final speaker for our series here today is Viviana Martinez from TLD, and she will talk a little bit more about developing that next generation of conservation leaders here in the Valley as well as in Mongolia. Viviana.
Okay, thank you. This is my first time speaking at an event like this. I kind of feel like a little hummingbird right now, so bear with me, but I'm super excited to be here. It's such an honor to be discussing conservation work being done for the next generation. For me, this particular journey started about 6 months ago when I was given the incredible opportunity to incorporate fieldwork techniques used in Mongolia in our camps and programs here with the goal of furthering our partnership with the Mongolian Conservation Initiative. And so when I was creating this curriculum, I really debated on the depth and complexity of what I wanted to teach the kids. But I kept in mind two things. The first one is that kids are capable of more than you might expect from them. And the second is that they're still learning. And so things like temperature and conservation itself, those are things that they may not have seen before and they don't know how to spell. And so I wanted to keep those two things in mind when I was creating this curriculum. And so our partnership with MCI is really focused on addressing global challenges, and we're doing this by sharing strategies and knowledge. And so my role in this, in fall of 2024, the team from Mongolia came to observe our hands-on programming. And I'm really excited because in the summer of this year, I'll be able to travel to Mongolia. It'll be my first time going to Asia, going to Mongolia to be able to help implement these practices and share their curriculum with the educators there that I'll be speaking about today. And so just a little bit about my background and how I wanted to structure this. We have a little bit of a different approach to education in Mongolia. They have a more of a lecture-heavy based approach, whereas here we have more inquiry, hands-on learning. And so as I was preparing for their visit, I wanted to keep two goals in mind. The first geared towards the students, and then the second geared towards the educators. So for the students, I really wanted them to understand the importance of research and data and how it informs conservation solutions. And for the educators, I wanted to showcase some of these activities that simulate the fieldwork that they are teaching and doing in Mongolia. And so to show them how we can do it in a hands-on way. And so here's what that looked like. We have camps that run 3 days. And so on the first day, we were really focused on building a foundation for observation and just building on those skills. And so the kids, what they were doing, they were creating field guides based on their observations. And they also participated in a small animal trapping exercise. So you can see that up there. We have a tortoise in there, and I know some of these methods may not be totally accurate, but you get the picture. And so with this activity, we were allowing the kids to practice their data collection skills. And we were really trying to reflect some of the work that is being done in Mongolia with small mammal trapping. So they trap things like wild hamsters and Mongolian gerbils, things like that. And so we really wanted to reflect that for the educators. And so on the second day, we were focused really on the ecosystems and the health of them through the lens of biodiversity. And so the kids were super excited because on this day, that meant that they could contribute to TLD. We got to do some native planting in one of the gardens on grounds, and they were super excited to share this with their friends and their families and say like, hey, I did that, and they can come back and share that with any other visitors. On the second day, we also did some population density counts, and so there we were just building on those science skills again. And for this activity, we wanted to show them how our gardens team takes some of the nearby ecosystems and reflects their populations here on grounds. And so we really wanted to highlight the importance of biodiversity and maintaining that. On the third day, we were focused more on problem solving, so they were able to really think about solutions. On this day, the kids were able to take their field guides that they had created, and they were investigating many habitat scenes to figure out who came by. They also learned about animal identification, how and the importance of it, and they applied that to the last activity, which was a GPS tracking activity. And so for this activity, we were kind of reflecting some of the tagging work that is being done for vultures in Mongolia, but we really wanted the kids to be able to identify threats and brainstorm solutions for their animal. And so these are some of the key strategies here. So one of the things that I like to incorporate is always fostering curiosity through hands-on exploration. So this just allowing kids to engage in hands-on practices that mimic real-life conservation work really gets them to be able to step into the shoes of a wildlife biologist and gain that confidence. The second one up there is cultivating observation. And so we can help them build on their skills just by documenting the natural world and then asking more questions about their observations. The third one up there is empowering problem solving with research and solutions, so guiding them to develop their research skills and helping them explore creative solutions so that they can see conservation as something that is personal and actionable. And then the last one I think is very important and can't be overlooked is about creativity and self-expression. And so for this, just allowing them to engage in conservation in a way that makes it fulfilling too. And this makes it so that they see themselves as a part of nature rather than something that they are separate from. And so I'm really excited because all of this work I'll be able to take to Mongolia, and right now I'm currently modifying it to make the curriculum more locally relevant. But I'm excited to be able to learn and to share all of this and hopefully engage the kids in a new and exciting way. Thank you.
And in Viviana, given her relative youth, it's the next generation training the next generation, which is really awesome. Fantastic. All right. So if we could bring all of our speakers up here, Archana, Giant, Ghana, Viviana. Hey, calm down over there, Greg. It'll come. All right. So, so many great things that you all talked about here. You know, something, Viviana, I want to talk about what you had brought up as well, if I didn't advance the slide, is that you said that you start with the premise of kids are capable of more than you think they are. Could you elaborate on that? And I'd love to hear, like, the other three of you, how that may resonate with you as well.
Yeah, so this is something that I'm always learning, is trying to balance that line between giving them too much, which is overwhelming, right? We want to make sure that we are motivating them, but really they can do so much and they are so curious, and I think curiosity really helps them to deliver on all of those things that they are learning about. And so when we are focusing on engaging kids, just allowing them to explore and encouraging asking questions and to use their senses really to build a connection with nature, I think that really goes a long, long way, and it can help kids to really push their message forward and to feel more connected. And so I think, you know, sometimes we might underestimate them and we might think, well, they're just little kids, but no, a lot of the times they want to know why. If you say, don't put a fork in the microwave, they'll be like, why? And you're just like, because you're not supposed to. But if you explain that, like if you explain why it would go wrong, what would happen, then they will be able to take that knowledge and kind of apply it. And so I think that there's a lot of things that we can learn from that, and just helping to explain them and treating them more as, you know, little buckets of knowledge, and they are so eager to soak everything up.
All right.
So Viviana said that when she taught the 4th to 6th grade kids at the zoo school camp, and our Mongolian 4 guests arrived, and then they attended the training. And at the end of the training, one of the researchers said, wow, I didn't know that these small kids, you can teach those small kids these complicated topics. That's definitely we would like to implement there in Mongolia in June 1, 2, and 3 for the 200 5th grade students. So that's where Viviana is going. And Dr. Anna was there last year, so she observed which kind of research topics we can make it as a classroom's curriculum.
Awesome. Thank you. Archana, you've been a professor for a very long time, and you've trained so many generations of scientists. Could you speak to that question?
Yeah, I think I personally never taught, very young kids, but I have a lot of experience of, working with our young teams, while doing conservation work on the ground. And I found out that what matters is to be open and give freedom. We know that we want to achieve conservation on the ground, but then how to do it? If we provide that kind of a freedom, and then the kind of training, say James came and he, talked with our teams, where they could understand that how you need to link your interest with the communities, and that has really worked in our case. And we also work with school kids, but not very young, like 5th to 10th standard, and we have kind of competitions like seed collections from the forest, tree seed collections, and that gets that creates a lot of curiosity among kids, and that's how they get, connected again to the forest, because in our area where we work, the biggest problem is youngsters, they're not interested in being in the village and searching for some livelihood, but they all would like to migrate to urban areas. And why this has happened, because they have lost the connection, and the acculturation has happened. And how, while talking to kids and school children and fairly young guys from our team, they go with them to the forest, I think that helps us quite a lot. And I'm very happy to tell you that we also have the examples where the kids, when they were in 9th or 10th standard, and they got connected with us, and now they're working with us as conservation stewards, or one of the persons is taking the full responsibility of managing the collections for our enterprise, fruit collections from wild trees for our enterprise. So it's a slow process, but you need to be open and give time for people to get connected and create the possibility how people will be connected. Yeah, thanks.
Jayant, I'd like to rephrase the question a little bit,
yeah,
if I could. So, taking my own experience in this, of coming from a biologist into social science focus, the work that you do with building those economic incentives for communities is very similar, right? Many of the people who come in to work with you are very much passionate about hornbills or about the giant trees or what have you. How have you had experiences of challenges in training those young biologists into the economics of incentives and working with communities in those ways?
No, this is, I think, I was going to come to that point only, that I personally think that conservation is very much a subject for adults. I mean, we need to really work on people who are, in India we have a lot of young people who are in the rural areas, they are not educated, but they are interested in conservation. How do you make sure that as our economy is growing, as we are becoming very developed country, so to say, how can we make sure that we have the capacity or create situations or enabling environment where we can match their aspirations? You cannot put a lead on the economic aspiration just for serving your own interest. For example, we are interested in forest conservation, so that I keep convincing them that forests are important for you, but what is the point of it for them if it is not giving them economic returns? And this is where our own effort is to build their skills and capacity to use these forests sustainably, where they can actually start earning from those forests. Our story of hornbill conservation has not stopped at counting nesting sites or protecting trees, but actually we identified, and we were lucky, to identify certain trees which are medicinally important, and those were also used by hornbills as nesting sites. I mean, I would say that habitats. And this is a coincidence, but there are other examples, and we developed a value chain from the fruits of those trees, so that in the long run, all those trees with nesting sites or without nesting sites, which are really very large trees of Terminal iberica, get protected, because the owners and also these young generations through collection are getting direct economic benefits from the fruit collection, processing, and then so this is a very I would say it's very inspiring story for a lot of people, but it's not easy to implement, because it has taken us about 10 years to show that this can create conservation outcomes, it can create employment, it can build capacity of the people who had no clue about conserving those trees, their connection with hornbills, and the income that we are generating from the enterprise. It's pretty complex, but we have set the example. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna, a question for you. If you could, Donna. My question for you is, so working with nomadic people is very different than working with people who are stationary, right? What would you say are the sort of unique challenges that you have with working with and engaging not just the next generation of conservationists, but also just the larger community in being advocates for conservation, with working with a nomadic community relative to a stationary community?
So at Ignat Nature Reserve, 150 families, they move. So they only stay in a winter stop, winter station, and then spring station. Otherwise, they move 10, 13 times around the nature reserve or outside the nature reserve. So doing community engagement and finding them, it's hard because they move every other day, and not every other day, every few days, for looking for better grass. So we have to organize our timing. And the best is actually go there in winter because they're kind of positioned in the winter stalls. That's minus 30 degrees, so it's sometimes very difficult to conduct different research and community visits. So finding them in the right time and finding them also when they have a little bit of time too, because the springtime is difficult because they have baby goats and baby lambs, so they will be born every day all night, so they get very exhausted. So we basically have to find that fine tuning and work with them.
Fair enough, yeah. Thank you. All right. So a question for Archana and Jayant. You had mentioned about how trying to create crops that were locally appropriate that would not be raided. Right? This is a major problem that we have in Africa, all across Africa. Crop raidings, mostly by elephants in Africa. I assume it's Asian elephants in India. Okay. How do you come to choose those crops, and how do you popularize those with a community that doesn't necessarily prioritize that as a crop?
I think that's general.
Okay. I'll take a.
Okay. We have a crop raiding problem by wild boars, basically, as well as gaur, that is Indian bison, and they come and graze, and more than eating, they're destroying the crops, So many people are leaving agriculture as their livelihood, and they want to migrate and do something else because they don't have any real answer. And it took us a lot of a time to help people understand that why the animals are coming to your farmlands, because the forests which were on the fringes of your villages, which were connected to larger protected areas or better habitats, are being destroyed, So if we want to see that the animals will remain in those forests, we need to make those forests healthy. And then, but of course we can't keep working only on the forest, so we also tried to bring in some crops like turmeric, which is not raided by wild boars, as well as these gaurs, Indian bison. And then slowly people have understood. Most importantly, we chose those crops. People were cultivating those crops, but in very small quantities, and they were not aware of markets. They knew that these crops could be grown, but there was no market. So through our enterprise, we could also created market and processing of those crops, so people could adopt. And now we are also, trying to do something. A kind of weird idea. Many people would say that what these guys are doing. But in our area, we have the farmlands and villages in small valleys, and there are forests up in the mountains on the slopes. And earlier, people used to do shifting agriculture in these areas. And the shifting agriculture crops were actually raided, and not the crops like paddy and other crops. So since people have stopped that cultivation and they're chopping off all the forest, the animals, they easily come down. So what recently, since last year, we started that on those degraded forest areas and slopes, we are promoting the cultivation of crops which were there in the shifting agriculture. And we could get some fantastic results, that if those crops are there, the gaurs and wild boars, they raid those crops, and they won't come down. But of course, that crop is wasted. And anyway, these people were not dependent on those kind of farming, anymore. So that is working, and let's see how we can really do that on more areas and see better get better data to prove this, that if there is something for the wildlife to eat away from your major farmlands, and then we can say that. So, at AERF, when we look into issues of conservation, we come up with so many ideas, and at the end of the day, we realize that none of the idea is good, but still we try to work on some of the ideas. And when local people, they support us and they understand, and or they sometimes give these ideas, and then it works. So it's all about thinking and creating and getting more ideas, and not getting frustrated if your idea is not working.
Good, yeah, right.
Just, I would like to add one sentence. See, we come up with these ideas only while talking to the communities. So we actually, I just want to mention one particular crop which could be used in Africa. It's basically a sesame, black sesame, and it's an oilseed crop. It's not rated by anything. It's a very high value. You process those seeds, and you get amazing quality of edible oil, which has got the highest value right now in India. And we are actually promoting black sesame, and which will not be rated by any animal. And you can actually restore thousands of acres of land which is degraded, where people have abandoned agriculture. Thank you.
All right, there's a solution for Africa. All right, and our last question. Great to have that solution for Africa there. Y'all get to work on that. Our last question for Viviana that we'll end with seems appropriate in this topic of cultivating the next generation of conservation leaders. What are you most excited about doing within education, within what you're going to do in Mongolia, within what you do here, whatever you feel? What are you most excited as an educator? What gets you the most excited?
Ooh, that's kind of tough. There's a lot of things that I'm really excited about. The thing I'm most excited, well, selfishly, I love to learn. If I could choose a career for the rest of my life, it would just be to be a student and collect as many degrees as I can. But that's really expensive, so not an option. But I love to learn, and I love to learn from kids, but just seeing kids teach me, and the courage and the confidence that they gain, I think, is so inspiring for myself too. I'm always looking at kids and seeing their curiosity, and it's all innocent and it's new because they're new in the world usually. So it's really exciting to be able to learn from them and just be able to see how they take that knowledge and apply it, and to find those personal connections. I'm really big on connecting with nature. I read this book in college as part of one of my courses, and it was all about connecting with nature, and I think that's one of the most exciting things, is just being able to help people find spaces or find a connection to nature, wherever that is, whether it's just finding a little space that you go to journal, or like taking conservation work and making that your life's practice, just being able to help others find that connection and then learning from it myself as well.
All right. Well done. All right, everyone. A hand for our panelists. Thank you very much. And panelists, a hand for our fantastic folks here, our audience. All right, so we are going to be moving out into the Palm Gardens for lunch. To get there, we only go over up this little ramp here, and then take a right, and then a right at your next place. We'll see you there in a few minutes. And then after that, we'll come back here.
I was trying to say something, but okay, never mind.
That's all right.
I wake up in the morning and I know that my life may be in danger. We live alongside our rhino, the guardians of our rhino. We believe that this war on poaching will not be won by guns and bullets, but also through the local communities and education. Our team is made up mostly of women. We are strong, motivated, and determined. We have reduced snaring and poaching significantly. I feel proud and honored doing the job I do. We work hard to protect our wildlife, our heritage.
Hi everyone, I am Jayan Sarnaik. I am founder member and joint director of Applied Environmental Research Foundation. I would like to first thank the Living Desert Zoo and Gardens for selecting AERF for the Conservation Hero Award. I would like to share some experiences and initiatives of AERF, how we have tried to keep, develop value chains and develop other mechanisms for making conservation of private forests sustainable at landscape level. I am actually near an ecotourism facility in Bhimashankar, where we are trying to promote ecotourism, nature-based tourism, which we call as non-invasive tourism, because tourism is causing a lot of degradation in the Bhimashankar Wildlife Sanctuary. So ecotourism is one of the approaches we have used to conserve forests and provide livelihoods. The other initiatives include developing certified value chains from fruits of Haritaki and Bibitaki for, for the global pharmaceutical companies or herbal medicine companies such as Banyan Botanicals and Herb Farm in the US, while at the same time it is delivering very high economic outcomes for local communities in addition to saving threatened biodiversity. We have brought about 3,000 hectares of forest owned by and managed by communities in 2 states of India under Fair Wild certification, and that has actually conserved species such as sloth bear, leopard, Indian ground pangolin, great hornbill, and the giant squirrel. So these are all species not only globally threatened, but they are actually using this private forest as their habitat. That is why conserving this forest is very important. I would like to lastly highlight that we work in the Western Ghats Global Biodiversity Hotspot, which is one of the 8 hottest hotspots in the world. Thank you very much for your support.
There was a tortoise about 6 months old, hatched last autumn, that had occupied an old ground squirrel burrow to make it through the winter. This is that tortoise, new to life and facing the destruction of its home.
Western Tanzania, a region of stunning landscapes and rich biodiversity, is home to the majestic lion. However, the increasing human population and activities have led to significant land use changes, bringing people and wildlife into closer contact than ever before. This increased interaction has resulted in challenges such as human-lion conflicts and habitat degradation. Livestock predation by lions often leads to retaliatory and non-retaliatory killings of lions, threatening both lion population and community livelihood. At Wasimha, we believe in a balanced approach to wildlife conservation and community well-being. Our human-lion conflict mitigation program includes lion conservation ambassadors, a human-lion conflict loudspeaker air warning station, and lion-proof bombers.
Our lion conservation ambassadors work directly with the communities to promote human-lion coexistence through mapping the human-lion conflict hotspots, construction of lion-proof bombers, and alerting the community for the presence of lions in the community land through human-lion conflict early warning stations.
Our habitat conservation program focuses on supporting wildlife management areas, restoring degraded lands, and monitoring wildlife population. This effort ensures that lion and other wildlife have a safe and sustainable environment to thrive.
By conserving habitat and supporting wildlife management areas, we protect the vital ecosystem and ensure the sustainability of the community and wildlife population.
Education is at the heart of our mission. Through public presentations, film screening, a day in a park events, school wildlife clubs, and various communication activities, we raise awareness about the importance of conservation and empower communities to become stewards of their environment.
Watoto wetu wameweza kujifunza utunzaji kwanza wa mazingira, wameweza kujifunza utunzaji wa wanyama, wale wanyama 5 wakubwa, na umewafanya wawe katika mtiririko ambao umekuwa mzuri sana.
The impact of our initiative are profound. By promoting coexistence, we are not only reducing human-lion conflict, but also fostering a sense of stewardship within the community.
Lion-proof bombers have secured over $380,000, more than 1,700 livestock. Habitat conservation program has led to the preservation of more than 1,400 hectares of land, and the environmental education and outreach program have reached over 25,800 students and 71,100 community members.
Our work at Wasimha is creating a future for humans and lions to live in harmony. We are proud of the positive changes we see within the communities and the environment.
Hello, my name is Archana Godbole. I am founder director of Applied Environmental Research Foundation, AERF, from India. We have been working with a goal of conservation on the ground in northern parts of Western Ghats, that is the global biodiversity hotspot from India. We have been using many approaches, but our main focus is how communities and local guardians of the forest will get benefits from the standing forest. We work in an area where legal protection is negligible to the forest and biodiversity rich areas. Most of the areas are owned by local communities, by poor farmers. And because these open access forest areas are easy to fall prey to the acts of development or logging contractors, it is all the more challenging for us to work for conservation of such spaces and biodiversity. We initiated our work with conservation of sacred forests. These are forests maintained by traditions of the local people. They are maintained in the name of a deity or part of culture. When we started working in the area a long time ago in 1995, even those forests were under threat and we initiated the process of engaging with communities for protection of these forests. Over the period of last 30 years, our work has spread across northern parts of Western Ghats, which is a huge landscape. It is distributed across Ratnagiri, Raigad, Sindhudurg, and parts of Goa in India along the western coast. And we have been using various approaches like protecting the privately owned smallholders forest using conservation agreement as a strategy, and then looking at how we can really make these forests really beneficial, and those forests should bring money to local people. We have developed various value chains. We do a lot of research to understand what kind of biodiversity is there in these forests, and this journey has been absolutely wonderful. I appreciate all of those who were with us during the journey, who have spent even the smallest possible time with us, and we appreciate and express our gratitude to all. And finally, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us this title of Conservation Heroes, and we are really proud, and thank you very much. And I hope with everyone's success, we will continue our work. I also would like to say very important thing at the end of my speech is nature over the period of time, taught me so many things. Nature made me humble. We all know that this beautiful planet has got enormous number of species, and each species has got its importance and place on this planet Earth. And we as a species at the peak of the pyramid, it's our responsibility to maintain and protect this planet in such a way that every species will thrive and survive on this planet which we call Mother Earth. Thank you very much.
I started with very little idea of what I was doing. I had no plan. I didn't know how I would do things. I didn't know when I would do things. But the why was very clear. Lions were disappearing across my country, and that's really what pushed me forward.
Dr. Shivani Bala is the 2023 Whitley Gold Award winner. She has lived and worked with her team in Samburu County, northern Kenya, for over 20 years.
Lions and Samburu communities have coexisted for generations. It's not new, but it's getting so much harder.
Today, unprecedented habitat loss and severe drought due to climate change forces human-lion conflict to the surface.
Lions would often go after camels, cows, donkeys belonging to the communities.
With livelihoods at stake, communities understandably do whatever they can to protect their livestock.
There's so much anger and resentment that lions would often be shot in retaliation. And that's really how Iwaso Lions began.
Founded in 2007, Iwaso Lions is a 100% Kenyan organization which prioritizes community-led solutions to foster continued coexistence between lions and people, with local Samburu like Generia Lakilele in leadership roles.
We need to bring my culture to lion conservation, to use that knowledge that we use to kill them, to protect them.
In 2013, Iwaso Lions formed the Mama Simba initiative. Led by a Samburu woman, the program empowers other women through conservation education and action, including digging water holes for wildlife and recovering lion habitat. Investing in a new generation of conservationists, the Lions Kids Camp program has helped reframe the way local children see their country's wildlife through positive engagement for over a decade. In 2014, Shivani became a Whitley Award winner, receiving funding to grow the Warrior Watch program.
Warrior Watch track where the lions are very carefully. When the community release their livestock, it updates the community where the lions are.
The Warrior Watch network mitigates human-lion conflict with Samburu warriors like Kazian Leringato, monitoring lion populations and promoting carnivore coexistence within his community. Further WFN continuation funding for Warrior Watch has helped it to grow with a new generation of warriors engaged in 2021. After nearly 2 decades of hard work, Iwaso Lion's success has been astonishing. Not only has the local lion population stabilized in the last 10 years, but 2022 was a record year for lion numbers in the area. Covering 3 national reserves and 11 community conservancies, Iwaso Lions community-led programs now span over 4,500 square kilometers. Local leadership in conservation has long been recognized as important for enduring success, but globally this type of leadership is rare. With her Whitley Gold Award, Shivani and her team will expand their impact to ensure decision-making happens at a local level across the world.
By working with other Whitley awardees, we're going to put together a community-led toolkit and framework. And through this, we're going to catalyze a global movement in community-led conservation.
The Samburu culture, we are so much connected with wildlife. We believe if a lion roars, that's a good sign of hope.
This is their home, this is their land, and by having the communities lead conservation efforts, we have a future for wildlife.
Greetings from Zimbabwe, and it is my pleasure to take you on a 36-year conservation journey. Sadly, I've only got 3 minutes to do it, so it's like speed dating. When I saw my first painted dog in 1988, I was blown away, but I was even more amazed when I started to follow them and study them for 28 days at a time sometimes, study their intricate social life where they took after the care of their sick, their weak, pups fed first. They shared everything equitably. In fact, they were almost the perfect society, one that we could only emulate. Sadly, against that backdrop, they were persecuted. Like the wolf, they were shot on sight. And in fact, my first pack of 24 dogs was reduced to 20, all in one evening. It was open season. The second they left the sanctuary of the national parks, they were shot, and nothing was ever done about it. So against that backdrop, somehow, something clicked in me all those years ago, and I decided I wanted to make a difference, and I was going to commit my life to this amazing animal. I started off with the idea I wanted to turn them from perceived pest to best of the animal, but also by the time I started, now I understood the problem. So no surprises, I started a 13-year crusade to work with the ranchers to try and solve the issue with the shooting. Took a long time. I was at gunpoint twice myself, but it didn't deter me. 13 years of continuing relentlessly, we stopped the shooting. The only country in the world where since the year 2000 no large predator, no painted dogs have been shot. Then, of course, knowing that public perception was the driving forces of extinction, creating empathy was key. And all channels, whether it was children's booklets, to radio programs, to tell the truth, tell the story of the painted dog as it was, what they were, didn't make anything up. Then there were seemingly crazy schemes fitting anti-snare collars on painted dogs. They worked. They saved a lot of lives. And for those individuals that were saved, those same individuals helped keep the pack alive. Then something that was not done all those years ago, almost mind boggles now, is that community-based conservation was very much a non-word. And I was one of the first researchers to get out there and sit among the community in areas where dogs had been seen and try to understand what their perception of the dogs were and how we could change them. Also, how could we support them? How could we work hand in hand? Then, of course, there's the future, which is research and sharing that research with children, getting them inspired and interested about nature. it is, after all, this generation that is going to look after the dogs, and nobody else. We have to get children to love nature, to want to be a part of it, and see where it fits in the world. Doing it in a fun way was always part of my mantra. And in fact, I had one young lady who admitted to me 15 years later that she studied at university and wanted to be a conservation biologist ever since I put her in a dog suit. Such simple things can make such big impact. So from being one-man band, we now have a full team, have researchers, have students, we have facilities, we have educators, guides, training, bush camps for kids, which are a highlight. One of the most impactful ways is to get children not only just to come for a voice pop or a little presentation, but actually have them be immersed and live in nature, even just for a short period of time. For this, we're building a bush camp, and sadly the owner of the grader had to take it away because the kids thought it was wonderful. Then very importantly, building for the future, absolutely core to our mission, is to support young Zimbabweans to not just love nature, but to understand it, but to study it, to become tomorrow's champions, to do bachelor's, masters and PhDs, and in particular women in rural areas who are denied an education. So what about rags to riches? Where have we gone from 1988, where they were listed as vermin and they were shot on sight and there were 200 dogs? Well, today they are specially protected. None have been shot since the year 2000. There are greater than 750 dogs and people want to see them. So we can make a difference. We have a vision for a conservation ecology center to leave a legacy for future conservation students. I want to thank you for listening. Thank our host. Please support. And please, this was short, ask many, many questions. Thank you very much for listening.
I wake up in the morning and I know that my life may be in danger. We live alongside our rhino, the guardians of our rhino. We believe that this war on poaching will not be won by guns and bullets, but also through the local communities and education. Our team is made up mostly of women. We are strong, motivated, and determined. We have reduced snaring and poaching significantly. I feel proud and honored doing the job I do. We work hard to protect our wildlife, our heritage. We are the Black Mambas. We believe that we can create change and save our rhino. What do you do?
Hi everyone, I am Jayan Sarnaik. I am founder member and joint director of Applied Environmental Research Foundation. I would like to first thank the Living Desert Zoo and Gardens for selecting AERF for the Conservation Hero Award. I would like to share some experiences and initiatives of AERF, how we have tried to keep, develop value chains and develop other mechanisms for making conservation of private forests sustainable at landscape level. I am actually near an ecotourism facility in Bhimashankar, where we are trying to promote ecotourism, nature-based tourism, which we call as non-invasive tourism, because tourism is causing a lot of degradation in the Bhimashankar Wildlife Sanctuary. So ecotourism is one of the approaches we have used to conserve forests and provide livelihoods. The other initiatives include developing certified value chains from fruits of Haritaki and Bibitaki for, for the global pharmaceutical companies or herbal medicine companies such as Banyan Botanicals and Herb Farm in the US, while at the same time it is delivering very high economic outcomes for local communities in addition to saving threatened biodiversity. We have brought about 3,000 hectares of forest owned by and managed by communities in 2 states of India under Fair Wild certification, and that has actually conserved species such as sloth bear, leopard, Indian ground pangolin, great hornbill, and the giant squirrel. So these are all species not only globally threatened, but they are actually using this private forest as their habitat. That is why conserving this forest is very important. I would like to lastly highlight that we work in the Western Ghats Global Biodiversity Hotspot, which is one of the 8 hottest hotspots in the world. Thank you very much for your support.
It was a tortoise about 6 months old, hatched last autumn, that had occupied an old ground squirrel burrow to make it through the winter. This is that tortoise, new to life and facing the destruction of its home.
Western Tanzania, a region of stunning landscapes and rich biodiversity, is home to the majestic lion. However, the increasing human population and activities have led to significant land use changes, bringing people and wildlife into closer contact than ever before. This increased interaction has resulted in challenges such as human-lion conflicts and habitat degradation. Livestock predation by lions often leads to retaliatory and non-retaliatory killings of lions, threatening both lion population and community livelihood. At Wasimha, we believe in a balanced approach to wildlife conservation and community well-being. Our human-lion conflict mitigation program includes lion conservation ambassadors, a human-lion conflict loudspeaker air warning station, and lion-proof bombers.
Our land conservation ambassadors work directly with the communities to promote human-lion coexistence through mapping the human-lion conflict hotspots, construction of lion-proof bombers, and alerting the community for the presence of lions in the community land through human-lion conflict early warning stations.
Our habitat conservation program focuses on supporting wildlife management areas, restoring degraded lands, and monitoring wildlife population. This effort ensures that lion and other wildlife have a safe and sustainable environment to thrive.
By conserving habitat and supporting wildlife management areas, we protect the vital ecosystem and ensure the sustainability of the community and wildlife population.
Education is at the heart of our mission. Through public presentations, film screening, a day in a park events, school wildlife clubs, and various communication activities, we raise awareness about the importance of conservation and empower communities to become stewards of their environment.
Watoto wetu wameweza kujifunza utunzaji kwanza wa mazingira, wameweza kujifunza utunzaji wa wanyama, wale wanyama 5 wakubwa, na umewafanya wawe katika mtiririko ambao umekuwa mzuri sana.
The impact of our initiative are profound. By promoting coexistence, we are not only reducing human-lion conflict, but also fostering a sense of stewardship within the community.
Lion-proof bombers have secured over $380,000 US, more than 1,700 livestock. Habitat conservation program has led to the preservation of more than 1,400 hectares of land, and the environmental education and outreach program have reached over 25,800 students and 71,100 community members.
Our work at Wasima is creating a future for humans and lions to live in harmony. We are proud of the positive changes we see within the communities and the environment.
Hello, my name is Archana Godbole. I am founder director of Applied Environmental Research Foundation, AERF, from India. We have been working with a goal of conservation on the ground in northern parts of Western Ghats, that is the global biodiversity hotspot from India. We have been using many approaches, but our main focus is how communities and local guardians of the forest will get benefits from the standing forest. We work in an area where legal protection is negligible to the forest and biodiversity rich areas. Most of the areas are owned by local communities, by poor farmers. And because these open access forest areas are easy to fall prey to the acts of development or logging contractors, it is all the more challenging for us to work for conservation of such spaces and biodiversity. We initiated our work with conservation of sacred forests. These are forests maintained by traditions of the local people. They are maintained in the name of a deity or part of culture. When we started working in the area a long time ago in 1995, even those forests were under threat and we initiated the process of engaging with communities for protection of these forests. Over the period of last 30 years, our work has spread across northern parts of Western Ghats, which is a huge landscape. It is distributed across Ratnagiri, Raigad, Sindhudurg, and parts of Goa in India along the western coast. And we have been using various approaches like protecting the privately owned smallholders forest using conservation agreement as a strategy, and then looking at how we can really make these forests really beneficial, and those forests should bring money to local people. We have developed various value chains. We do a lot of research to understand what kind of biodiversity is there in these forests, and this journey has been absolutely wonderful. I appreciate all of those who were with us during the journey, who have spent even the smallest possible time with us, and we appreciate and express our gratitude to all. And finally, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us this title of Conservation Heroes, and we are really proud, and thank you very much. And I hope with everyone's success, we will continue our work. I also would like to say very important thing at the end of my speech is nature over the period of time, taught me so many things. Nature made me humble. We all know that this beautiful planet has got enormous number of species, and each species has got its importance and place on this planet Earth. And we as a species at the peak of the pyramid, it's our responsibility to maintain and protect this planet in such a way that every species will thrive and survive on this planet which we call Mother Earth. Thank you very much.
I started with very little idea of what I was doing. I had no plan. I didn't know how I would do things. I didn't know when I would do things. But the why was very clear. Lions were disappearing across my country, and that's really what pushed me forward.
Dr. Shivani Bala is the 2023 Whitley Gold Award winner. She has lived and worked with her team in Samburu County, northern Kenya, for over 20 years.
Lions and Samburu communities have coexisted for generations. It's not new, but it's getting so much harder.
Today, unprecedented habitat loss and severe drought due to climate change forces human-lion conflict to the surface.
Lions would often go after camels, cows, donkeys belonging to the communities.
With livelihoods at stake, communities understandably do whatever they can to protect their livestock.
There's so much anger and resentment that lions would often be shot in retaliation, and that's really how Iwaso Lions began.
Founded in 2007, Iwaso Lions is a 100% Kenyan organization which prioritizes community-led solutions to foster continued coexistence between lions and people, with local Samburu like Jeneria Lakilele in leadership roles.
We need to bring my culture to lion conservation, to use that knowledge that we use to kill them, to protect them.
In 2013, Iwaso Lions formed the Mama Simba initiative. Led by a Samburu woman, the program empowers other women through conservation education and action, including digging water holes for wildlife and recovering lion habitat. Investing in a new generation of conservationists, the Lions Kids Camp program has helped reframe the way local children see their country's wildlife through positive engagement for over a decade. In 2014, Shivani became a Whitley Award winner, receiving funding to grow the Warrior Watch program.
Warrior Watch track where the lions are very carefully. When the community release their livestock, it updates the community where the lions are.
The Warrior Watch network mitigates human-lion conflict with Samburu warriors like Kazian Leringato, monitoring lion populations and promoting carnivore coexistence within his community. Further WFN continuation funding for Warrior Watch has helped it to grow with a new generation of warriors engaged in 2021. After nearly 2 decades of hard work, Iwaso Lion's success has been astonishing. Not only has the local lion population stabilized in the last 10 years, but 2022 was a record year for lion numbers in the area. Covering 3 national reserves and 11 community conservancies, Iwaso Lions community-led programs now span over 4,500 square kilometers. Local leadership in conservation has long been recognized as important for enduring success, but globally this type of leadership is rare. With her Whitley Gold Award, Shivani and her team will expand their impact to ensure decision-making happens at a local level across the world.
By working with other Whitley awardees, we're going to put together a community-led toolkit and framework. And through this, we're going to catalyze a global movement in community-led conservation.
The Samburu culture, we are so much connected with wildlife. We believe if a lion roars, that's a good sign of hope.
This is their home, this is their land, and by having the communities lead conservation efforts, we have a future for wildlife.
Greetings from Zimbabwe, and it is my pleasure to take you on a 36-year conservation journey. Sadly, I've only got 3 minutes to do it, so it's like speed dating. When I saw my first painted dog in 1988, I was blown away, but I was even more amazed when I started to follow them and study them for 28 days at a time sometimes, study their intricate social life where they took after the care of their sick, their weak, pups fed first. They shared everything equitably. In fact, they were almost the perfect society, one that we could only emulate. Sadly, against that backdrop, they were persecuted. Like the wolf, they were shot on sight. And in fact, my first pack of 24 dogs was reduced to 20, all in one evening. It was open season. The second they left the sanctuary of the national parks, they were shot, and nothing was ever done about it. So against that backdrop, somehow, something clicked in me all those years ago, and I decided I wanted to make a difference, and I was going to commit my life to this amazing animal. I started off with the idea I wanted to turn them from perceived pest to best of the animal, but also by the time I started, now I understood the problem. So no surprises, I started a 13-year crusade to work with the ranchers to try and solve the issue with the shooting. It took a long time. I was at gunpoint twice myself, but it didn't deter me. 13 years of continuing relentlessly, we stopped the shooting. The only country in the world where since the year 2000 no large predator, no painted dogs have been shot. Then, of course, knowing that public perception was the driving forces of extinction, creating empathy was key. In all channels, whether it was children's booklets, to radio programs to tell the truth, tell the story of the painted dog as it was, what they were, didn't make anything up. Then there were seemingly crazy schemes fitting anti-snare collars on painted dogs. They worked. They saved a lot of lives. And for those individuals that were saved, those same individuals helped keep the pack alive. Then something that was not done all those years ago, almost mind boggles now, is that community-based conservation was very much a non-word. And I was one of the first researchers to get out there and sit among the community in areas where dogs had been seen and try to understand what their perception of the dogs were and how we could change them. Also, how could we support them? How could we work hand in hand? Then, of course, there's the future, which is research and sharing that research with children and getting them inspired and interested about nature. It is, after all, this generation that is going to look after the dogs, and nobody else. We have to get children to love nature, to want to be a part of it, and see where it fits in the world. Doing it in a fun way was always part of my mantra, and in fact I had one young lady who admitted to me 15 years later that she studied at university and wanted to be a conservation.
Those first two questions on the app. So, just as a heads up for that, Katie and I are both very much about measuring and evaluation, right? M&E as we call it. And so this is our way to get some data. But also I want to share with you some opportunities as well. I've been talking with several people over the lunch break. How do I get into conservation? How do I begin this field? This is really inspiring. I want to change my career. I want to begin my career, right? There are so many ways that you can get into conservation, so many things, even if you don't have the degree. You know, the more common one that many people do is through volunteering. That is possible. There are also paid internships that are even better. Many of our partners have programs that they can take interns to work and live with them in Barstow, in Zimbabwe, in Tanzania, in Kenya, and in India. So contact our partners here. And why that's relevant is that after we do our last little bit of closing, they'll all be out here and out in the patio for you to be able to talk one-on-one with all of them. They'll be at tables, they'll be at stations. It's an opportunity for you to talk with them about possible opportunities for support in conservation and support in staffing and many things. So once the presentations are done, make certain you take advantage of that opportunity. Some of them, Greg, will have things to sell. I don't know if you heard that earlier, but that's available. Also, something that I wanted to call out as well, the work that we do in Mongolia is multifarious, goes on over the whole spring, summer, and early fall. And there's an opportunity through Earthwatch for you to come and work with us in the field, if you would be so interested in doing so. Contact Ghana Wingard about this. We have brochures to share. It's an amazing opportunity. Earthwatch is really one of the ways in which we do our animal research in Mongolia. It's a great process. All right. So, some tasters. And that was a bit of stalling, too. And now I don't... Where did he go? Oh, there he is. He was hiding around the corner. Without any further ado, our very adept at hiding, Coyote Peterson. Please welcome me and join in, Coyote Peterson.
What's up? Thanks, Ron. All right. I may be talking into this microphone or this microphone. Let's see. It sounds like it's definitely this microphone. All right. Hey, guys. How's it? Wait a minute. No, not there. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Did it sound like it went off after then I started to talk? See what he's doing to me over there? Thank you guys for being here today. We're going to go through some cool stuff. Anytime I do a conversation like this, I never exactly know what the audience is going to be. Is it going to be the younger generation that has been watching Brave Wilderness? Is it going to be the middle generation that's like, bro, for the past 10 years you've been my childhood? Or is it going to be a lot of the older generation, not that any of you are old, that's not what I'm saying, I'm getting up there too, that all loves animals, education, adventure, and a lot of stuff that we've done over the years at Brave Wilderness. And because I never quite know who the audience is going to be, I figured for those of you who do know me well, you're going to get some inside information that you didn't have before. For those of you that have never heard of me, and I'm sure there's plenty of you, you're going to get a little bit more of the background of who I am before we get into deserts and why conservation of the deserts is so important. Does that sound good? And I know there's probably going to be some questions. I'll take all the questions at the end. And this little clicker thing is all I need to use. Huh? That's kind of cool. So I can walk around. Let's just test this out. Because I do like to walk around when I'm in the middle of talking. It always makes things more interesting. All right, what do you think? Should we test this out and see if the first slide goes to the next slide, the little thing? Think it's going to work? Here, you hit that top button. Let's just test to see if it works. I think we went backwards because that's not my slide. Go the other way. Go one more. Oh, okay, that one works. Was that just there a second ago, or was it this one? That's officially the first slide of my presentation, then. How do you like that? There's me with an elephant, some snapping turtles, and a giant black sea hare. So how in the world did I end up where I am today? With a snapping turtle like that? Honestly, a lot of things for me began with snapping turtles. How many of you know what a snapping turtle is? Okay, good, because there's not too many snapping turtles out here in the desert. So that, what you're looking at, is the alligator snapping turtle. Probably one of the cooler animals on our planet, in my opinion. It is actually the common snapping turtle that put me where I am today. So I grew up in a little tiny town called Newberry, Ohio. Newberry is still so small that it doesn't even have a fast food place. So it's pretty amazing that we're in 2025 and Newberry is still as tiny as it is. I'm very proud to be from a very small town. Very proud to be from Ohio. Is there anybody here that is from Ohio or is an Ohio State fan? So when I say OH, there you go. Okay, we do happen to be the national champions in football at the moment, in case anybody's keeping tabs, just so you guys know. So Ohio is where I currently call home as well. Columbus, Ohio is where Brave Wilderness is based. And for the past 10 years, we have been working to build the Brave Wilderness, oh, went the wrong way. We've been working to build the Brave Wilderness brand. Now, I know a lot of you who are younger who've been watching Brave Wilderness, or some of you who've not seen Brave Wilderness yet. You're like, oh, okay, that sounds interesting. What exactly is that? Well, we happened to land ourselves in the right place at the right time when the digital distribution wave took off. You guys have heard of a little thing called YouTube. And that's where we have 21.6 million subscribers to date and around 5 billion views, which also is crazy when I say it out loud, even for myself, because I don't know how there are that many people possibly watching us on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis, but they are, and we're very excited about that because we're doing our best to bring people education and entertainment when it comes to animals. That's always been our primary mission, and it continues to be. But you don't just become a YouTube presenter overnight. It's got to start somewhere. So I made this cool slide here. This is basically a formula. It's pretty easy to understand. The Ohio State University plus cameras plus me and turtles made a lot of sense to get where we're at today, right? I mean, that math makes complete sense. I bet nobody knows what that camera is right there, though, do they? That is the Panasonic DVX100A. You could have said yes, and you could have read it right off the screen. That is the very first mini DV camera that was ever made. Do you guys remember what mini DVs were? It was like a little tape. And now they have memory cards, right? Well, when I was in school and I went to the Ohio State University, they did not have a film major, but I really wanted to tell stories. So my counselors were like, you've got two options here. You can either move to California. I do love it out here, don't get me wrong. California's amazing, a lot of entertainment out here. Or you can design your own major. And my family come from no financial, good background, like the odds of my parents being able to be like, yeah, go move to California, we'll figure it out. The answer was, you got 4 years at Ohio State, figure it out there. And I did. They allowed me to create what's called a personalized study program, and I crafted a major in screenwriting, producing, and directing, through which I learned a lot about the entertainment industry, learned a lot about building businesses, and specifically learned a lot about what it takes to tell a story. Stories are everything, whether you're talking about conservation, whether you're talking about feature films, doesn't matter what it is. A story is a way to get somebody locked in to following along on a journey. And the way that I always looked at stories, once it came full circle to animals, was that animals have a hard time telling their stories. I mean, we talk to animals, right? We all love animals in this room. You may even walk around out here at the Living Desert and talk to some of the animals that are here. I met several animals this morning. I met Jolly, the black rhino. I met Carlos, the roadrunner. We'll get into coyotes and roadrunners in just a second. But talking to animals is a way for us to enjoy these creatures. But animals cannot tell their own stories. And that's where we saw this opportunity to go out and tell stories for animals, and specifically for people who are doing things for animals to share their stories about what they're doing for animals. So that became a big, big, big piece of Brave Wilderness. And I wouldn't be where I am today if Ohio State had not let me figure out how to create a major where I was able to go out and tell stories. Where does that inspiration come from? A lot of time people are like, man, Coyote, where do you find your inspiration? I'm going to go backwards here because Steve Irwin, we all know Steve Irwin, the late, great Steve Irwin, tragically passed away in 2006. Now, when I was your age, I was watching a lot of Steve Irwin. Even when I got into high school and college, I was watching Steve Irwin. Bear Grylls, at the same time, was coming up through media. You guys probably heard of a show called Man vs. Wild. Now, they had a very, very interesting style in which they told stories. Fast-paced cinematography and editing, intense music, really made you feel like you were immersed in the wild. But what does Bear do that Steve doesn't do? Eats some of the animals, right? Because he did a lot of survival shows, so it's like, well, if you find yourself in a worst-case scenario, like you fell out of a helicopter and somehow managed to survive, and you found yourself living in a jungle, what could you eat? So we looked at that design and we said, you've got it down with the storytelling, but how do we bring back in the conservation and education that Steve Irwin was always doing? And that's what sort of became the combination for the vision of Brave Wilderness, which of course for me was inspired by the Steven Spielbergs and the George Lucases of the world. Those two men up top have probably been the biggest influence on my life, bar none, when it comes to figuring out how to not only tell stories, but build a brand. So when you take all of these four things and combine them together, this is what you get. Me, a couple years younger, but still doing what it is that I do. And I would not be where I am today if it wasn't for that influence that I took, that education that I took, and then taking that education and having the drive and ambition to turn it into something that could become the Brave Wilderness YouTube channel. Now, we've done a lot of videos. Over the years, we probably have about 1,000 videos in total on YouTube. I've done a series for Animal Planet called Brave the Wild. We've done multiple special series with different studios and other networks. But there's a lot of content out there that if you guys don't know what Brave Wilderness is and you just hop on the internet and search Coyote Peterson or Brave Wilderness, you will literally have months of content worth to go through. So brace yourselves. Some of it's pretty intense. For those of you that don't know, how did I get so popular? Doing crazy things like this. Wearing 10,000 BB beards. Now, the Wolverine is not necessarily the most dangerous thing, but it's one of the most special episodes we've ever done. And for anybody that knows what a Wolverine is, aside from the Marvel X-Men character, Wolverines are arguably one of the most feisty creatures on the face of the planet. And to date, I am the only show host to ever actually enter an enclosure without that Wolverine being on a harness, which was a crazy narrative that we did in 2016. And the wonderful gentleman who we got to work with, who lives up in Alaska and is the only person who has ever been able to breed Wolverines in captivity, walked me through several days of learning how to talk to the Wolverine, become the Wolverine, and in turn, he ultimately let me get into an enclosure with the Wolverine, and I promised him it would be the most watched piece of Wolverine content ever made. And to date, I think it has somewhere around 20 million views. And on Black Friday of 2016, it was the #1 trending video in the world for over 24 hours. So to say that we delivered our promise to Steve, we were very excited about, because the Wolverine, truth be told, is one of my favorite animals on the planet. So I've got up close with all kinds of things, foxes. That's just a random picture of a salmon because it was cool. And that's a Tyrannosaurus Rex skull. And I like dinosaurs probably more than anything, but if we went down that tangent, we would be here for a really long time. But I can promise you guys, dinosaurs are coming. So beyond the stuff that we've done, and there's an ocelot, and there's another giant alligator snapping turtle, my nickname, Coyote, right? Where does that come from? I mean, you just wake up one day and Coyote's your nickname? No. Actually, my nickname is very, very closely related to my relationship with the desert. When I was a little kid, so I'm gonna come back over here, because I like to get a little sampling of, you're how old again? 9. Okay. Let's see, so we had some other younger people here. Where's the young person at? Where's the young person over here? Right, yeah, how old are you? 14, okay. And how about you, sir? How old are you? 16. So somewhere right in between all of that, my mom, who you see there on the screen with me, she's like, don't let that snapping turtle bite me. This is awfully close to me. You can see she's a little nervous in her face. She used to travel me and my sister across the country every single summer. This was the old-timey days before there was cell phones. This is kind of crazy. My mom's like 4'11". And I look back on this now, I'm like, Mom, did you really think this was a good idea? Like you and my little sister and me just traveling across the country in a Chevy Suburban and a little tiny Sierra Scotty Sportsman trailer to like explore the deserts? Well, we did, and fortunately I made it, and I took a lot of crazy risks as a kid, so you guys just block that stuff out. But I would follow roadrunners around in the desert, hoping that they would lead me to things like that. The horned lizard. You guys probably all know what the horned lizard is, right? Horned lizards are masters of camouflage, unless, of course, you're a roadrunner. Roadrunners, as you guys know, are excellent predatory birds, and they have a keen sense of sight, and any sort of little tiny movement in the environment, they're going to hone in on like a modern-day dinosaur and then be able to strike. But young Coyote, at about 8 years old, was like, you want to know something? I'm a little bit smarter than these roadrunners. So that was my theory, right? And get a little older, you realize, it didn't really work. But the idea was, if I followed the roadrunners and I saw that they saw a lizard, I could scare off the roadrunner and catch the lizard. So my mom, like the cartoon you see in the corner there, started calling me the Coyote. My neighborhood friends are like, that's too much. We're just going to make it Coyote. And so my nickname was born at about 8 years old, and I've had it ever since. And it's worked because it is memorable. It's brandable. So when you take it all the way back to the Spielberg and Lucas influence on the brand that we've built, we found that it became a very good name for people to remember if they were going to watch content and continue watching content to assimilate it with the messaging that we were trying to get out there in the world. Deserts. Pretty important stuff. There are a lot of people that have no idea that deserts are as biologically diverse as they are. You guys are most of you from out here and are like in desert area, right? Is there anybody that's come from like further away that's like, holy cow, this is the first time I've ever been in a desert like this? Upper Midwest, okay. Go Midwest, I'm upper Midwest. But deserts are amazing, and I think a lot of people look at deserts and they see certain things through media, whether that's internet or what television, whatever it might be, and they say, okay, deserts are just nothing out there. Why should I care about what a desert ecosystem is? When I was young, I spent a lot of time adventuring in areas like this. Giant saguaro cacti that are older than any of us in this room. Some of us many times older when you combine them all together. It's pretty fascinating that these things have been on the planet longer than all of us. And then all of the animals that also live within that realm. And there's so many different unique species. The biodiversity between flora and fauna in the deserts is something that needs a stronger voice. If we are not talking about these animals that are out there, regardless if some of them are scary looking, how are we going to protect and ultimately preserve these things for the future if we don't understand them? Now, there are a number of different species that I have worked with over the years, like these pictures on the side here. Not that one. That one's not my picture. I really want to work with that guy, though, that little tiny javelina. How cute is that guy? Giant desert centipede. How many of you guys have seen that? You've seen one of those? You guys have all seen one of those? Don't get bitten by one, okay? That's extremely painful. Been there. I've done it. A lot of our content has gotten incredibly popular because I have intentionally, for those that don't know, have intentionally put myself in the position where I will be intentionally bitten or stung by something to show you just how bad the effects of that bite or sting can be. And now for those of you that have never seen that content, you're probably thinking, well, this sounds like a terrible idea. Wouldn't that make people more afraid of those things if you're going through incredible amounts of pain after you're bitten by them? And the answer to that is not necessarily. When you see how difficult it is to find some of these things, let alone how difficult it is to catch them, and let alone put it on your forearm and have it bite or sting you, you soon begin to realize that, wait a minute, these things just want to avoid humans, and therefore they become less scary. When you see somebody who works as hard as my team and I do to get up close with these things, it really allows you to look at the difference between us and animals' goal to avoid humans. What's the most dangerous thing to an animal that's out there? A human, or something human-made. Could be a car, could be all-terrain vehicles speeding through the desert. Looks like an awesome place to ride four-wheelers. And not that there's anything wrong with any of what that is, but those are things that animals often will look at and be like, I need to stay away from what that is. So to bring people an education about a number of these species, especially the ones that people are afraid of. I'm going to go back a slide to this guy right here in the corner of me. How many people are terrified of rattlesnakes? A lot of people. Are you afraid of rattlesnakes? You're a person that's afraid of rattlesnakes, so you raise your hand. Yeah. Are you afraid of rattlesnakes because you've had a bad experience with rattlesnakes or because you just don't know enough about rattlesnakes? There you go. That's the thing. Not that there's anything wrong with that, right? But that's a great example of if you don't know about something, you may not know how to even react with it if you come across it in the wild. The majority of people who are bitten by rattlesnakes are people who are like, that's a rattlesnake, it's dangerous, I think I should probably kill it. Or maybe I should move it. Or maybe if I swing my foot at it, it will go the opposite way. If you see a rattlesnake, you can get from about here to there, and it's just going to be like, maybe not do anything. Most of the time, rattlesnakes won't even rattle. They're just like, I'm camouflaged. You cannot see me. The second a rattlesnake makes a sound, it's been seen. So if you see a rattlesnake, don't be afraid of a rattlesnake. That's why we have iPhones now. You want to get a picture, you can see it right here and zoom in. They're like 3 times X right on the phone right now. It makes it super simple. But because people are afraid of snakes and have always been afraid of snakes, something like the rattlesnake specifically gets a really bad reputation. You want to know something really cool about the rattlesnake? It is the most advanced venomous reptile on the planet. Isn't that crazy? Like their venom specifically and their ability to have evolved to have something like a rattle, which is a warning system against any potential predator that says, I am something dangerous, stay away from me. No other venomous snake on the planet other than a rattlesnake has that evolution, which is pretty cool. And this thing has evolved for that long to get to a point where it's done everything that it can to warn the things that it lives with naturally that I'm dangerous. But we as humans hear that rattle and we're like, you gotta go. Gonna have to dispatch you. That's the general consensus. I mean, there are rattlesnake roundups in some states. I'm sure you guys have heard of that, where like on a weekendly basis, people will be like, how many snakes can we kill in the environment all at once? Do you know what rattlesnakes do that's incredibly good?
Eat rodents.
Eat rodents. If I were to ask all of you, what would you rather have? A snake in your yard or a rat in your house? I bet you would say you'd rather have a snake in your yard, right? Because we don't want those rodents coming into the house. What are they going to do? They're going to poop all over the place. They're going to eat all of our cheese and crackers. Like, that's problematic. But if you have snakes as your security system against the rodents getting into the house, it's just a natural balance of the ecosystem. And if we know more about these animals, and we can learn to trust that these animals are doing a job for us, specifically people that live in the desert, we can become more educated as to why they need to be there. And for us at Brave Wilderness, we always feel that something like this is really, really important. You guys all live in the desert, so I'm probably telling you things about rattlesnakes. You're like, oh, we kind of know what that is. But then you think about how many people don't live in the desert that don't know that these animals are important, that may think that those animals aren't even out there, and that they are out there. They're probably bad because they're venomous. They're not venomous because they're bad. They're venomous because they're highly advanced. And that venom helps them ultimately catch their food. They don't need to constrict prey. They basically just need tag a kangaroo rat and then follow that scent trail, right, until that thing is just there and ready to eat. I mean, it's pretty smart at the end of the day when you think about it. And most of the world doesn't know that, but they're afraid of snakes. Therefore, it's a villain. So at Brave Wilderness, we're always trying to figure out, how do you de-vilify different animal species? And I know for some of you that don't know what Brave Wilderness is, if I say something like, oh, intentionally getting bitten, stung, sounds like you may be overly emphasizing what the potential of animals are. But if you want people to pay attention, you have to get them drawn in. So at Brave Wilderness, we came up with a very unique way with our Bite and Sting content specifically to draw in an audience to get them to be curious about something. The virality of what the digital space is nowadays. Any of you younger kids that are like, I want to make a career in the internet at some point, and you might be able to. Anybody can. Like, the opportunities are endless. But for us specifically, it was this way to be able to create content that could reach hundreds of millions of people on a worldwide basis. And that's something very different than any sort of entertainment in the wildlife space that's been done before. So for us, we had this really unique opportunity to be able to bring a lot of these animals into the forefront of education and specifically conservation. And when it comes to the deserts, right, so we'll wrap this all back around to the work that all of you are doing, whether it's the conservation heroes that we've learned so much about this weekend, or it's all of you who are the donors to the Living Desert, or those that are just interested in learning more. It's that continued support and that continued spread of education that's ultimately going to provide further protections for areas like this. It's one of the most diverse, like I said earlier, but important ecosystems on our planet. You can't just have beautiful beaches everywhere all the time and expect the planet to be in balance. The desert does so much for different aspects of our weather and all of those different elements that play into the overall health of the planet. And if we're not protecting these spaces specifically, it's just going to cause turmoil everywhere else. So I know there's going to be lots of questions, but before we get into questions, I do want to talk about a few things that we have coming up for those that are like, all right, well, Coyote, you've been doing this for 10 years at this point. What's possibly next? We just finished a feature documentary film all about grizzly bears. And I mentioned grizzly bears because the story specifically is about 4 college students in Coyote, Wyoming, who unfortunately found themselves in the absolute worst place at the worst time and were attacked by a grizzly bear, October 15th, 2022. Now, the story itself is about bear attacks and how non-frequently they actually happen. But it's an entire narrative that takes these boys who, does anybody here live in Wyoming? Anybody from Wyoming or Montana? Montana. Okay, so you know that delist the grizzly bear is a huge movement right now. Grizzly bears were on the verge of extinction. They regained their population. Now wolves and grizzly bears and mountain lions are very heavily vilified through a lot of those sort of middle America states. And it's fair because, like some of these other animals we're talking about, grizzly bears are potentially terrifying. If you find yourself in the wrong place at the wrong time with a grizzly bear, it is a formidable apex predator. And getting attacked by a bear is probably the worst thing you could ever go through. These 4 boys managed to survive that situation. But they become these wonderful advocates for grizzly bears, having grown up in Coyote, Wyoming, having been able to go out and retell their story, revisit that attack site, and then come with me and our team to Katmai, Alaska to spend a week living amongst giant coastal brown bears because they wanted to return to the wild and see these animals living as these animals should. Bears are not ravenous, bloodthirsty killers like you've seen in a lot of movies. You could probably name a dozen movies where the grizzly bear is always the villain. And that, in turn, vilifies that animal for anybody that starts thinking about it. And then immediately when you go out into the environment, you think, oh yeah, grizzly bears, they're bad news, man. We probably ought to get rid of them. Not the case. We need to rewrite the story for animals that are oftentimes seen as villains. And these 4 boys become an amazing talking point for human-wildlife conflict and bear conservation when it comes to understanding that we as humans, specifically humans, are constantly encroaching on where wild places are. And that's not bad. We want to go out and explore, right? And the national parks and our state parks and our local parks, all of those places are wonderful, and it's great that people are getting out and immersing themselves in nature. But you have to have the education of what's around you. And if you go out into those areas where there are dangerous animals, you have to know what to do if you encounter one. Because it doesn't matter if it's a rattlesnake or a grizzly bear, there is a right thing to do and a wrong thing to do. And if you're prepared and you start here with your head, and then you make the right move in that situation, both you and that animal may have a wonderful encounter that you go off this direction, you're like, you're never going to believe what I saw today. And that animal's going to go in the other direction, be like, you're never going to believe what I saw today. And then everybody wins. And there isn't a villain. And we find this balance. So That Bear Kid is the name of the film. And we start shopping the film actually this month. So hopefully you guys will see it on either Hulu or Netflix or Disney or one of the main streamers over the course of the next year. So we're very excited about that. It's our first foray into doing documentary feature films aside from what we've done in television and on YouTube. But when it comes to my next big adventure, some people were asking me today at lunch, Komodo Island is our next destination. Our next big production trip will be to Indonesia, Bali, and Thailand in July, where we will spend 6 weeks working with a couple of different specific groups, and specifically some people that live on the islands who have had negative interactions with Komodo dragons. So again, to take those stories and rewrite a little bit that while this may look like a dinosaur that you wouldn't want to run into, Komodo dragons are about as chill as it gets, as long as you don't find yourself in front of them when they're out and hunting. So for me, I already popped past the Bear Kid. The storytelling of it is always incredibly important, but from a conservation side of things, getting to come here and speak to you guys at the Living Desert and hopefully getting to do more work with them and specifically looking at different conservation projects that they're doing with desert tortoises and pronghorn, some of the rehabilitation work that's being done with animals. For us at Brave Wilderness, we feel like this is a really great way to collaborate with a group that's doing just amazing things for not only the education you guys are able to come here and absorb, but also the work that's being done behind the scenes to create a longevity for a lot of the local species that are right here in the Southwest deserts. We do have another big project that's happening on the Osa Peninsula in Costa Rica. How many of you have been to Costa Rica before? Cool, a good handful of you. If you have not been to the Osa Peninsula, you should put this on your bucket list. This is one of the most biologically diverse pieces of longitude-latitude on our entire planet. 2% of the world's flora and fauna live on this tiny peninsula on the southwestern edge of Costa Rica. If you like Jurassic Park, this is basically Jurassic Park in modern day. It all looks like Jurassic Park, and there are more animal species than you can possibly fathom. So we have teamed up with the BioSur Foundation. They own 270 acres at the Rio Nuevo Nature Reserve. We're in the process of designing some ecotourism opportunities for 2026 with them. So Brave Wilderness is building a base down there on the Osa Peninsula so we can hopefully get more people down to Costa Rica specifically to get out into the wild the right way, the safe way to see some of these animals. It's my good friend Jim who owns BioSur in Rio Nuevo, and we have some big conservation initiatives that we will be implementing into the next 10 years of work that I have ahead of me. So we're very excited about that, and stay tuned because if there's the chance for you guys to come down to Costa Rica, we would love to have you there. So I want to make sure that we leave enough time for questions because that usually turns into a whole new slew of interesting stories. So let's get into it. I'm here to answer questions as long as they'll let me stand up here.
If we don't then we can go around the room with hands up as well.
Okay, so apparently you can scan I'm not holding that, so. Oh, you can scan that, and it's going to send a question up here. Technology. Love it. Yeah. Move that one. While we're getting that one set up, do we have any initial question right out of the gate that I can just answer? Okay. Hi, Susie. How are you?
There you do. I think this has probably been dealt with before, but there's been I've seen some things about Asian elephants that are encroaching on people's land, and there's been some interference or issues with that. Has that been anything you've ever considered, maybe trying to vilify the Asian elephant?
I mean, great question. I mean, elephants, as much as we all love elephants, I've worked with African elephants many times, and we did a big conservation project in South Africa a few years ago called Save the Horns that was specifically identified at rhino conservation, but affected big groups of elephants at the same time in a positive way. And elephants are destructive, is kind of where I'm going with that. And I mean, they're big guys, like they are huge. Just an elephant doing anything moving through the environment is going to alter the landscape. So to your point, elephants coming in, and it's humans being close to elephants being like, well, I don't care that there's humans here. I'm gonna mow right through what that is. It's something that we would love to get more involved in and do an episode about when the time is right, because it is becoming something more and more forefront. The more that these elephant populations are establishing and growing, which is always a good thing, right? That these animals are rebounding from where they were, if multiple different elephant species getting poached. But what then becomes the balance when there are so many elephants that it is having a negative impact in that human-wildlife conflict zone? So yes, the answer would be at some point, hopefully we get to do an episode on that and share the story. Yeah, I think the microphone going around is probably the easier way, right? You don't like microphones? Well, we're pretty close. I think I'll be able to hear you.
What have you noticed with climate changing and the effects on flora and fauna in your experience?
Oh, how much time do we have? We notice a huge effect. A lot of places we are, and we notice it the most with, I'm gonna stand out of that light. It just keeps following me, I feel like. Sea creatures specifically, down to this level of things you wouldn't think about. So climate change, obviously, is a very real thing. We're watching it happen, and it's happening faster than it ever has happened before. But think about something that's what we call like a primordial species. Have you guys ever heard of something called a hagfish? Yes. Okay, we did an episode on hagfish recently in California, but we had tried to do a hagfish episode a little over a year ago on the east coast of the United States. Hagfish, if you don't know what this is, it kind of looks like a mix between a worm, an eel, and a lamprey, but it's its own unique prehistoric primordial creature. And it looks like a living alien. They are famous for creating nature's most viscous slime. It's wild. If you go back and watch Slime by Hagfish, you can take one hagfish and it will produce liters and liters and liters of nature's stickiest slime, which they're now looking at as being a resource for fire retardants and all kinds of unique purposes for what hagfish slime can be. But hagfish are such a weird alien thing that nobody would think about. The rising temperatures of the ocean, especially around coastlines, are pushing something as minimal as hagfish deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into the oceans. So when you see something that seems that sort of non-relevant to the overall planet, and you say something even this small and seemingly not meaningless, because all animals have a huge meaning, but how many people are like, hagfish conservation is probably something we need to put some dollars towards. Not a lot of people are going to think about that, But these animals are being affected by all the changes that are happening on the planet. So whether you're starting at hagfish and you're going all the way up to things that are much larger, it affects everything. When you get up into areas with things like polar bears, I'm sure a lot of you have seen these polar bears, that what's happening is you have an animal that is designed, it's big, it requires a lot of energy, it's not being able to hunt for its food the right way, and what's happening is you're getting polar bears isolated in areas where they then are not able to swim from piece of ice to piece of ice, and you've got these bears out there that are essentially exhausting and drowning, and that's going to have a huge effect on the population over time. And you've got now more polar bears trying to move south, they're beginning to breed with brown bears, and you've got a whole new evolution that's going on. So I was like, how long do you have to talk about all the stuff that's going on out there? So we do notice it, and we do see it on all scales, from something as small as a hagfish all the way to something as big as a polar bear.
So with all your venomous, stinging fighting. And
Yeah.
they have like medical staff, like, you know, off the scenes there.
Nope, no medical staff. Sounds a little crazy. What we do have is a wonderful wildlife biologist named Mario Aldecoa, who is part of my team full time. We do a lot of research before I'm ever intentionally bitten or stung by something. Because people are, Coyote, you can get bit by a king cobra. No, we're never going to do anything that crazy. So we do a lot of research with the types of venoms or bites, stings, all of it combined together. We do a lot of research in advance. And the truth is, I can be allergic to anything, as can anybody. We always remind the audience of this, which is why we're always like, don't go out and get stung by a scorpion. You don't know how you're going to react. I seem to react just fine to all sorts of things. But we always have an epinephrine pen on site. Because the most dangerous thing with any venom, from something like a tarantula hawk or a scorpion or a bumblebee, is that if your body has an allergic reaction, that is what's probably going to kill you. So we are always prepared with an epinephrine pen if I were to have a negative reaction. But so far, I've been sent to the hospital for nothing. The giant desert centipede is the only bite that I've had to get adult Advil for. But other than that, I've been in pretty good shape. And I have probably taken more types of venom than any other human on the planet at this point. Unquestionably, I would say. I have an insane immune system. And my mom, who, by the way, kind of like came up with this, you should get stung by these harvester ants in my backyard. That's actually a longer story of where all this began. But she always jokes that we should do some sort of test on like whatever my blood is to be like, is there something in there that's different that you can just seem to go through all this stuff? I don't think that's the case, but I like to humor her, so. Good question. You got a question?
I think I do.
Yeah, all right, let's go.
When I see that you, on the video when you get bitten or stung by something, I know you typically would scream in pain. Are you just doing that for acting or?
That's a good question. Well, I don't have any Academy Awards, unfortunately, so I don't know if my acting is that good. I actually explained this at lunch, so I'm glad that you brought this question up again, because I do get that question a lot. They're like, does it really hurt that bad? I can tell you that some of the things that I have taken on really hurt that bad. Now, what we've been good at with Brave Wilderness in creating a brand, thanks to Steven Spielberg and George Lucas, showing us that making family-friendly content is incredibly important. Because do you think that you would be letting Nathan watch as much Brave Wilderness as he does if I was dropping F-bombs left and right? No. Probably not. Exactly. So the performance that you see through some of the stuff that I go through is a good way for me to exemplify like the crazy amounts of blinding pain that I'm in the moment. It also fires up your adrenaline a lot when you go through what that is. So that helps sort of relax it a bit. And then I can get back in front of the camera and be like, and now I have to tell you what I'm going through. So that's always the hardest part, to be like, you're in like blinding pain. Because remember, a lot of these venoms that I've taken have a neurotoxic property to them because they're used as a defense. And a defense is like, get away from me. So if a bear or a badger or a fox or Nathan gets stung by something, that's the animal being like, get away from me, not I'm trying to kill and eat you. So there has to be this higher level of pain that venom essentially puts on its would-be attacker. So yeah, I've been through some crazy stuff. And it's not even the single stings that are the most. Like I've been dumb enough to put my hand into a box with 200 angry yellow jackets. Got stung 100 times in 10 seconds. I can tell you that was a rough 36 hours. So, yeah. Where?
The questions that are coming from this camera.
Oh, is it going to just pop up there now?
It's right here.
Oh. You can't make it go up there?
Maybe someone out there can.
All right, well, you guys, so you got one there. You're going to read it.
You want me to
Matt, you've got the stage, yeah.
All right, sounds good. What's the best advice you could give for someone who wants to work with animals?
Get somebody that's better than Matt that can run the computer screen. Because we can't I'm just kidding. Matt's my amazing social media manager that travels with me and wonderful at asking questions. That is an awesome question because it is a difficult field. Any of you that work in animals know that. Animals and entertainment, when we decided to go that direction, I will often tell, especially younger generation, it takes a lot of work. Whether you want to be somebody that is physically working hands-on with animals, or you're somebody that wants to work with animals and then tell the stories about animals or your stories with these animals, it's a lot of work. But it's an incredibly important job because animals, especially the ones that need human help or rehabilitation, require people that are going to be extremely dedicated, passionate, understanding, and encouraging for that animal to get better. If we are people who love animals and want to take care of animals, then that helps these animals just survive more naturally on our planet. And it just takes a lot of work. I often will say to people, Nathan, your age, or this little guy over here who's 14, it's like volunteer places. A lot of these organizations may not have the resources to be like, yeah, we're going to pay you $25 an hour. In which case, you may be like, well, I'm going to go work at Starbucks. But if you really love animals, going and volunteering and putting in those hours is going to give you an education that you can't get anywhere else. There's nothing you can read in a book or see on the internet that can teach you more than actually working with an animal. And if you love animals and want to do something with animals, working with them, dedicating your time regardless of what you're getting in return is the first place usually to start. And if you want to go down that whole rabbit hole of how do you make videos and become a sensation on the internet and stuff like that, well, that's a whole nother story itself. So we'll see if we go down that road at some point in the question.
Okay, we got a two-parter.
Ooh, I love two-parters. I'm keeping these pretty succinct, though, aren't I? These answers?
What's that?
I'm keeping these answers pretty succinct, though, for the most part.
Okay.
You can critique me later.
All right, I have notes, lots of them. What are some other conservation initiatives that the Great Wilderness has been a part of? And how can we all play even a small role in advancing conservation?
Ooh, great question. So we've been involved in many, many, many conservation initiatives over the past 10 years. I think the one that we're most proud of as of recent, because we're very proud of all of them, we've worked with wolves, we've worked with parrots, we've worked, I mean, you name it, we've probably done something conservation-centric with it. But we specifically did a campaign a number of years ago called Save the Horns, where we specifically work with a handful of partners in South Africa to raise the financial support to expand 2 different game reserves, get them connected together, and then create a perfectly rewilded habitat. So for those of you who don't know what rewilded means, it's someplace that was like naturally taken of its flora and fauna, turned into farmland, but then repurposed into perfect habitat for animals. So 30-year rewilding project that then became the perfect habitat for black rhinos, which was so cool that the Living Desert has black rhinos here, and I got to hang out with Jolly this morning. Black rhinos are a very heavily targeted species in the poaching world. They are on the brink of being pushed to extinction in the wild. So we helped to raise the support that put together a contingency population in the wild in a very heavily secured place with some of the top anti-poaching unit rangers trained by one of the best organizations in anti-poaching unit training. It's actually based out of San Diego, California, but works with the communities in South Africa to ensure that this population specifically will hopefully continue to reproduce in the wild where these animals actually live. So that was one of our most recent, but as far as people getting involved, what's the least amount you can do? Sometimes even just spreading the word that a conservation initiative is happening can be worth it. If you as an individual are not able to contribute anything financially or through your value of time, just taking that minute to be like, I know somebody that might be interested in this, or I'm going to share this through one of my social feeds, gets that message out there, because you never know where that's going to land and in front of which right person that will then open the opportunity for that to become more fully supported.
How do you balance being a conservation role model for kids and potentially sending negative messages about interacting with wildlife in inappropriate ways?
Great question. Absolutely great question. So the thing that I look at, what I grew up with and was inspired by, there have only been a handful of television wildlife presenter hosts that you probably know of. It's a very, very, very small demographic. So while kids are always going to go out and be curious about the natural world, right? You go out and you catch lizards, you probably catch frogs, you catch things that are not necessarily dangerous species. We always make sure to say that with whatever animals we're working with, to not repeat the stuff that you see us doing. I've been doing this for 30 years. I mean, I've been catching lizards since I was 5 years old and honing that skill set. That's not to say that someday you might not grow up and be exactly where I am right now. Maybe you're going to be hosting adventures in a virtual reality world where you're not even going to have to interact with an animal. My dream would be that we never have to interact with any animals, period. But what is an audience like? An audience likes to see what we call get your hands on it. That means you're seeing a human interacting with an animal. Now, is that inconvenient for a specific animal for a small piece of time? Yes, potentially, you could argue that. But think of how many animals get run over by cars every single day. How many of those animals never become educational lessons or ambassadors for their species with hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views? that open up people's opinions in a different way to what that animal might be, or that maybe inspires the next person to be like, you know what? I didn't know anything about the velvet worm. I see that you picked it up, and now that I know that it's harmless, it's not to say I'm gonna ever pick up a velvet worm, but I'm really interested. And I'm gonna go out and I wanna become a conservationist for the rainforest because I wanna protect places where velvet worms exist. I didn't even know what a velvet worm was until we randomly found one filming in Costa Rica once. The world is full of animals that we still have yet to even discover, let alone ones that we know about. And by doing what we do with Brave Wilderness, sure, there could be the opinion that what you're doing sends a negative connotation of getting too close to animals. But if you know what you're doing and you're being smart about it and you're being educated and you're going out and catching frogs, you're catching lizards, you're not interacting with rattlesnakes, you're educating yourself about these things, and if you're putting them back in the wild, all you're doing is being curious. And we love to support that at Brave Wilderness. And you never know how us doing what it is that we do is going to possibly inspire the next person that's going to save a species on this planet. Because that inspiration has to come from somewhere. I do what I do because Steve Irwin did what he did. I do what I do because Bear Grylls did what he did with storytelling, but I was like, and I'm business partners with Bear today. We're good friends. Bear is phenomenal. It's amazing to be partnered with one of your heroes. But I will always say to Bear, like, bro, you didn't need to eat that alligator. He's like, oh, I know, but Discovery Channel made me do it. I'm like, this is exactly why I will show you an alligator and talk to you about why we need to protect alligators. So, yeah.
Good segue. What would be your tips to grow in the entertainment industry? How do you end up meeting a lot of people that help you make the climb?
For me or for other people?
I think for you.
For me. The entertainment industry has been a wonderfully fascinating, like real-life video game to navigate. I absolutely love the world that is entertainment, and certainly you guys, you're in a different part of California than what's necessarily the Hollywood system, so to speak. But I'm fascinated by the entire process. And one of the pieces of advice that I've always given to anybody that wants to be a content creator, because obviously that's the big thing now. Like, I don't even know where my phone is. It's in my pocket. Like everybody is, this is my story. And everybody watch my story, right? This is what a lot of the younger generation, you have more kids nowadays saying they want to be YouTube stars than want to be astronauts or firefighters or anything else on the planet. The most sought after, wished for job, and this was actually told to me recently, I didn't know this, this was told to me by a teacher recently, is being a YouTuber. I was like, what? Sometimes I actually get a little bummed out when people are like, you're a YouTuber, right? I'm like, not really. I mean, like I put content on YouTube, but I wouldn't consider myself a YouTuber like the typical people probably imagine. But what it has allowed us to do is create a sustainable, long-term, what's called evergreen brand. And what I do love about where the entertainment industry is headed and where technology, I showed you guys the DVX 100A and I'm like, there were mini DV tapes at one point in time. You make a whole movie on this thing nowadays that looks way better than the Panasonic DVX 100A. And that's really inspiring for the next generation. The future is right here, guys. It's going to be AI, it's going to be holographic technology, it's going to be mixed reality, and for the next generation, finding a way to capture that growth and using it to tell entertainment and to educate, if you want to educate, is going to be a very, very powerful tool. So the navigation of that world I find to be very fun, and we are very excited for where the future's headed. We're going to be a big part of it. So yeah, can't wait to keep going. Absolutely. Without saying too much to you guys, I can basically tell you that we are on the forefront of mixed reality entertainment. And I can tell you that within the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to be bringing you animals and things from even our past. I think you can guess what that is, back in a way that it's never been seen before. And it's a huge initiative of ours, specifically connected to Costa Rica, but eventually everywhere. And while there's always going to be a place for people to see things physically within the environment, to have the protections like you have here at the Living Desert, right? It's not me saying that amazing places like this will ever go away. They won't, because there are always going to be animals that need help, and you have to see these things physically and in person. But think about the point when there are people that can't travel certain places, that want to see certain things, and want to see them very close. Technology is going to be putting us in a place very, very soon where those things, or even myself, can be right in your family room, bringing you things in a holographic presentation way that will be mind-boggling. And that is something that Brave Wilderness is on the spear tip of.
How do you give back to local communities you visit?
Ooh, great question. Local communities as in the United States or around the world? Around the world. Around the world, okay. That's a great question. One of the first and foremost important things that we do is whenever we go and we're working on a project, We try to collaborate with and hire specifically people in that area to be a part of the team that is making these things happen. I have a very small team when I travel. It's myself, our wildlife biologist Mario, and my director of photography Trent. But every location that we go to, we hire several people that then become a part of our projects. So whether they're people behind the scenes or there are conservation groups that we're working with, we kind of come in to tell the stories and help spread that message a little bit further. So it's not as direct to the community as it is to a conservation group per se, but some of the places that we've worked, we end up meeting some of the right people with the right organization, and then we either do a sort of fundraising event for that group, or we ourselves, Brave Wilderness, has done countless donations to groups that are working on everything from cheetahs to, the smallest things we've donated to are like salamanders. Yeah.
What's your favorite animal you've had the opportunity to be around?
It's got to be the wolverine. The story that I was telling you guys earlier, like I loved wolverines so much as a kid, and they're like two things in the wild that you will never see if you go looking for them. Bigfoot and wolverines. Like there's just, well, like you might have as good a chance of seeing a Bigfoot as you do a wolverine. They are really that elusive and that hard to ever come across. So to be a kid about your age, Nathan, loving wolverines and be like, one day I'll see a wolverine. I mean, it was not likely that I would see one in the wild unless I literally spent weeks hiking and being silent and hiding in a blind to like try to get sight of one of these things. So to get to work with my good friend Steve Kroschel in Alaska and be face to face with my childhood favorite mammal was a pretty cool experience.
Similarly, what's the most unusual situation you found yourself in with an animal?
Ooh, most unusual situation I've ever found. I got in a fight with a bunch of squirrel monkeys once. I'm not good with monkeys. I will just say it. People are always like, let's do some monkey episodes. I'm like, monkeys for some reason do not like me. They're so smart. We were working with this conservation group in Costa Rica, and they had this whole like troop of squirrel monkeys. And they're like, here's what we can do. You and the camera guys can go in, and they would reward the monkeys, which I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, with these, you know those little colored marshmallows? The really tiny ones. It's like there's the basic tiny white ones, and then there's the colored ones. You guys know what I'm talking about? They were like, back in like the 90s, they were really popular in hot chocolate. And they would use these little marshmallows to like bring in the monkeys. And I was like, oh, okay, well, give me some marshmallows. I had them in a little cup. And I gave one, they were like, just toss it to the one monkey. The one monkey got it. And then they all kind of gather around. I'm like, cool, I got to like start thinking of the right things to say on camera. All of a sudden, like, it's like some water raining on me. I'm like, they're like, oh, dude, the monkey's peeing on you. A squirrel monkey's just peeing on me off of the tree. This is a true story. We have most of it on camera, and it's an episode that actually never came out because where it ends up going. So I get distracted by this monkey, and I kid you not, 3 other monkeys like velociraptors come in and attack me. I got swarmed by squirrel monkeys, and I'm screaming. I'm like, ah! And I'm like trying to shake these. I was getting chewed up by monkeys. I got bit. I got scratched. The handlers were like, get out of the cage, get it. So yeah, that's probably the weirdest experience I ever had with monkeys. And we got out. They were like, okay, well, you're bleeding. We're going to have to do something about this because you definitely just got bit by a monkey. And I was like, I'm probably going to be fine. I don't know if you can get rabies from monkeys. I was like, I'll probably be fine. They're like, yeah, we're probably not going to go back in there and do that again today, but we could try it tomorrow. I was like, no, I'm not going back in with those monkeys. There's no way. So that's probably one of the strange ones that I can think of at the moment.
Was there a keystone moment that made you realize how important wildlife conservation was?
Ah, great question. There have been many, but I think for me, while on topic of like the Save the Horns thing, because when we started the Save the Horns initiative, we were actually in South Africa working on a different project. And Mike Veal, who owns Global Conservation Force and is the head of this anti-poaching unit team, was really giving me all the gritty, detailed backstory of poaching. There's a lot that people here in the United States do not know about that world and how poaching syndicates work and how brutal the choice is for, and I'll tell you guys this in a very like PG way. They will literally take a family member hostage and be like, these are like essentially like cartels that run these poaching units. They will take a family member and they will put a firearm to their head and they will be like, we will take this person's life or you will go in there and you will poach these things for us. This is a very real part of life every day in a lot of these areas. So a lot of anti-poaching unit groups are working to get the local communities educated and committed to them becoming the anti-poaching unit rangers, because that becomes the flip of the narrative. And when I started learning about all this and like where these horns are going and what they're being used for, I'm like, what is happening here? At the core, it's rhino horns get ground down to be put into false medicine practices. That's it. There is no value to an actual rhino horn. However, on the black market, it is one of the most valuable commodities that exists. More than gold, more than silver, more than diamonds. How crazy is that? And it has no, it's like your fingernails. It's just keratin. But it gets ground down, put into medicine that doesn't actually work, and sold in certain places around the world. So that specifically kind of opened up my eyes to being like, man, like this is the real narrative of all of this. There's a bunch of crazy narratives when it comes to people who go out and hunt lions and some of the bigger game that are out there. And what we don't realize a lot of the time in the United States is we see a certain news story where it's like, that guy shot a lion. And you're like, why would anybody ever do that? I would never do that. Most of you would probably never do that. But there are things that happen on these game reserves where a certain lion may be just killing all of the cubs because that's what they do. They're like, if it's not my bloodline, it's nobody's bloodline. So when certain reserves say we have to call an animal, and you can put out a price tag, basically a tag on an animal for somebody to hunt it, and that can return $250,000 to $500,000. That's a really, really gray area, right? But you think about how far money like that goes to having to remove an animal that most of us would be like, oh, it's kind of natural selection, isn't it? It is until it wipes out an entire population of animals on a reserve. So there are a lot of really gray areas that I've learned about through working with a lot of people in other countries over the years that I think are really hard for a lot of us here in the United States to really grasp and stomach. But the rhinos specifically for me has always been the one that I was like, all right, we got to really craft an interesting narrative here for our audience and try to get support behind that. And of course, that all then became the Save the Horns and moving 25 critically endangered black rhinos.
What was it like gathering animal handling experience without any specific schooling on it? How did you go about getting those opportunities?
Oh, great question. Curiosity. Truly. Like it was traveling across the United States multiple times as a kid and chasing lizards. You start with lizards and eventually work your way up. I'll tell you a story that you don't want to repeat. When I was 12 years old, I caught my first rattlesnake. My mom literally let me run out into the desert, and I figured out how to catch a rattlesnake and came back, and she's like, oh, what are you doing? How are you going to put it down? I'm like, I haven't figured that out yet. But I caught it. It wasn't a big one, but I caught it. And yeah, she had a cow. I got in trouble for that one. But point being, number one, don't ever give your mom a heart attack by going out to catch a rattlesnake. But it was practicing with things. And honestly, growing up in Ohio catching snapping turtles, the snapping turtle is one of the fastest, most aggressive predatory reptiles on the face of the planet. If you can catch snapping turtles successfully, you can catch any animals successfully. And that's kind of my background of like where I learned and had my playground. If Steve Irwin had crocodiles, Coyote Peterson had snapping turtles, and it came with practice. And I've had my mishaps many times along the way. I've almost lost my life 6 times through accidents in the wild, nothing to do with animals at all. I've been taken hostage at gunpoint. I've been hit by a boat. I've fallen off a cliff. Like, it's usually human error at the end of the day that becomes the most dangerous thing. So a lot of practice, a lot of trial, a lot of confidence, and a lot of just being determined to make amazing content that's going to get people excited about animals.
What animal experience made you the most anxious but then surprised you afterwards?
I mean, the monkeys was pretty the monkeys haunts my dreams. Let me think. Say the question one more time.
What animal experience made you the most anxious but then surprised you afterwards?
I mean, honestly, bear encounters are up there for sure. I have definitely had like the OMG, if you guys have seen The Revenant with Leonardo DiCaprio moment happen. Side of a river, mother grizzly bear, 3 German shepherd sized cubs, nowhere to go, just you and the bear, and at what point do you let her know that you're there because you are downwind and downriver and she has poor eyesight and she can't smell or hear you? That was probably one of the scariest situations I've ever been in. So from me to basically that tree that's on the wall there was the point where my photographer and I had to be like, yo bear, and alert this mother grizzly bear, and she stood up on her back legs, and it was like, she's going to do one of two things. She's going to charge us, and then we're going to have to deploy bear spray, which hopefully will work. 9 times out of 10 it does. Or we're going to get attacked and possibly become a training lesson for these German Shepherd-sized cubs. So that was one of the most heart-racing that fortunately went in the right direction. Us alerting her, being prepared with the bear spray. She made the choice to say, okay, those things are making noise. I'm going the opposite direction. I'm taking my cubs with me. So heart racer.
Something over again on your journey, what would it be? What would you change?
Great question. My answer to what would I do differently is nothing. I think that everything that I've gone through at this point has been an incredible lesson, that even the fails have been something that I've been able to stop, look at, and say, okay, that didn't work out the way that you wanted it to, but what can you take away from that that's going to help you when that situation presents itself again? I don't think I'd be where I was today if I let the things that didn't work in my favor get me down. Staying confident and recognizing that if you believe you can accomplish something, even if it's going to take you twice, quadruple the amount of time that you originally intended, everything is achievable.
When you promote something like the Osa Peninsula, how do you balance inviting new people to enjoy it with loving it to death?
When you say loving it to death, you mean like having too many people there and ruining a wild place?
I didn't think much.
Yes, like, do you invite all these people because of your fame, and then they destroy it because there's too many people visiting such a practice?
Great question. It becomes balance, right? You can look at a place and say, ecotourism brings a great draw to a community that wants to grow. But if you overindulge on what that is, you do take away and you do damage. So the right balance of bringing people into experience, extract them out, and have them go spread the message is something that we're working very, very carefully to make sure that we're balancing in the right way so that it's only bringing a positive effect on the entire ecosystem and the economy that exists there. It's a great question.
Is there any habitat or ecosystem that you want to go, that you want to visit that you haven't been to?
Yes, Komodo Islands. Like I said, this big trip that we have coming up this year. The Komodo trip has been in the works since pre-COVID for us. It was originally a thing that we were going to film for Animal Planet before COVID happened. So Komodo dragons have been #1 on my bucket list since I was a little kid. So getting the chance to now get out there, film these animals in the way that we want to with the technology that exists now is going to be pretty exciting for us.
What creature has caused the most painful sting or bite you've ever experienced?
Ooh, there it is. Hey, we took us a while before we got to any sting and bite. You guys are good. Most of the time I go places where, what's the most painful sting? Is the first thing everyone wants to know. So we've broken it down at this point into most painful experiences. Because a single bite or sting at this point for me is like basically way too easy versus getting bit and stung by things in magnitude. So there are a few. There is an intentional bite and sting and an unintentional. Obviously unintentional being accidental. And the worst pain I've ever been through is having been bit by a Gila monster, which most of you are probably aware of what a Gila monster is. I just say go ahead and avoid that one. My most painful experience that I've ever intentionally put myself through was hand into a box with 200 yellow jackets and getting stung about 100 times in 10 seconds, followed by getting bitten by a giant desert centipede, followed by rubbing the gimpy plant on my arm, which is the most painful stinging plant in the world, which messed up my arm for like 6 straight months, which was not fun.
Where is that plant from?
Australia, of course.
Are there any animal safety courses or experts you can work with to learn to approach animals?
That's a great question. So they do specifically have classes for people that want to learn how to handle or interact with venomous snakes. A lot of times that's so that they can teach law enforcement or firefighting personnel who will often be the first people that get called if like, oh my gosh, there's a rattlesnake in my yard, I better call the fire department. Like that's just like the thing in a lot of Southwest areas. And so there are seminars that firefighters or law enforcement can take that will show them how to properly be able to use tongs to pick up a rattlesnake, the kind of container to put it in, and then how to properly move that animal to another area. However, in most instances, those rattlesnakes will eventually just find their way back. So they're territorial in a sense, and if they have a food supply, they're going to return. So if you want to avoid having snakes in your yard, the number one thing to do is not create areas where the prey for these predators could possibly exist. Piles of wood, piles of garbage, things where, you know, little rodents could hide. Easier said than done, but if you don't give the snakes a place to hunt, the snakes probably aren't going to show up.
We have enough time for one more.
Make it a good one.
Who is your ridiculously good-looking social media manager?
That's a great question. You can find him online at Matt Fujita.
Last question. How do you decide which animals to interact with for your filming?
Oh, great question. So anytime we go to a location, we choose a location because we love the location. There may be a specific conservation reason that we're going there to work with a group to tell their story that we would call like our conservation tent pole episode, meaning we're going there to get this content because it's got a really great message. But while we're there, we're probably going to find a lot of other things. If there's something that could bite and sting me, we'll probably film that. But for the most part, we identify maybe 12.5 species to say, okay, these things live in the area. Who can we reach out to on social media or at professional museums, zoos, wildlife centers that are like, hey, we're looking for this species. Do you know anybody that's doing research on it or that specifically just knows where to find these things? Because when you go out and look for animals naturally, the thing that we always like to joke about is that animals don't have call sheets. So don't just magically show up when you're like, all right, well, we're filming desert tortoise today. You'll be waiting around for a long time for that tortoise to show up. So you have to kind of know where to start before you can even go out looking for things. So we put a lot of work into the pre-production of every single location that we go to. We arrive with targets, and then we hamper our expectations for what it is that we actually find. And I have to be educated enough so on every single thing so at the spur of the moment, if I see this animal here and we're like, cool, this is going to make a moment or an episode, I'm ready to jump right in and get the job done. So it's a lot of work, and we find about, I would say, 60% of the targets that we go after on any given location.
One more I really like this one.
Oh, okay.
The most important factor in storytelling.
The most important factor in storytelling is knowing how you're going to end the story. It is so much easier to start at the end and work backwards. People love to build up to an ending. And if you've got a good ending and then you can figure out how to make a good beginning, you're going to have people hooked the entire time. There's nothing better than getting people to leave an experience when they're watching something being like, dang, I'm not going to forget that ending. So I always think that coming up with the ending first is the best way to get the story to the best spot it can be. Thanks.
Great job, Coyote. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, buddy.
No problem.
Coyote's also going to be outside during the meet and greet outside after we do our little wrap up here as well. So some more opportunities to chat with him as well.
Absolutely.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, guys.
Right. Okay, so if our wrap up person is ready, Dr. Anna Young, this is a little early, so I'm just checking with her to make certain. Dr. Anna Young, who is our head of Learning and Impact, Vice President of Learning and Impact here at the Living Desert, has been fastidiously taking notes over the last 2 days. She is a fastidious note taker. And she's going to give you her perspective on a wrap up of the things that we have learned here over these last 2 days. All right. Thank you, John.
All right, good afternoon. So today, February 8th, is actually my exact 3-year anniversary here at the Living Desert Zoo and Gardens. And one thing I love about the Living Desert is that desert conservation is our mission. And that means that everything we do in service of desert conservation. As Vice President of Learning and Impact, I have the privilege of overseeing 3 different teams at the zoo. And the first team I want to recognize is our volunteer team. It takes a lot to run the zoo, and it takes a lot to contribute to desert conservation, and we could not do what we do without our volunteer team. And I know we have a lot of them in the room today. Can you raise your hand if you're a member of our volunteer team? Let's give them a round of applause. We also have a sustainability team, and so some of you met Dr. Kevin last night. He was fastidiously sorting all of the trash. One of our goals at the Living Desert is to put on zero waste events, and so that was something that we're working through that process. And so thank you for, if you're paying attention to the signs, I noticed a lot of people at lunch today were reading and thinking about where to put their plates and their utensils, and so thank you for going on that journey with us. And then the third department that I work with is our learning and community engagement team. And so you got to hear from Viviana today, one of my staff members, about the work that we do. And in my mind, zoo education is conservation education, and conservation education is behavior change. And so I'm so glad that we got to hear all of these inspiring stories of behavior change from our conservation heroes today. One thing that we really pride ourselves on within our department as well is the spirit of inclusivity. And I was really moved by all of the different stories that we heard from our conservation heroes and partners about being inclusive in the work that they do, and thinking about being inclusive of generations. And so our team works with anyone from who's toddlers up to seniors. We try to make sure that every touch point in life we're having connection, and that everyone is engaged in conservation action. So hearing about bush babies and bush grannies today was just so exciting for me. And thinking about inclusivity of everyone regardless of gender, race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status. Hearing about the black mambas and the power that these women bring into their roles every day, and the Mama Simba group as well. And so if you are local, if you're in town, I encourage you to come back to the Living Desert this weekend. We have a Women in STEAM Career Day, and so we're connecting and highlighting people that want to go into these STEAM fields, science, tech, engineering, art, math, with women all throughout the Legacy Front Garden area on Saturday. So please think about coming back and joining us. Yes, next Saturday, not today, next Saturday. Yes, thank you, the 15th. So today we heard 4 different panels. We heard about conserving African carnivores, we heard about desert tortoise conservation, community-based conservation in Africa, and inspiring the next generation of conservation leaders in Asia. So as Dr. James said, I was listening and trying to think about what are these through lines that connect all of us? What are the commonalities that all of our conservation heroes share, regardless of what species they work on or what continent they live on? And so I came away with 3 things. I'd love to hear from you afterwards what you came away with. But the 3 things I thought I heard over and over again today was the importance of research, the importance of education, and mostly the importance of community engagement. Research, education, community engagement. So we heard about the importance of collecting data, of using evidence to make decisions. Maybe that data comes from measuring the size of a baby tortoise. Maybe it comes from recording the speed of a car traveling down a highway in southern Africa. Maybe it comes from surveys of the community and thinking about how ready people are to engage in conservation action. And you don't have to be just a biologist. You can be a social scientist. You cannot be trained in the field of science. You can attend one of Dr. James's week-long boot camps. The citizens, the community, and children can get involved with collecting that data and thinking about how do we use science and evidence to inform and create the best practices and solutions. So research was an important through line, as well as education. We heard over and over again from everyone the importance of raising awareness and of educating people, again, from young children all the way to our elders, so that people understand the impact that we're having on the planet. And an important part of conservation is thinking about also place-based education. That was a specific type of education that we heard over and over again, the importance of getting people outside, bringing children out into the desert, meeting communities where they are at out in the desert, and being able to experience and learn the power of a place from being in it. And then lastly, community was something, I wrote this word so many times today. We heard about how important it was from every single conservation hero that we heard from today. And so not only thinking about engaging with communities, not only thinking about participation from communities, but thinking about looking to communities for solutions, empowering, capacity building, and having communities be the leaders, whether it's learning from them about what crops to plant or thinking about how best to protect livestock, looking to communities to provide that solution. And also looking at what are the barriers, what are the things where we can help meet communities where they're at. If food insecurity is a problem, then providing millions of meals, that is a huge act of empathy and an act of conservation. Providing a safe space for kids to feel comfortable and know that they can spend a few hours relaxing and enjoying, that's an act of empathy and an act of conservation. And it was so inspiring to hear our heroes share those stories today. And a big part of what we heard about with the community work was this theme of coexistence. Coexistence with the land, coexistence with predators, and coexistence with each other. I think often when you look at the news today, it feels like we live in a very divisive world. But we heard very strong, very empowering stories of how we are united, about how strong our communities can be when they come together for conservation. And I want you to imagine, if you can put yourself in the place of some of our heroes, if you spent years, if you spent your life saving a species, and then you discover that someone is going out there and killing that species, that are killing some of those individual animals that you might have worked with for years, how you would react. What we heard today from some of our heroes was that they specifically embraced those people. They went out and they formed a connection. And that is a true act of leadership and conservation, and that's what we need more of in this world. So thank you to our conservation heroes. I think this theme of coexisting and embracing unlikely partners, whether it's Department of Defense or warriors or landowners, and thinking about how can we develop a shared goal and work together for conservation, was one of the most powerful things that I took away with today. So I hope that you think about that. Some other things I want you to take away as you go out into our next event, our tabling event, is how we can all interact as a community and what we can all do for conservation. So at the Living Desert, we are working to build a community of desert defenders, and we hope that now that you are all part of the IDCS community, that you also see yourself as the desert defender. We had a lot of great questions today and a lot of great answers about what you can do to help, and I hope that you're able to take away something from that and share it with others and act as a desert defender to help achieve desert conservation and continue the conversation when we get to our tabling event. So thank you all so much for being here. You're a valued part of our IDCS community, and we encourage you to have a great time connecting with our conservation heroes for the rest of the day.
And you can see why we are so happy that Anna has come to the Living Desert. Her awesome perspectives on things. She is a great summarizer. Next up, some closing notes, some closing thoughts from Alan Monroe, our President and CEO, before we do our evaluation, our closing evaluation.
Thanks, James. And yes, I'd like to thank Anna for coming up here and sharing her insight, and I'm glad that she's a part of the leadership team here at the Living Desert. My role here is just to say thanks to Coyote Peterson for him coming and sharing his story about how he communicates about animal issues with a massive audience. To say thanks to all of our conservation heroes that came here from many places all around the world to come and share their stories with you. I want to say thanks to our conservation team here at the Living Desert, led by Dr. Dana Berg, who helps take these stories and brings them to the next level. And then I want to say thanks to all of you who have spent the good part of a weekend here at the Living Desert learning about conservation. I hope you are excited. I hope you are motivated. I hope you're willing to share that story with your friends, your neighbors, so that we can all work together to become a better desert defenders. So thank all of you.
Okay, so just some quick closing thoughts. If you wouldn't mind taking out your phone again, the QR code is over there. It's this, I think it's the same QR code we've been using, yeah? Okay, so I think it's the same thing. If you can open up the app again, or if you want to scan that, we'd love to hear from you what you got out of today. Your thoughts and experiences and impressions are super helpful for us as we think about how to do this into the future, right? Our goal is to be able to, I love this term that Anna was using, this IDCS community. We want to be able to build our IDCS community directly through other folks coming, but also through the people that we all message with. So, if you wouldn't mind scanning this first one, what did you learn today? What was the couple things, what springs to mind first as the idea, the experience, the story, whatever it was that you felt you learned today that was most impressionable for you? And we'll just go through these kind of quickly too. So it can be terse, be very short if you want. All right. What did you learn today? Very good. Participants are typing. What did you learn today? Okay. Sounds great. Thank you all for your thoughts here. This is really helpful. Okay. Clicking the image. Okay. All right, so moving on to our second one. Revisiting our earlier question, why does desert conservation matter to you? This is helpful for us as we think about how to structure these programs going forward, who we bring in, what are the topics that we would like to be able to focus on. Help us figure out how to structure this next year. We have two more after this, but they are both polls, so they'll just be a quick click. All right. Why does desert conservation matter to you? For me, it's mostly the pizza that we get at the events. Cookies too. It's, you know, I eat very well. All right. Why does desert conservation matter to you? Everybody have in what they need? Your thoughts? Okay. If you want to submit that, and then we'll move on. Apologies if I cut people off on that last one. Oh, not a question. It's just, why does this matter to you? Why are you here? That's the question. Because that's what we're talking about. Good question. Thank you. Okay. All right. Can I proceed? In a moment. Go ahead. Finish what you got. All right, then we have two polls, the last two. Okay, are we ready? Okay, I'm going to proceed to the third. Did you learn what you hoped to learn today? Yes or no? Remember we earlier asked you at the beginning of the day, what do you hope to learn today? Did you learn what you hoped to learn today? Yes or no? No is good too. We want the yeses, of course, but we need the no's. We need to know when we haven't. Right? Did you learn what you hope to learn today? Just a quick poll, yes and no. Thanks, everybody. We appreciate you helping us out here. This is really grand. Okay, seems like we're set. And then our last one. Does desert conservation matter more to you now relative to before today? Right? Does it matter more to you now than it did before today, before your experiences here today with us? This is what's called a retrospective pre-post survey, if you want to know. Here's the beginning of our, what did you call it, boot camp. I like that. Of our Building Community Conservation Success Social Science class. All right, does desert conservation matter more to you now relative than this morning? And no could happen, of course, because you're already so passionate. I can't care more than I do. I'll explode. That's all good, right? Okay, awesome. Well, so thank you all for those. A quick words for tomorrow. Remember, we're not done. We have a whole other day of extravaganza tomorrow. There are, on the back of your cards here, a whole agenda, and also in the program, of course, of opportunities that are available for you on grounds. We have tours aplenty, we have hiking tours, we have cart tours, we have behind-the-scenes tours. Those of you who have the VIP package have a whole separate shebang of things that we'll be contacted separately about, or maybe already have. I don't know. So for the thing tomorrow, make certain that you bring your badge, right? We won't be able to get into those opportunities without the badge. The badge is the golden ticket to all the goodness for tomorrow. So please do come, take advantage of them. About 20 minutes before the tours begin, the sign-up sheet will open. And those will be up at the admissions?
They'll be at the Welcome Center. So right when you come through admissions, you'll see kind of like a rounded table area. So we'll have the sign-up sheets there. Feel free to line up whenever, but we'll start taking names because we do have size caps for the tours. If you did book the VIP tour, we will get everyone in, but we need to limit between the time slots, so not everyone is in the same time slot. So just come sign up for your preferred time slot early for that as well. And if you have any questions about the tours or anything tomorrow, I'll be outside and happy to answer any of those questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Katie. And thank you all for coming. Thanks for being a part of our IDCS community. Go out and meet our heroes. Go talk to them. Heroes, get the heck out there. Well done, everybody. Thank you.
There we go.
There we go. Was it? Fantastic. Glad. Fantastic.